Chapter 141. At Christmas, Hogwarts became deserted. Most people had left, leaving only Lucien, Harry, Hermione, and a few Weasleys from Gryffindor. The Weasleys had originally invited Lucien and others to celebrate Christmas at their home, but Lucien had to go back home for the holiday, Hogsmeade Village. Harry and his two children wanted to continue investigating the Chamber of Secrets during the holiday. Ginny said she didn't want to bother, and the twins and Percy also chose to stay in school. So the Weasleys went to Egypt alone to spend Christmas with Bill. Lucien, who had no feelings about Christmas, was woken up by Harry and Ron early in the morning, and they experienced the trouble of opening gifts together. Several people shared with each other the toys, books, clothes, snacks, etc. The most interesting one was Harry, who actually received a box of sugar-free cookies from his uncle and aunt. "It must be the diet meal that my cousin Dolly doesn't want to eat, but I guess it's because of Lucien, otherwise they would at most give me a toothpick." Harry smiled and flipped through it. "Oh, I guessed right, it's because of Lucien. The attached letter asked me to say hello to you and invite you to visit my house during the holidays." Harry shrugged and said to Lucien. Lucien gave Harry and Ron a set of flying armor each. Harry has never liked airbag protective suits, and the next time he falls off his broom, the armor will make him take off on the spot, and he no longer has to worry about being smashed into a pancake or wrapped into a ball. The twins received a Muggle prank gift pack from Lucien, fake chewing gum, with a cockroach with a spring inside. Whoever pulls out the gum will be scared. Fake grenades, which will smoke, but after exploding, soft bullets will fly everywhere. Prank retractable knives, magic playing cards, etc. Each one made the twins marvel and gave them a lot of inspiration. Ginny received a large box of custom-made chocolates, each of which was made into beautiful shells and conchs, like a work of art, but it tasted bitter because Lucien had specially noted when he customized it, more cocoa and less sugar. 4 children. Seeing Ginny's satisfied look and unwillingness to eat, Lucien smiled secretly in his heart. It will be fun when the little girl eats. In addition, Lucien sent Dumbledore a stack of beautifully patterned wool socks and a box of xylitol cakes, gave Snape a timer with the same voice as Lily's. He asked Lupin to make 2, and the other one was given to Harry. He also gave Hagrid a set of customized oversized dumbbells, gave Filch a new set of clothes, and gave teachers of various subjects a corresponding textbook for Huaxia Primary School. Translated by Xylee. The few of them completely occupied the Gryffindor common room, packed up all kinds of food at noon, and ate while chatting by the warm fireplace. Everyone happily put everything that could be grilled on the fire forks to heat up: sausages, potatoes, chicken legs, steaks, and even the fudge that Hagrid brought. They ran and played happily in the corridors of Hogwarts. Since Lucien was there, the administrator Filch had to turn a blind eye to their behavior. The holiday was finally here, and Lucien waved his hand and gave his many shadow guards a day off, allowing them to move freely today, and gave them a benefit during dinner. Normally, on Saturdays and Sundays, the ghosts would gather in the underground classroom in batches to receive the pie in the sky spell bestowed by Lucien. There are 5 or 6 dishes each time, and the ghosts discuss in groups and order the dishes or drinks they most want to taste. And today, these ghosts also felt the benefits of the festival. They tasted whatever Lucien ate. The remaining teachers and students on campus can sit at one table and dine at small tables as in previous years. But this year it will be much more lively, with more than 200 ghosts sitting on the empty benches and celebrating the festival with teachers and students. So many ghosts gathered together should have produced a huge amount of negative energy, but when Dumbledore waved his wand, a translucent barrier rose up, isolating the cold negative energy emitted by the ghosts. Every once in a while, Lucien would throw a chain of lightning at them, and share the food he had just tasted with his shadow guards and the resident ghosts of Hogwarts through Avada Hawada Bing. Every ghost's face was filled with happiness and satisfaction. They could actually enjoy such rich and delicious food just like when they were alive. The Weasley twins couldn't resist their curiosity and went to the ghosts' table to experience it. Soon they were stunned. The effect of the pancake drawing spell was too magical. No wonder the ghosts were addicted to it. Under Lucien's artistic processing, the taste they tasted was even more perfect than the original dish. Whether it's the taste, texture, or even the feeling of satisfaction after swallowing the food, they are all perfectly reproduced. More real than the real thing. Halfway through the banquet, Harry and the other 2 found excuses to leave. Percy approached Lucien with a slightly sad face and whispered, "I'm a little worried about Ron, you know." I noticed that he often went to the abandoned women's toilet with Harry and Hermione recently. Do you think they are a little abnormal? Can you help me persuade him? Lu Sen almost spit out pumpkin juice. Why did he say something like that? It does look a bit like that. This is really hard to explain. The three kids were in the ladies' room making compound decoction. I can't explain it. Don't worry. I will persuade him. Oh no. Actually, you don't have to worry. It's not what you think. Ron will tell you when the time comes. After saying that, Lu Sen suddenly thought of something and quickly picked up the phone to contact Ron. Be careful of the cat hair. Lu Sen hung up the phone after saying this. In the ladies' room, Hermione, who was busy, asked in confusion, "Who's calling at this time?" "It's Lu Sen." "It's inexplicable. What's the watch out for cat hair? We don't have a cat here." The three of them looked at each other, not understanding what it meant. The effect of the polyjuice decoction is amazing. After it's brewed, you just need to add the body tissue of the person you want to become and then drink it. Harry and Ron planned to become Crabbe and Goyle, and got each other's hair respectively. Hermione took a few strands of golden hair from a Slytherin girl. Now there was only one last step left to complete the task, adding the mutator's hair, and then the three of them could sneak into the Slytherin common room and extract information from Malfoy. As for Lu Sen, he, Ginny and the twins only ate until they were 5% full because another game was about to begin. Lu Sen packed some Hogwarts specialties with the three Weasleys. After leaving the hall, he put on an invisibility charm, rode on his broom, and headed quietly to the Whomping Willow. They originally wanted to take Percy with them, but he hesitated for a long time and did not agree, saying that not reporting them was his bottom line. Passing through the tree hole, several people followed Lu Sen through the secret passage. Even the twins, who often violated the rules, exclaimed again and again. They didn't expect that the secret passage under the Whomping Willow was played like this. When they were in their first year, they were caught by Filch in his office, and by chance they stole a Marauder's map that had been confiscated for many years. Not only are all the secret passages of Hogwarts marked on it, but even more amazingly, the map can show the name and footprints of everyone in the school. However, they had never walked through the passage under the Whomping Willow. When they wanted to sneak out of the school, they usually took another route, a secret passage behind a hunchback statue in the school, which led directly to the basement of Honeydukes. With the help of the flying broom, the group reached the end of the winding secret passage, which would have taken an hour to walk with their heads down, in just over 10 minutes. The fork leading to Lu Sen's house was blocked and looked exactly like a tunnel, but a magic similar to that of the entrance to Diagon Alley was cast on it. After knocking on a few specific bumps on it, a passage would emerge. "Welcome to my home." Ginny and the Weasley twins curiously entered Lu Sen's house from the basement, and started the second round of banquet tonight with the warm hospitality of Lu Sen's parents and uncle. Remus. Merry Christmas. Seeing Lupin was there too, Lu Sen greeted him happily. Last Christmas, Lupin's transformation was still 2 days away from completion, but he was lucky this year as it was still early for the full moon. "Oh, by the way," Lu Sen whispered mysteriously to the twins, "Fred, George, you don't know yet, right? Lupin is Mr. Moonface." Chapter 142. When everyone returned, the twins were still excitedly discussing that one of the role models of our generation in the Marauders map was actually Lupin. That magical map was drawn by Lupin when he was a student together with his three good friends, James Potter, Harry's father, Snape's lifelong enemy, dead, Sirius Black, wrongly accused, now living in Azkaban, and Peter Pettigrew, god of war, the fat rat Scabbers. Each time you use the Marauders map, tap the map with your wand and say, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Then an intricate panoramic map of Hogwarts, including all the secret passages, will appear on the originally blank parchment. A text will also appear, "Supplier of aids to magical mischief makers." Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs proudly present the Marauders map. If you use it incorrectly, the map will taunt you in various ways. The ingenious conception and high level of magic skills impressed the Weasley twins and Lu Sen deeply. Lu Sen had wanted to tell the twins about Lupin's hidden identity several times before, but at that time, Ban Ban was not far away, and it would be easy to be exposed if he told them. It happened that Ban Ban was left in the dormitory today, so Lu Sen found the opportunity. After returning to the castle, they reappeared and walked towards the Gryffindor common room together. But at this moment, Lu Sen's mobile phone received a notification sound, and it was from an unexpected person. I have something to take care of. You guys go back first. After Ginny pouts and follows her brothers away, Lu Sen heads straight for Slytherin, and it turns out it was Malfoy who's looking for him. Malfoy was one of the few students who stayed in school. Under his leadership, Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy also stayed. Harry and the other two said that it was very suspicious that he could stay in school, which made them more determined to explore intelligence. Lu Sen could not persuade them. Merry Christmas, Mr. Ma. Why are you here alone? Lu Sen met Malfoy and found that he was the only one here. Malfoy didn't look well, and even in the dim corridor it could be seen that his face was paler than usual. Lu. Brother Lu, Merry Christmas. Crabbe and Goyle are probably still eating to their heart's content. I came to you to discuss some professional matters. As he said this he looked around nervously, although there was no one around, he was still a little worried. Let's find a safe place. Lu Sen tilted his head and thought, and suddenly had a good idea. There are only you, Crabbe, Goyle and your girlfriend left in Slytherin, right? She's not. Okay, whatever you say. Malfoy nodded helplessly, and when he saw a smile on Lu Sen's face, he immediately reacted. You're not going to our Slytherin common room, are you? But you're a Gryffindor. Lu Sen put his arm around his shoulders and said happily, it doesn't matter as long as no one finds out. Besides, the school rules don't actually say that people from different colleges can't sit in other common rooms. So, what are you waiting for? While Malfoy was still hesitating, a voice suddenly came from the other end of the corridor. He frowned, the two voices seemed a little familiar. Sure enough, the two men revealed their faces after turning the corner. They were Crabbe and Goyle, but they were looking around while talking about something, with strange expressions on their faces. Malfoy frowned and looked back to find that Lu Sen was gone. I'm here. Let's talk in the Slytherin common room. Lu Sen whispered in his ear. Malfoy sighed. This guy was determined to go to the common room of his own college. What bad luck. He might as well have said it on the phone. Thinking of this, he glared at the two stupid followers and said, why don't you two just eat all night? The two of them hesitated, looked at each other, and were too nervous to speak. Malfoy was in no mood to deal with them and just wanted to get back to the common room and send them back to bed. He coughed and pretended to say to the two of them, but actually said to the invisible Lu Sen, let's go back to the lounge. After saying that, he took the lead and walked ahead, going down the marble steps, and soon came to an empty, wet stone wall. What's the new password? Crabbe and Gower were suddenly panicked and looked at each other, unable to speak. Malfoy didn't seem to be counting on them though. Oh, yes, pure blood. The stone wall moved in response, a stone door slowly opened, and several people filed in. Malfoy glanced back without revealing a word, not sure if Lu Sen had caught up. Slytherin's common room is not as bright and spacious as Gryffindor's. The ceiling here is low and it is rather dark. The chandelier emitted a green glow, which reflected on the rough stone walls and made the scene look even more eerie. It was also pitch black outside the window, but that was not actually the outdoors, but the water of the Black Lake. During the day, you can occasionally see giant squids in the lake. Malfoy found a sofa near the fire and sat down. I'm going to sit for a while, you two go back to sleep first. But Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other, and then sat down opposite each other without any prior arrangement. We're not sleepy. I want to sit for a while, too. Malfoy was a little helpless. These two usually went to sleep after dinner. What happened today? I have something else to do. Ignoring Malfoy's disgusted look, the two sat down and began to find topics to talk about. Goyle picked up a newspaper on the table, but soon Crabbe next to him widened his eyes, snatched the newspaper and read the announcement on it. The Ministry of Magic announces the results of its investigation. Arthur Weasley, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Department, is fined 50 galleons for enchanting a Muggle car. The vehicle was seen flying over a Muggle street earlier this year, and was witnessed by at least 7 Muggles, causing great distress. Lucius Malfoy, one of the Hogwarts governors, called on Mr. Weasley to resign. Weasley has damaged the reputation of the Ministry of Magic. He should be deprived of the right to make laws. He and the Muggle Protection Act he wrote are a joke. I suggest that it be abolished immediately. Seeing the two men frowning, Malfoy moved closer out of curiosity, but he immediately looked away after just one glance. He had seen the report in the morning and wanted to share the good news with them, but now, haha. However, Crabbe and Goyle seemed to realize it slowly, and it took them a long time to force out a laugh, but their laughter was very fake. Malfoy immediately got angry and said, "If you want to die, don't drag me into this. The relationship between the Weasley family and Lucien is not ordinary." But Goyle still said, "The Weasleys really deserved it. Don't you think so? They are too close to Muggles." Crabbe seemed surprised, but seemed to react after Goyle's signal. "Ah, yes. They support Muggles and Muggle-borns so much. It's really annoying, isn't it? Then, they might be the next to be attacked. Isn't it?" Malfoy sank into the sofa, seeming to want to stay as far away from the two people opposite him as possible. "What are you talking about?" Malfoy said seriously, "Muggle-born wizards are also excellent. For example, Hermione. The Weasley family isn't that bad. At least they are united and they really help their friends when they are in trouble. Unlike you two who are so unreliable. Anyway, don't believe that report. It's a tabloid that has not been incorporated into the Galaxy Group. It's specifically trying to discredit people related to the Galaxy Group." Crabbe and Goyle seemed stunned. Was this the Malfoy they knew? After a long while, Goyle continued, "So, who do you think is the heir of Slytherin, Harry or Lucien?" Malfoy widened his eyes and said, "If you want to die, don't drag me along." He quickly said, "How is that possible? They are definitely not that. I've said it many times." He looked around and didn't see Lucien at all, but he continued, "Harry is so reckless, I would believe him if he said he was the heir of Gryffindor, but Slytherin? Haha, impossible. As for Lucien, my brother Lou, that's even more impossible. Although he studies the dark arts, ahem, but he is upright. And he is willing to help others. He is both good in character and in study. He is qualified to be recognized by Slytherin, but he definitely did not open the Chamber of Secrets." Crabbe continued to ask, "Then, who opened the Chamber of Secrets? I mean, it would be great if we knew, so we can help him clean up the Muggle-borns." Malfoy was silent for a moment, taking this opportunity to say, "How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know who it is. Dad refused to tell me the details of the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened. He said that everything was kept secret, and if I knew too much, it would seem suspicious. I actually want things to stop, because this is different from what Dad said. He said that the heir would clean up the impure blood in the school, but I just want to go to school in peace. He told me not to show up in public, to let the heir of Slytherin continue his actions, and not to get involved in this matter. But now the school is in chaos, and there are even rumors that if the heir is not caught, Hogwarts will be closed. And things are getting really weird at school. I occasionally hear someone yelling my name. It's so weird. Pansy has also been affected and is living in fear all day. Life like this is not fun at all. What's wrong with you?" When Malfoy was sighing, Crabbe and Goyle suddenly couldn't sit still. They got up and fled in panic, one covering his face, the other covering his head, while shouting, "My stomach hurts, I need to go to the bathroom," but they did not return to the dormitory. Instead, they turned around and ran out of the lounge quickly. Malfoy had a black question mark expression on his face, not understanding what was going on with these two guys. But when he turned around, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled. "Ah!" Lucien showed up, crossed his legs, and sat on the sofa where Crabbe and Goyle had just been. "Tell me exactly what sound you heard." The situation Malfoy encountered was very similar to the diary's calling person, but many black magic props or ghosts also have similar effects, so Lucien explained the appearance and danger of the diary. After hearing this, Malfoy was thoughtful and finally knew what the culprit who opened the Chamber of Secrets looked like. "Pay attention. If you find any trace of the diary, contact me immediately. Don't contact me alone." After developing Malfoy into an intelligence agent, the 4 major colleges finally had spies. Hufflepuff has Senior Cedric watching over it, Ravenclaw has Crazy Girl Luna investigating it, and now Slytherin is handed over to Malfoy. Little diary, I wonder where you can run. Chapter 143. At Lucien's reminder, Hermione finally reacted at the last moment before taking the medicine and did not drink the cat hair compound potion. Otherwise, she would turn into a cat monster and look quite shocking. After all, the polyjuice potion absolutely cannot change across species. That would result in her not being able to change back, and she would have to stay in the school hospital for at least a month to lose her hair and beard. Lu Sen told Harry and the others about his discovery that night, and launched a soul-searching attack on their poor acting skills. What was that like? It was such an awkward performance. Harry and the others were completely stunned. Lu Sen actually witnessed the entire process of their feat of spying on intelligence. Lu Sen was able to gain Malfoy's trust so easily. Didn't they spend a month preparing the medicine for nothing? They risked social demise. Abandoned male toilet or 2 men and 1 woman abandoned toilet.jpg. The school was calm for several weeks and the students from various colleges did not notice anything. Under the influence of rumors, the principal and professors received dozens of anonymous reports, which made the Battle of the Chamber of Secrets between Harry and Lu Sen sound very serious and detailed. As time went on, the professors could no longer ignore it, and finally, after consultation with Dumbledore, Lu Sen had to make concessions. In addition to being more low-key in his daily life and trying to avoid walking alone, his shadow guard was also withdrawn from the castle. Firstly, the young wizards were wary of those ghosts, saying that they were Lu Sen's evil ghost army. Secondly, the basilisk's attack was really hard to predict. If they monitored too much, the young wizards would be afraid, but if they monitored too little, it would be useless, so Lu Sen simply asked them to withdraw. The ghosts who finally found their master were naturally reluctant to leave. The opportunity to eat delicious food was too rare. They wanted to protect Master Lu Sen for the rest of their lives. Lu Sen also didn't want to dismiss these ghosts. They had great knowledge reserves and the ability to directly carry out tasks. So Lu Sen temporarily arranged the ghosts in the Shrieking Shack, and every weekend they would have a dinner party in Hagrid's basement, using the pie drawing curse to satisfy everyone's cravings. Apart from these unpleasant things, Madame Pomfrey brought an exciting piece of good news. The Mandrake became silent. This shows that these guys are gradually leaving their childhood, and it won't be long before they can brew the antidote. Malfoy has become much more talkative since talking with Lu Sen, and after getting to know him, I found that he is not that annoying after all. He seemed very interested in Chinese magic, but Lu Sen only told him some basic things. Eastern and Western magic are 2 different systems. If you don't learn them simultaneously from the beginning, you will be affected by them if you try them rashly. After a while, Malfoy and Lu Sen got along better and better. It was surprising that he was quite knowledgeable about food. Lu Sen occasionally used the pastry drawing curse to let him taste Chinese food and Muggle food. Especially fried chicken and hamburgers, this guy is actually obsessed with them. Thinking back to the first time I tempted him with an empty KFC box on the train, I suddenly felt that I was so childish at that time. So Lu Sen took advantage of the weekend to invite everyone to Hagrid's house and made a meal of fried chicken, hamburgers, and French fries for everyone. Such high-calorie food naturally requires some fat house-happy water. Lu Sen specially asked someone to go to a Muggle supermarket and buy a few boxes of Muggle drinks such as Coke and Sprite, which were delivered from the Galaxy Express locker. By the way, I will also hand over the Muggle food and beverage business to Lupin, and then publish it on the shopping platform. The friends gradually accepted the good Malfoy, and everyone ate and drank in a very harmonious atmosphere. Even the ghosts who were having dinner in the basement also enjoyed the happiness of the 3-piece set of weight gain. Halfway through, Malfoy suddenly fell silent, and told Hagrid and Lu Sen a piece of gossip. The Ministry of Magic has been unable to catch the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets, and plans to use the same old trick again and find someone to take the blame. Everyone was very indignant. The Ministry of Magic's behavior was really incompetent and stupid. But who should be arrested? Hearing this, Hagrid suddenly froze, and the chicken leg in his mouth slammed onto the table with a thud. That's right. I heard from my dad. The Ministry of Magic is going to take you to Azkaban, Hagrid. Malfoy said with a frown. Lu Sen quickly contacted Lupin, and Ron immediately called his father. After a while, both of them received a reply that the Ministry of Magic would send someone to take Hagrid away next week. The order was personally issued by the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Hagrid, a man over 3 meters tall, was so frightened when he heard about Azkaban that he stopped after eating only 12 burgers. Harry didn't know what Azkaban was yet. He looked at them blankly, not understanding what in the world could scare Hagrid. Lu Sen explained, Azkaban is a place dedicated to holding wizard prisoners. The guards there are monsters called Dementors who suck away all the happiness of people and leave them with only bad memories. Harry didn't quite understand. Happiness could be sucked away? And people could be forced to remember bad things? Was it so magical? Lu Sen shook his head. You're just being naive. You see, My pie drawing spell can force people to feel the joy of eating, hey. Lu Sen's eyes lit up, and the twins and Cedric also keenly realized the key. The four of them left the dining table in perfect tacit understanding and couldn't wait to start the experiment. Hagrid. Don't panic. We may be able to keep you safe in prison. After that, several people started to discuss and quickly began to verify. Avada Big Pie was derived from the 3 unforgivable curses, and its unreasonable attributes have not changed at all. What if we improve on this? Can we amplify the joy and satisfaction of eating delicious food and resist the negative influence of dementors on people? After a day and a night, the research team finally got a satisfactory answer. Hagrid, come on, take off your clothes. You, what are you going to do? What can we do? If we go to prison, we must have a domineering tattoo. Only in this way can we suppress everyone. Become the bully in prison. It seems to make sense, but tattoos can protect against dementors. A few days later, Hagrid was taken away as expected. He was escorted to a place that could not be marked on the map. There are raging waves on all sides, and the endless sea is roaring all the time. In the middle of the waves stood a dark building with 3 sides and many windows with thick bars. The most terrifying thing was that there were dark shadows floating around the building, their bodies covered in tattered robes, and their arms were exposed in the strong wind. They were grey, thin, and scabby, as if they were corpses that had been dead for many years and were soaked in water. They are the guards of this magical prison dementors, who specialize in sucking people's happiness. Hagrid was thrown into an empty cubicle with nothing in it except a small amount of straw. The people from the Ministry of Magic closed the door and fled as fast as they could. Even they were unwilling to stay here for another second. Crazy laughter soon came from the surrounding rooms. Almost all the people here were extremely evil, and some had been tortured by dementors to the point of losing their minds. Ah ha ha ha. Another one comes. Die. Die. I bet he won't last a week. New guy. What have you done wrong? KTM, tell me and make me happy. Hey! Whose side are you on? Saints or Death Eaters? Big man! What year is it now? Has he who must not be named ruled the world? But soon everyone fell silent, leaving only the sounds of painful groans and sobs, because the dementors had started their meal. Everyone huddled in a corner of the prison, gritting their teeth and enduring with determination, trying hard to recall the happy past. The weak-willed man had fainted with his eyes rolled back, but even in coma, a wisp of translucent mist was still being sucked away. That was people's happiness. There was also a big black dog with a bug, hiding quietly in the dark, looking at the familiar ranger with shining eyes. Like many other prisoners, Hagrid felt the bone-chilling cold, and the hope, happiness, and beauty in his mind gradually became blurred, as if his entire life had become dim and there would never be a turnaround. He shook his head, and with the last bit of rationality, he quickly took action. He tore off the special clothes made up of 5 prison uniforms, revealing a body of rock-solid muscles. This was the result of following Lu Sen's scientific fitness. He ran to the window in 2 steps, letting the dim moonlight shine on his broad back. There was an extra tattoo there, which was a ferocious and fierce 3-headed giant dog. But, this thing is just a deception. The real work is a little pearl behind Hagrid's ear. Peppa Pig. Under the moonlight, the 3-headed dog flashed a ray of light, and finally gathered upwards and came to the pink pig. Guided by sunlight and moonlight, the small Peggy tattoo began to work. The underlying magic runes quietly operated, using the principles of Chinese talismans. The tattoo began to guide the magic power in the body, and finally stimulated the engraved painting pie magic. Hagrid, who felt gloomy in his heart, suddenly felt refreshed. He felt a sense of satisfaction, accomplishment, pleasure, and fullness, all coming to him. Ha 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 ha. Hagrid smiled heartily, the little joy dispelled the darkness, and he was full of energy again. But the next moment, the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, and the 3-headed dog immediately lost its light. The next moment, Hagrid immediately started exercising according to Lu Sen's instructions. Push-ups. Squats. Boxing. Ah ha 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 ha. So satisfying. So cool. Taking into account the instability of sunlight and moonlight, Lu Sen specially designed a backup activation plan fitness. In order to avoid detection by the Ministry of Magic, the tattoo must be activated in these 2 ways before a magical reaction will occur. This way, it is not only safe and controllable, but also allows Hagrid to have something to do in prison. So, a great god appeared in Azkaban. He fought against Dementors by exercising. The only black dog who remained sane stared with wide eyes. How could he resist the Dementors' invasion like this? Is this magic? From then on, Rubeus Hagrid's name began to spread slowly in the martial arts world. The prisoners called him the Devil's Muscle Man. The Three-Headed Dog of Hell. The Blue Beast of Azkaban. Chapter 144. It's Hagrid. The person who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago was Hagrid. These words were not said by the little wizards who were unaware of the truth, but by Malfoy. Ron immediately shouted angrily, "You're talking nonsense. Lucien has already told everyone. It was someone else who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Did you eat the hamburgers and fried chicken at Hagrid's house for nothing? You are so ungrateful." Many of the friends also looked unhappy, and the little trust they had finally built up in this Slytherin began to waver. Seeing the other parties panic, Lucien stopped everyone from denouncing him. "What's going on? Don't you know what kind of person Hagrid is? How could he have opened the Chamber of Secrets?" Malfoy calmed his breath and said with horror in his eyes, "I found the diary." "Hey? Where is it? Take it out." Lucien excitedly grabbed the other person's shoulders and almost shook him unconscious. Wait, lost. Surrounded by the crowd, Malfoy swallowed and began to describe what he had encountered. Last night, when he passed by an empty corridor, he heard the deep voice again. At first, he remembered Lucien's warning and quickly took out his cell phone to contact for help. "I called twice and no one answered." Lucien laughed dryly and looked at everyone embarrassedly. When his eyes met Ginny's, they both blushed instantly. "I didn't bring my phone with me. I went for a run. Just a run. Nothing else." While waiting, Malfoy's mind began to be affected. He opened the diary in a daze, and was then brought back to Tom Riddle's memories of 50 years ago. In Tom's memory, Malfoy witnessed Hagrid raising a giant spider named Aragog in the school. It's absolutely true. That memory is so real. I don't want to believe it either, but Hagrid is not being wrongly accused. He really does have a criminal record. Lucien raised his hand to stop Malfoy. "Hagrid was wronged 50 years ago, and he is still wronged now. First, tell me where the diary is." Malfoy showed a look of horror. "I just finished watching that memory, and then a large number of spiders came from all directions." Ron's hair stood on end immediately, and a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. He was most afraid of spiders. The diary was taken away by a spider. It ran towards the Forbidden Forest. Several people looked at each other, all of them were shocked by this development. Lucien was even more confused. There was no such situation in the original plot. Hermione said immediately, "It's a trap. It's obvious that the diary wants to lead us to the Forbidden Forest. There must be something dangerous waiting for us there. Do we still need to prepare? The Forbidden Forest is full of scary things. And this time there are spiders. How big are the spiders you just mentioned?" Ron asked with a troubled expression as if he had eaten a slug. Malfoy raised his fist and said, "The leader spider is this big." Ron's face turned pale at that moment. Lucien glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "Whether it is a conspiracy or an open conspiracy, we must go to the Forbidden Forest." However, he still told Dumbledore the news, thinking it is better to be safe than sorry. Unfortunately, the headmaster is not in school. Not only is he busy with Hagrid's affairs, but he also has to deal with impeachment from the board of directors. Under Lucius's operation, the board of directors intends to remove Dumbledore from his position as headmaster. After hearing the news, everyone looked at Malfoy even more unfriendly. Alas! It seems we have to do it on our own. At night, Lucien took Harry, Ron, and Malfoy into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The Weasley twins, Ginny and Hermione, who were worried about them, were left in the common room. Lucien's reasoning was very sound. If too many people went, the diary would be scared away even if it was really there. If it wasn't there at all, it would be suitable for evacuation if there were fewer people. The selection of people is also reasonable. Harry is the little pioneer in eliminating lurks appointed by Dumbledore. Ron needs to overcome his fear of spiders. As for Malfoy, who provides intelligence, it is safer to bring him along. Ron was trembling on the way, and his voice was trembling. "Why is there a spider as big as a fist? Why do we have to come here in the middle of the night? Can I not go?" Malfoy even cried out in injustice, "I don't want to go either. Why take me with you?" Lucien looked at the calm Harry, shook his head and said, "It's just a big spider, it's not difficult. You two will understand when the time comes. This is a rare training opportunity, just shoot and you'll be done." Then he took out unlimited ammunition guns from his backpack and gave them to them. The two of them tightened the magic AK in their hands and felt a little safer. Malfoy had never held this upgraded new gun before, and after Ron and Harry introduced it to him, his eyes gradually lit up. Titanium alloy? Such a powerful material. Unlimited bullets? No need to worry about ammunition anymore. Plus Lu Sen, who has abnormal combat power. With you and this infinite bullet magic gun, what's there to be afraid of? This win. Lu Sen's face changed drastically and he covered the other person's mouth instantly. This flag cannot be raised. The few of them followed the spiders in the forest deeper and deeper, and gradually they heard rustling sounds all around them. As we continued forward, the forest became more dilapidated, with many broken tree trunks and treetops covered with spider webs. The rustling sounds in the darkness became louder, and an eerie cracking sound came from the trees, from the darkness, and from every corner. In order not to alarm the spiders, Lu Sen did not use the lighting spell. As the surroundings became darker, he calmly put on the echolocation glasses. The scene in front of me was very shocking. Each of the spiders staring at me in the dark was as big as a horse pulling a cart. They had 8 eyes, 8 legs, and were covered with black hair. After a while, the spiders began to become restless and gradually emerged from the darkness, which scared the 3 people except Lu Sen. "Spider! This is too big," Ron said tremblingly. "We are Hagrid's friends, and we are here to find Aragog," Lu Sen shouted. The big spiders stopped approaching, and their 2 powerful front claws kept opening and closing, as if they were communicating with their companions. They did not attack a few people, but they gathered more and more, completely blocking their retreat. Ron was so scared that he was about to cry, and he kept making panicked groans. Malfoy was also very scared, but after hearing Ron's voice, he calmed down a little and just mocked the other party. Not far ahead, in a depression, dense spider webs formed a hemispherical nest. More large spiders crawled out from the shadows and surrounded the people. Ron yelled and was about to shoot, but Harry stopped him in time. Malfoy asked tremblingly, "Should we not be here?" Lu Sen raised his hand to signal him to shut up, then shouted loudly, "We want to see Aragog." A moment later, with a series of clicking sounds, a spider as big as a baby elephant slowly crawled out from the depths of the nest. Its fur was a little whitish, and the 8 eyes on its ugly face were pale, indicating that it was blind. "I was sleeping, who woke me up?" it said unhappily, looking around blankly with its blind eyes. "People. Strangers," a big spider said, opening and closing its claws quickly. "We are Hagrid's friends. Aragog." This time the spider named Aragog heard clearly. "Hagrid? He never brings anyone to my hollow," it said slowly. "Where are they?" Lu Sen immediately said, "Hagrid is in trouble. He can't come over for the time being, but we have something else to ask you today." "A diary. An evil black magic diary. Where is it?" "What diary?" Aragog asked, confused. Chapter 145. The man who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago created a diary with evil thoughts. Not long ago, the diary opened the Chamber of Secrets again. Hagrid was wrongly accused again and is now imprisoned in Azkaban. "Help me find it. This can save Hagrid." Aragog said angrily, "Hagrid is a good man. They are wronging him again. He was not the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets." Harry interrupted, "Then do you know where the Chamber of Secrets is? Who opened it back then?" "I come from a distant country. When I was still an egg, I was given to Hagrid by a traveller. He was still a child at that time, but he took good care of me and kept me in a closet. I have never been to other places in the castle. I don't know who opened the Chamber of Secrets, but I can feel what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is." "What is it?" Harry asked excitedly. "We don't," said Aragog fiercely. "We don't tell its name. I didn't even tell Hagrid the name of that horrible creature, an ancient creature that we spiders fear the most. It's a basilisk," Lu Sen said lightly. All the spiders trembled at the same time, and cried out in fear. "Don't say that name," Aragog said with lingering fear. "How did you know? Anyone who saw that thing should be dead. I know more than you think. I also know that you are a good spider and have never hurt anyone." But I am not interested in these. One of your spider disciples is confused by the diary. Help me find the diary. Hagrid needs your help. I will also give him a gift to express my gratitude afterwards. What do you think? At this moment, Malfoy suddenly stiffened, and then quickly pointed the gun at Aragog. His hands were shaking and his eyes kept switching between cruelty and clarity. Harry and Ron quickly raised their guns as well, thinking Malfoy was threatening the spider. What are you doing, Malfoy? Although Ron was afraid of spiders, he still felt something was wrong. The spiders immediately let out sharp chirps. Even though they did not recognize the strange things in the hands of the people, they knew that the humans in front of them had bad intentions. But the next moment, Malfoy suddenly turned the gun towards Lucien. Seeing that something was not right, Harry immediately switched axe mode to stunning spell and pointed it at Malfoy, who had turned against him. Ron quickly followed suit. However, Lucien activated his defense without panicking, and then said slowly, "Shoot. Haven't you been dissatisfied with me for a long time? I have beaten you several times." But Malfoy did not shoot. His expression kept changing, as if he was struggling with something. His whole face was distorted, veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat dripped like rain. "Draco. Come on. I know you are not a bad person. You don't want to be controlled by dark magic, right? No one can control your thoughts. Show your courage and pride." Harry and Ron looked at each other and seemed to understand the meaning. "Let me help you. Avada Huapian." With a clang, the AK was thrown to the ground and Malfoy collapsed on the ground. Although he looked a little disheveled and his hair was soaked with sweat, his face showed the joy of victory. Malfoy closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths of the misty air. He felt as if he was reborn. "Not bad, Draco. You willed yourself out of the control. What was it?" "The Imperious Curse." Malfoy looked at the outstretched hand, then looked at Lucien's sincere smile, and was actually a little moved. After standing up, Malfoy suddenly remembered something and said in panic, "We've fallen into a trap. The diary is not in the Forbidden Forest at all. We have to go back quickly." "Go back?" Aragog's slightly angry voice sounded. "What do you think this place is? Can you come and go as you please? Did you intend to kill me and my child just now?" The spiders began to close the circle, and the sound of clicking could be heard. The four men stood back to back, aiming their guns at the swarm of spiders. A giant spider said fiercely, "Eat them! How dare they disrespect Aragog!" Seeing Aragog slowly retreating into the lair, Harry hurriedly shouted, "Don't you never hurt anyone?" "Haha, I never hurt anyone, and I have been trying to restrain my children from hurting Hagrid over the years, but fresh human flesh is delivered to my door, and I can't stop them from enjoying it. Goodbye, Hagrid's friend." Lucien smiled and said happily, "Then, we won't be polite. Everyone. Split spell, infinite bullet mode, free fire." At the command, the axe in the hands of the four began to pour out magic ammunition. In an instant, 4 torrents of magic shot out, and everywhere they went was filled with wailing. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The dense firepower destroyed everything in its path, and hundreds of thousands of spells of breaking apart swept across everything. Ron was frightened at first, but he became excited as he killed more spiders. Later, he even laughed heartily while pulling the trigger. His arachnophobia was cured. In a short while, only broken limbs were left in the field, and sticky dark green blood was everywhere, making the scene extremely disgusting. Aragog in the nest and the giant spiders that surrounded them were all beaten into pieces by the 4 men. "Well, no. Too many fish slipped through the net. What if they seek revenge on me? It's too troublesome. Get ready to fire." After saying that, Lucien took out the thunder wand and pointed it at the sky. Surging magic power surged out, and then he shouted loudly, "Come here, the 8-eyed giant spider." There was a loud bang. The sound filled the sky. A huge bolt of lightning burst out from the magic wand, dividing into a 360-degree dense electric grid with no dead angles in mid-air, and instantly penetrated into the dense forest. A few seconds later, a whooshing sound was heard in the air. It was the summoned spider. "Tade! Tade!" Harry and the other 2 began shooting at the flying spiders. As the triggers were pulled, the large 8-eyed giant spiders were eliminated one by one. "Lucien, we've eliminated all the big ones, that should be enough, right?" Looking at the countless spiders floating in the air, Malfoy swallowed and said. Lucien shook his head and said righteously, although the eight-eyed giant spiders are destructive to the environment, bloodthirsty, ferocious and brutal, forming gangs and repaying kindness with enmity, but God is merciful, and I am soft-hearted. How about this? Those below the wheels will be left, and those above the wheels will be eliminated. With a wave of his hand, Lu Sen classified the spiders struggling in the air, then pulled the trigger to kill all the unqualified ones. Lu. Brother Lu? Didn't you say that those below the wheel should stay behind? Hey? Yeah, bicycle wheels, lay flat. Chapter 146. The four little wizards looked at each other in bewilderment. The mountains and forests around them were filled with broken limbs of spiders, and sticky green blood and unknown tissues covered every inch of the ground under their feet. Ron frowned and said, "I'm not afraid of spiders at all now, I just feel a little nauseous." Really? That's great. Go to the cave and pluck some hair from Aragog's head. I'll make you a wand. What? I'm going to the cave alone. When Ron went deeper into the cave trembling with fear, Lu Sen took out the thunder wand and cast a large-scale flying spell, Poisonous Turtle Fly Over. A large number of poisonous claws suddenly flew out from the spider's corpse. Lu Sen extracted the venom from them and filled 2 large bottles, weighing almost 3 kilograms. Not bad, not bad. I'll give this to my alchemist when I get back. The venom of the eight-eyed giant spider is sold by the drop on the black market. These 2 large bottles will surely become a collection that Professor Snape will be satisfied with. Then. No, it wouldn't be too much to borrow 2 kilograms of Felicity's lotion or something, right? After extracting all the valuable things, Lu Sen left out 5 relatively complete spider corpses, processed them slightly with shrinking spells and sealing talismans, and packed them into his backpack. Lu Sen did not ignore the large amount of biological garbage in the other mountains and forests. He cast a floating spell lightning chain and added a 40-meter-long thunder and flame lightsaber. In an instant, the forest regained its glory. It was hard to imagine that 10 minutes ago there were thousands of horse-sized eight-eyed giant spiders lurking here. Ron walked out of the cave clutching a handful of black fluff, and was surprised to find that the place had completely changed. The blood and flesh on the ground had completely disappeared, replaced by floating dust and the smell of burnt barbecue. Before he could ask his doubts, he suddenly saw 2 beams of light in the distance. Several people took out AK and were on full alert, but what they didn't expect was that the one approaching here was not a monster, but Ron's Ford car. The car was very wild at this time, with the tattered body and the rear compartment and front cover not closed tightly. The little car had a rudimentary self-awareness. After falling on the whomping willow, it abandoned Harry and the others and ran into the forbidden forest alone. Unexpectedly, it appeared at this time. "I guess it sensed your breath, Ron," Lu Sen guessed. The anxious owner's car circled around the few people, and seemed to sense that the little master was not in danger, so he honked twice and turned around and left. Lu Sen quickly advised, "Where are you going? You will soon become a pile of scrap metal in the woods. Come back with us. We will give you a maintenance. If you like adventure, I can turn you into an off-road vehicle. Then you can go wherever you want. How about it?" The car obviously hesitated and then quietly backed up. "What do you like? Motor oil? Gasoline? Or magical transformation? Mr. Weasley missed you. Let's go. We will protect you well and won't let you walk long distances or hit a tree." Xiao Chei's mind was quite simple and Lu Sen convinced him with just a few words. It opened the door and motioned for several people to get in, so the journey back became a drive. Driving around the Forbidden Forest is magical. The task of driving was given to Ron. Although he did not have a driver's license, drove privately and had accidents, he was an experienced driver. Lu Sen turned to look at Malfoy. "Where is the diary now?" "It shouldn't be Crabbe or Goyle, their IQ diary would be disgusted." "So is it your girlfriend Pansy?" Okay, you're right. I just discovered this recently, too. After I noticed something, I started paying attention to her. But I was controlled without realizing it." Ron snorted, "I don't know if you are still under control." Lu Sen patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, everything is fine now. I noticed his abnormality a long time ago, and I just took advantage of the situation to see what tricks the diary was playing." Harry was speechless. The situation was too dangerous. "Is it really okay to play like this? You are really skilled and brave." "No, you are just skilled and brave." After leaving the car in Hagrid's stable, they walked towards the castle. Ron asked curiously, by the way, you said the thing released from the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk? What is that? Very dangerous. Malfoy rarely mocked Ron, but said solemnly, the basilisk, also known as the Snake King, is the most outrageous and most lethal magical creature I have ever heard of. Ron was a little skeptical, mainly because he was dissatisfied with the fact that Malfoy knew such an unpopular thing. A basilisk can grow to be extremely large and can live for thousands of years. Anyone who looks directly into its eyes will die instantly. The basilisk is the natural enemy of spiders, so there are so many spiders running away from the castle. The basilisk is most afraid of the crowing of roosters. Harry frowned. No wonder Hagrid said someone poisoned his chickens. Everything fits together. Several people had already walked up to the castle at this time, and under the effect of the invisibility talisman, they quietly walked to their respective lounges. Just when they were about to go their separate ways, Lucien in front suddenly stopped, causing the others behind to rear-end him. What? Oops. What happened? Why did you stop? SHH. Don't make any noise. Lucien hurriedly asked the three people to be quiet because he heard some noise in the corridor ahead. A few people approached quietly and found that Professor McGonagall, Professor Felive, Snape, and other professors were all there, and everyone had a very complicated expression. 2 stiff students were lying on the ground, and a new line of blood-red words appeared on the wall, her body will remain in the secret room forever. Malfoy could hardly restrain himself, those 2 were his 2 great guardians. And the she on the wall made Malfoy even more uneasy. Sure enough, during the professor's discussion, his guess came true, and the person who was brought into the secret room was Pansy Parkinson. The professors were helpless. If the Chamber of Secrets claimed the lives of the students, Hogwarts would undoubtedly have to close tomorrow. Lockhart arrived only then, and was even still grinning, putting on his unchanging charming smile. All the teachers looked at him with disgust and hatred, but he could not feel it at all. Snape stepped forward and said sarcastically, "It's time to show your brilliance. A female student has been captured and taken to the Chamber of Secrets. Go and save her." Lockhart's face turned pale instantly and he stuttered when he spoke. "Me? Myself?" Professor Sprout had a playful expression on his face. "Yes, haven't you been hinting that you have discovered the location of the secret room a long time ago? Then the task of saving the students is up to you." "Ah, did I say that? Didn't you say that you have completely guessed what the monster inside is?" Professor Flitwick interrupted. Is that so? Why don't I remember?" Lockhart's forehead began to sweat. "I remember you said that it was a pity that you didn't fight the monster before Hagrid was captured," Snape said with a smile on his face. "You also said that we messed up the whole thing. Shouldn't we have let you handle it from the beginning? Go ahead. We will never interfere. Tonight is a great opportunity for you to show your skills," said Professor McGonagall. Lockhart stared at his colleagues with stern faces in amazement. His lips trembled as he said, okay. I'll go back to the office first, and make some preparations." After saying this, he staggered away. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief, finally got rid of him. Then she said in a heavy tone, "Deans of each college, inform the students that the Hogwarts Express will be waiting at the station tomorrow morning. We have to close the school." The professors controlled Crabbe and Goyle's stiff bodies to float up and walk towards the school hospital. At this time, the sharp-eyed Lucien noticed that Crabbe seemed to have a ball of paper in his hand. He raised his hand and quietly let it fly into his hand. When he opened it, he found it was a page of a book. At this time, the professors had already walked away. Lucien was the first to show up and look at the clues left by Crabbe. Malfoy asked in confusion, "This is the part about the basilisk that I tore off from Flourish and Blots. How did he get it?" Lucien took a closer look and found that it was indeed an introduction to the basilisk. "You knew there was a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets before school started?" I overheard my dad mention it, but I didn't know that was the one in the secret room. But I suspected it later." Lucien turned it over and saw a line of words written in messy handwriting on the back of the page, "Save me. Haunted women's restroom, snake-shaped mark under the faucet." Lucien's face lit up with joy, and the memories in his mind that were affected by the loyalty curse suddenly became clear. This seemed to be the entrance to the secret room. However, Malfoy, who also saw the handwriting, looked terrified. "This is Pansy's handwriting. She must be in danger." Ron said disdainfully, "Tisk, who knows if it's a trap? Besides, the diary used her to open the secret room, how could he bear to kill her?" Harry hesitated, his intuition told him that Pansy must be in real danger. Lu Sen also had a serious look on his face. The diary was meant to extract Pansy's vitality and then regain her body. "The diary, I'm afraid it will be harmful to her. There's no time to explain, hurry up and save her." Considering that Dumbledore was away and Professor McGonagall was old, Lu Sen took out his cell phone and told Snape the situation. "The situation is urgent. No matter if it's true or false, we have the address now, so let's save people first." Chapter 147. Snape was silent for a few seconds after hearing Lu Sen's report. "Just do it. I'll come to reinforce you after I'm done with this. If there's danger in the Chamber of Secrets, remember to stand in front. A scourge like you will definitely not die. But if Harry makes any mistakes, be careful or I'll make you into a specimen." "Lu Sen, why are you so cruel? Can't you say something auspicious?" Lu Sen hung up the phone depressedly and activated the flying armor, rushing back to the dormitory door to get some special props. It took less than 5 minutes, and when he came back he saw Gilderoy Lockhart arguing with Harry and the other two. Lockhart was no longer as glamorous as before. He was being pulled by 3 people in a slightly embarrassed manner. He was holding 2 suitcases in his hands and was obviously going to leave the school. "Kids, I have something important to do," Malfoy said viciously. "I think you are going to run away? Didn't you say you were going to rescue people? Where are you going now?" Harry and Ron also stepped forward to block Lockhart, their faces full of disgust. They already knew this guy's face very well. Lockhart, who was exposed, stopped pretending. "Kids, I have to tell you with regret that your memories will be erased. People will know that the 3 little boys who lost their best friends lost their memories because they were too sad. As for me, I regret that I failed to rescue the captured little witch, but I saved 3 guys who tried to show off their power." He suddenly pulled out his wand from behind, but Malfoy and the other 2 pulled out their wands even faster and pointed them at him. "That's it. It turns out that everything you wrote in your book is made up," Harry said contemptuously. No, no. Those are all true stories, I just borrowed them from others," Lockhart said without any regret. Lu Sen landed and took away Lockhart's wand with a delete weapon. "You still want to erase our memories? Forget it. Your story will be interviewed by the Galaxy News Channel. You can expect to be ruined." Lockhart's eyes suddenly widened, completely losing his graceful demeanor, and he was so panicked that he didn't know what to say. His voice was trembling and his face was full of pleading as he said, "Please, please. Don't do this. Don't do this. You will ruin me. And break the hearts of my fans." Lockhart was almost crying. Fame was all he pursued. "What do you want? Money? I'll give you all my endorsement fees. Oh, and my publishing fees. I made a lot of money. All for you. As long as you let me go." Several people looked at him as if he was a fool. Bribing Lu Sen with money? This was a very cold joke. "I don't have time to waste on you. Killing you or erasing your memory would be too easy for you." Lu Sen had already made arrangements for Lockhart, and ordered directly, "Listen carefully. I will petrify you, and when you wake up, make up a story for yourself, to cover us or to be ambushed by the basilisk, whatever you want. Someone from the Galaxy Group will contact you by then. Work hard for me, and I can consider continuing to make you a star. Maybe you will be more famous than you are now." A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Lockhart's sad face. As long as he could continue to be a star, he would do anything. "Really? Can you be more famous than you are now? Great." Lu Sen said no more, petrified. Harry and the other 2 looked at each other. They didn't understand what Lu Sen was doing, but they didn't ask much. The most urgent task was to save Pansy and stop the diary from gaining a physical body. After dealing with the annoying guy, the 4 of them headed straight for Myrtle's ladies' room. Harry and Ron were very familiar with this place. They and Hermione had secretly brewed polyjuice potion here for a month. "The entrance to the secret room is here? How is that possible?" Ron said in disbelief. Harry also frowned and thought. Apart from an annoying female ghost, there seemed to be nothing special about this women's restroom. Lu Sen observed carefully for a while but found nothing, but when he spread out the page of the book and asked everyone to silently recite the message on it, the circular sink in the middle of the toilet suddenly changed. Just like Nicholas Flamel's house, once you have the address provided by the secret keeper, the Fidelius's charm is released from its constraints on you. So in the eyes of several people, the 7 wash basins in the middle of the toilet suddenly had one more. It became 8. Lu Sen leaned over to check the extra sink, and sure enough, he found a hidden snake-shaped mark at the faucet. Harry, try saying open the door in Parseltongue. But I can't. Encouraged by Lu Sen, Harry tried it a few times, and when he made a low, hoarse sound, the faucet emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. The octagonal wash basin began to undergo a series of deformations. Finally, a tunnel with a diameter of more than 1 meter and a bottomless depth appeared in front of them. Fluorescent flash. After a few lighting balls were thrown down, the deeper parts of the tunnel became visible, but there was a bend further down and the situation below was still invisible. However, Lu Sen vaguely remembered that there was no danger here and there was a door at the back. So Lu Sen no longer hesitated and jumped down first. After a long slide, we finally reached the bottom. It was very dirty, with animal bones all over the ground and a nauseating smell of mold and decay all around. After reporting that they were safe, Ron, Malfoy and Harry jumped down one after another. Seeing the bones of small animals all over the ground, Malfoy became even more uneasy and couldn't believe Pansy's current condition. Lu Sen launched several lighting balls that hovered above the heads of several people, illuminating the space here as bright as day, allowing the scene in the distance to be seen clearly. The space ahead seemed to be a naturally formed cave. On the ground was a huge snake slough, which was very fresh and green, and seemed to have been replaced not long ago. Judging from the length of the slough, this snake monster was at least 7 to 8 meters long. After walking along a winding path, a thick stone wall blocked the way. In the middle was a round cast iron gate with 7 snake-shaped reliefs on it. Harry stepped forward and was about to start speaking in a foreign language. Wait! It's not safe ahead. Let's take our equipment with us before going in. After Lu Sen said that, he took out a few pairs of echo-imaging glasses from his backpack and handed them to a few people. The scariest thing about the basilisk is its eyes. Without the eyes that kill anyone who looks at them, its threat is greatly reduced. After Harry said open the door in Parseltongue, another iron snake crawled out of the door. As it crawled around the door, the 7 iron snakes that had originally stretched out retracted one by one. The heavy iron door made a sound of parts turning, and then slowly opened, revealing the passage behind. I'll go first. Oh, by the way, same as usual. After saying that, Lu Sen activated the invisibility talisman and disappeared into the air. Harry, Ron, and Malfoy looked at each other. No. Is this okay for you? Chapter 148. Passing through the thick iron door, they came to an extremely spacious underground treasure hall. There are 2 rows of huge columns here, supporting a dome whose height is difficult to tell. The pillars are carved with huge stone snake-like sculptures, each with a ferocious face. The few of them walked forward cautiously, but found that there was no movement at all. The surroundings were terribly quiet, with only the sounds of a few people's footsteps and breathing. At the deepest part of the palace, at the end is a huge stone wall with a majestic old man carved on it. His hair and beard were flying, filling the entire stone wall. It was a statue of Salazar Slytherin. A thin figure in a green wizard robe was lying quietly on the ground in front of the statue. Even through the echo-imaging glasses, one could tell that the little witch's face was very pale. Malfoy ran forward excitedly and picked her up carefully. Pansy! Don't die! Please! Don't die! Pansy in his arms was cold all over, and Malfoy's calls received no response at all. Although Harry and Ron didn't have a good impression of Pansy, they were both nervous. Don't die! Hold on! At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded beside them. She is not dead, for now. Malfoy was so scared that he almost fell to the ground, while Harry and Ron quickly raised their magic axe and locked the muzzles of their guns firmly on the person who was speaking. He was a senior boy in Slytherin uniform, and he was looking at them with a playful look on his face. What surprised Harry was that this handsome senior had an ethereal feeling all over his body, and he was glowing like a ghost. Who are you? Harry felt a stinging pain on his forehead and vaguely guessed the other person's identity. Malfoy recognized the other person at a glance and blurted out, "You are the man in the diary. Tom Riddle." Harry shuddered all over and then stared at the other person with firm eyes. It was really him, Voldemort. He and Ron immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Malfoy and Pansy, whose life or death was unknown. The famous Harry Potter. I've been looking forward to meeting you. See what kind of boy can defeat the greatest Dark Lord who ever lived. He strolled in front of several people and said calmly, but I want to see Draco Malfoy more. Malfoy was stunned. Why do you want to see me? Haven't you seen me before? Tom, who was transformed from the diary, turned around and looked into the darkness. I'm talking about the kid who calls himself Draco Malfoy. Lu Sen. Now that you're here, why are you hiding? Did he really find out? Or is he trying to trick me? Whatever, I'm ready. A few seconds later, Lu Sen showed up. Hey! Little Voldemort! Long time no see. You look good lately. Tom Riddle clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, You're here. I knew you would chase me. Lu Sen stepped forward and said as a matter of course, I haven't seen you for such a long time, I don't know if you have finished the homework I gave you last time. When it comes to homework, Tom Riddle instantly gets angry. Shut up! You little devil with a bad taste. I will repay you double for the pain you brought me. Lu Sen looked at the other person's gradually red face and the vicious look in his eyes that showed he was sure of winning, and he immediately understood. The diary is absorbing Pansy's vitality. When the other person dies, that's when he will obtain a physical body. Thinking of this, Lu Sen unceremoniously drew out the Thunder Wand and swept away with the Thunder Flame Light Sword without saying a word. The indestructible lightning sword encountered a special guy again after Snape's patroness last time. The lightning sword that could even cut through ghosts cut the opponent in half like a hot knife cutting through butter the previous second. But the next second, Tom was back to normal. It's useless. Your lightsaber magic is indeed powerful, but it's a waste of effort on me. I'm neither a physical entity nor a ghost. Tom said triumphantly with an arrogant and ferocious look in his eyes. Ron frowned and interrupted, What the hell are you? A memory. I am Voldemort's memory when he was 16. But in a little while, I won't be any more. I will return to this world again. Lu Sen snorted coldly and started a new attempt. The sealing talisman and the evil suppressing talisman were shot out at the same time. When the two talismans touched Tom, they immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. It works. Lu Sen was overjoyed. Tom's ethereal figure flashed, but the next second the other party reached out and tore the talisman off. His face showed pain, but it was quickly suppressed by ferocity and madness. You are very interesting. You have oriental magic, imaginative props, and impressive strength. I wanted to make you my capable subordinate, but I changed my mind. I will not allow anyone who offends me again and again to live in this world. After saying that, he threw the talisman to the ground and made a hissing sound. Harry's face turned pale. He's summoning a basilisk. As soon as Tom finished speaking in Parseltongue, the huge Slytherin head opened its mouth, and a ferocious giant snake as thick as a water tank crawled out from the exposed passage. Harry and the others subconsciously turned their heads away, not daring to look each other in the eye. But Lu Sen is very confident in his echo-imaging glasses. I'm not looking at you directly, what can you do to me? Just as Lu Sen expected, the basilisk's terrible killing power came from its eyes. The echo-imaging glasses rely on sound. With the help of the glasses, Lu Sen can completely ignore the magic in the other person's eyes. Under Tom's control, the basilisk stared at the few people fiercely with its big eyes, but the eyes that had been invincible for thousands of years did not work. Lu Sen and his companions not only stood there unharmed, but also observed the basilisk with great interest. Tom's eyes were cold as he understood the purpose of the strange glasses worn by several people, but he didn't seem surprised. You don't think I prepared such a serpent for you, do you? Knowing your strange abilities. After he finished speaking, he spoke in snake language again, and then the whole hall began to shake. A few people turned their heads to look, and apart from the snake monster with a fierce look in its eyes, 5 of the snake-shaped stone sculptures on the stone pillars began to change. The stone shells on their bodies began to crack, revealing the scales inside. Harry translated, what Voldemort said was very strange. He seemed to be talking about gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lu Sen was shocked and asked, What? Are you sure? Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are the 5 elements in Eastern magic. This is something from China. When Voldemort said this, Lu Sen immediately felt something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, 5 giant snakes of different colors broke away from the stone pillars, and the originally open underground space suddenly became crowded. It looked like it was cast in brass, shining with metallic luster, and sparks flew from the friction on the ground as it crawled. A piece of armor with rough scales and wood grain, green sprouts hidden under the scales, twisted thorns growing underneath. A snake with a body of snow white, its core spewing out cold white mist, the ground was frozen with a crackling sound. A snake spewed black smoke from its mouth, and inside its charred body was bubbling lava. The water on the ground was immediately evaporated by the terrifying high temperature as soon as it was touched. The thickest one was mottled all over, with edges and corners like unpolished granite. It made a harsh friction with the ground as it crawled, and all the stones and soil were absorbed by it wherever it passed, constantly growing stronger. Oh my goodness! Tom, are you having diarrhea? No, are you having a strange experience? Where did you get so many weird snakes? Lu Sen's mouth twitched. Is it that serious? I'm just an ordinary second-year wizard. Chapter 149. Tom gave a villain's usual smirk, and then said proudly, didn't expect it. Ever since I guessed your true identity, I have been setting up this place. Aren't you learning Chinese magic? These 5 elements snakes are the gifts I prepared for you. This is all thanks to your lab notes. Not really? Such a big gift is really embarrassing, little Tom. Lu Sen teased. Shut up! Tom shouted fiercely, call me by my other name. As he said this, he took out Pansy's wand and wrote Tom Marvolo Riddle in the air. Then, under his control, the positions of the letters continued to change, and finally formed new words, I am Voldemort. Lu Sen ignored the other party's immature performance and dug his earwax impatiently, okay, diary. If you want to continue using the code name of Noseless Monster, then continue using it. But do you know that villains die because they talk too much? Before the other party could figure out what this meant, Lu Sen had already finished chanting, fluorescent flash. A ball of light the size of a ping-pong ball instantly flew out of the thunder wand. The small ball of light is inconspicuous, even a little dim. Even when Harry and Ron thought that Lu Sen's illumination ball had failed, their echo-imaging glasses suddenly lost the signal and the entire screen turned white in an instant. At the same time, the basilisk and Tom let out heart-wrenching screams at the same time. Ah! Damn it! Hiss! Hiss! Illumination spell flash bomb mode. Is the brightness okay? Harry and the other two knew nothing about scientific research and had no idea what was going on. There is actually no concept of brightness in the images that echo imaging glasses bring to users. The small ball you just saw actually shows the magic reaction. But in the real picture, the small ball released by Lu Sen instantly emitted a light comparable to that of 10 flash bombs. The diary and the 5 elements snake were not real creatures, so the damage they suffered was not too serious. However, it was a tragedy for the snake monster that had lived in darkness all year round. 2 seconds later, the echo imaging glasses restarted the screen, and the basilisk was seen shaking its head in pain. Its body, as thick as a water tank, struggled violently, smashing the stone pillars around it into pieces. The glasses could only show the shapes of objects and the reactions of magic. Otherwise, they would see the poor basilisk's slit-shaped pupils opening and contracting as if it was malfunctioning. The originally big yellow eyes were now blood red, and his eyelids kept blinking in vain, trying to see even a little bit of the picture again, but unfortunately there was only a vast expanse of white and a burning pain. This is not the end. After Lu Sen fired a flash bomb, I'm going to make you blind, he immediately bent forward, approached the basilisk, and cast 2 permanent sticking spells. The basilisk roared unwillingly again, and it was now a luxury to even open its eyes, which were already blind. Diary was furious, closed his eyes and yelled, the basilisk has more than just eyes. It can find you even by hearing. Kill you. Lu Sen raised the corner of his mouth, are you sure you want to listen? The next moment, Lu Sen activated the special props that he had arranged in advance, and 10 rooster crows rang out from every corner. The poor basilisk was concentrating on listening for the enemy's position, when its ears were filled with the sound it feared most. The entire basilisk began to tremble more violently, as if it had been electrocuted. Diary was shocked. The rooster's cry was the basilisk's death warrant. In order to prevent the rooster from causing trouble, he asked Pansy to quietly deal with Hagrid's chickens. Where did Lu Sen get the live chickens? In fact, long before Hagrid complained about the unexplained deaths of his chickens, Lu Sen had already prepared more than a dozen roosters in advance. They were usually placed in the space inside the door, and silent sound symbols were pasted on the chicken coops, just to give the basilisk a hard blow when it appeared. Just now, Lu Sen sneaked in stealthily to arrange the rooster, but he didn't expect the effect to be so good. Tom had regained his sight by then, and was extremely anxious when he saw the basilisk wailing in pain. Close your ears and shut your ears. Tom first decisively cast a spell on the basilisk, and then immediately gave an order to the 5-shaped giant snakes waiting not far away, tear them apart. Lu Sen's eyes turned cold. The snake monster was indeed of great scientific value. He had not killed it directly because he wanted to spare its life. But there was no need to hold back on the snake that was transformed by magic. Lower your head. Following Lu Sen's loud shout, Harry and Ron, who were shooting with their guns, quickly lay down. Malfoy, who was holding Pansy, also felt the terrifying pressure and quickly protected his girlfriend under him. The 40-meter broadsword mode of the Thunder Flame Light Sword was instantly activated, and a thick plasma thunder flame whizzed past. In an instant, the temperature of the entire underground space soared sharply. Even through the echolocation glasses, the blade light shining with intense magic power became the only thing in sight. After the first strike, explosions, wailing, and huge crashes followed one after another. The 5 giant magic snakes reacted differently after being hit. The worst hit one was the thorn snake with wood attribute. Due to the conflict between their zodiac signs, its head was evaporated by a single blow, and the broken part was still burning violently. Although new thorns and vines continued to sprout with the help of internal magic, trying to grow the head back, it was in vain under the high temperature and flames. The water-attributed ice snake was split into 2, but thanks to the properties of water, the 2 halves of the body closed again in an instant, but the coldness on its body was much less. The injuries of the other 3 snakes were not serious. After all, these creatures made of metal, stone, and lava were much more resistant to high temperatures. The place where the metal snake was cut was red, and the golden scales had become blurred under the high temperature and showed signs of melting. As the metal snake crawled, the red part of its body became noticeably distorted, and it couldn't keep up with the movements. As the stone snake moved, it dropped a lot of rocks that were brittle due to the high temperature. The earth and rocks around it surged and filled the gaps in a blink of an eye. Lava snake. Lu Sen quickly activated his flying armor and took off at the critical moment. The next moment, the place where he was just now was bitten by a ferocious huge mouth with black smoke coming out. That was a close call. Lu Sen took off his echo imaging glasses. Although they were useful, the viewing angle and picture were not as good as what he actually saw. After the threat of the basilisk was gone, Lu Sen simply took off his glasses and released more than 10 lighting balls that illuminated the underground space as bright as day. That's much better. After saying that, Lu Sen leaned over and flew down again. It was not because the above was not safe enough, but because the 5 elements giant snake no longer had Lu Sen as its main target and began to approach Harry and the others. Boom, 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 boom. Harry and Ron kept firing bullets, but the free disintegration curse had little effect on the thick-skinned snakes. With Lu Sen's joining, the few people managed to hold their positions again, otherwise they would have to retreat back to Tom. Tom, who was a few steps away, watched the fight between the 2 men with cold eyes. The only thing he had to do now was to delay. In just a few moments, once the sacrifice died, he would be completely resurrected. Lu Sen noticed the other party's changes. His figure became more solid, and the pride in his eyes almost overflowed. What a joke! It's even easier now that you have a physical form. I can kill you with just one blow of my sword. Having said that, Lu Sen walked up to Tom with a wicked smile on his face and stabbed him directly with his Thunder Flame Lightning Sword. Asshole! What are you doing? This is totally useless. A trace of horror flashed across Tom's face, but it was quickly covered by boredom and pride. Lu Sen smiled and said, "It's useless? What about me?" As he spoke, he began to scribble on the opponent's translucent body and face with the Thunder Flame Light Sword in his hand like a paintbrush, writing an S now and a B now. Tom said angrily, "That's enough. Aren't you afraid that the little girl will die if you waste your time here?" Lu Sen said without hesitation, "Don't be afraid, I'm not familiar with her." "Little Tom, you're taking so long to revive. How long will it take?" Tom secretly clenched his fists. If this hateful guy didn't take the damn thing away, wouldn't he be stabbed to death just as he was about to be resurrected? Chapter 150. After a while, the wood-attributed thorn snake and water-attributed ice snake that had been shot in the head recovered and joined in the siege of the few people. Harry and Ron were immediately overwhelmed. Even though Malfoy joined the battle, the 3 acts with unlimited ammunition could not stop the 5 elements snake's advance. Aren't you going to help them? Or, you have no way to deal with the 5 elements giant snake I made casually? Tom said. Lu Sen smiled slightly, realizing that the other party wanted to divert his attention, but he remained unmoved. As long as the Thunder Flame Light Sword was inserted into Tom's body, the other party would never dare to complete the resurrection, and Pansy, whose life was sucked away, would not die. Who said I won't help? I just need to make a slight move. Lu Sen gave orders to the brainless 3-man team. Harry, switch to the freezing spell. Ron, you switch to the fire spell. Draco, you cooperate with them. Ron and Malfoy didn't quite understand it yet, but Harry had already figured it out. Ron, you fight the ice snake. I'll fight the lava snake. Draco, you cover. After having the correct battle strategy, Harry and his companions began to fight back. Unfortunately, they still haven't fully understood the attribute suppression. The thorn snake should attack with fire. The metal snake should attack with ice and fire alternately. Draco, you have to aim more and shoot at the places where they have attacked. However, it was not easy to accurately hit 5 constantly swaying snakes, and the 3 were defeated again. You are doomed to lose. Surrender to me now and I can give you a chance to survive. Tom tempted again. Lu Sen sighed, then why not do this? Pansy is going to die anyway. Rather than having her vitality sucked away by you, it's better for her to die early and peacefully. I'll kill her first. Tom was anxious. Wait. You are crazy. She is your classmate. Then what do you say we should do? Lu Sen raised his lips and said, how about you hand over your original diary to me and surrender to me, and I can give you a chance to live. After returning this sentence to Tom, Lu Sen laughed and quietly observed the other party's every move. Tom did not get angry, nor did his eyes wander at all. Instead, he looked at Lu Sen with a normal expression, as if he had seen through his opponent's trick. Lu Sen frowned. He had originally wanted to find out the location of the diary, but he didn't expect this guy to be so hard to fool. Considering that Tom had already recruited a group of followers to become the leader of a small team while he was in school, it turned out that his methods and emotional intelligence were not ordinary. At this time, Harry and his companions had retreated to Lu Sen's side, and the battle situation took a turn for the worse again. Okay, let's deal with a few little snakes first. As he spoke, Lu Sen took out an exquisite long box from his backpack, threw it on the ground, and began to recite the Chinese magic formula. The sky and the earth are boundless, the universe borrows the magic, protect my true body, and the fire is unsheathed. The universe is boundless, the universe borrows the law is born from the heart, and it is endless. The sky and the earth are boundless, the universe borrows the law, hurry up and obey the command. As soon as a few mysterious spells were uttered, the small box suddenly shook violently. Lu Sen held the lightning sword of thunder and flame in Tom's body with one hand, and with the other hand he made a spell and shouted, "Get up!" As soon as he finished speaking, the lid of the box opened automatically, and then hundreds and thousands of magic wands poured out from inside. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless magic wands flew out in overwhelming numbers, their volume definitely exceeded the size of the box, but the surging trend did not diminish at all. Tom, times have changed. Learn the correct way to use a magic wand. Lu Sen put his fingers together to form a sword, raised it upwards, pointed it forward, countless magic wands began to shoot out. Tom was stunned by the whole diary. So many wands. What's going on? The next moment, his eyes widened, and the huge magic power attached to the wand suddenly became extremely unstable. After flying to the 5 giant snakes, an incredible and violent explosion occurred. The magic power inside gushed out, chaotic and violent. Even from a distance you can feel the destructive force. And this explosion is endless. Boom. 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 An explosion duller than that of a heavy machine gun, more powerful than a grenade, a higher rate of fire than an AK with unlimited ammunition. The torrent of destruction was overwhelming, as if it could tear apart all obstacles before its eyes. At this moment, Harry finally understood what Lu Sen had said, the truth is only within the range of the cannon. Malfoy stared blankly ahead, unaware of the gravel hitting his face. Even though he had witnessed Lu Sen's amazing fighting ability, his worldview was refreshed again at this moment. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, and after exchanging a glance with Harry, he smiled knowingly, and they retreated tacitly. As long as Lu Sen used his ultimate power, there would be no need to worry about the giant snake or anything like that. After a while, the dust cleared, and where the 5 giant snakes had been, only a large pit and several twisted sections of brass remained. The loud noises just now were too frequent and the echo imaging glasses were greatly disturbed. At this moment, Harry and the others took off their glasses, staring at the deep pit in amazement, and had a new understanding of Lu Sen's destructive power. After dealing with the threat on the field, Lu Sen turned around and controlled more than a dozen magic wands to stab into Tom's body. What do you think? Surrender or die? Tom's face was distorted, and resentment was almost written on his face. Why? Why do you have such strong power? Lu Sen said calmly, want to learn? I'll teach you. But you have to show your loyalty first. Hee. Seeing the other person's expression of what can you do to me, Lu Sen immediately laughed. You don't think a memory is invincible, do you? I tell you, there is no such thing as invincible in the world. At least, Expecto Patronus can definitely hurt you. Tom's pupils shrank slightly. He was a little scared. The kid in front of him had incredible skills and the magic he mastered was not something he could master at his age. It was possible that he could master advanced magic like Expecto Patronus. Damn it! He. But I can't. When Lu Sen said this, Harry and others almost fell down. What did you say? But I'm going to try this. Avada Hwada Bing. As soon as the curse was uttered, Tom's eyes widened and he burped involuntarily. Lu Sen snapped his fingers happily, it seems to be working. How's it, Tom? Is the pie delicious? Percent Yuan 3. What kind of evil magic is this? I just seem to have eaten 10 pies. Are you crazy? You are using boring magic to comfort ghosts against me. Lu Sen rubbed his hands and said with a wicked smile, this is good magic. It can make you taste delicious food, or it can make you suffer. Harry and the other two took a few steps back. The expression on Lu Sen's face was so scary. For a moment, he looked more like a villain than Tom. The next moment, Lu Sen smiled friendlily again, but said something shocking. Eat shit, little Voldemort. How about a pound first? Avada, drawing big cakes. Voldemort, who had been calm and composed at first, suddenly changed his expression and his entire face became distorted. You! Despicable! Shameless! Ugh! Unfortunately, Voldemort, who was in a virtual state, did not even have the ability to resist and could only endure it silently. Is it delicious? I'll give you another pound of iced one, you're welcome. Ah! Kill you! I will definitely kill you. Ugh! What's that expression on your face? Is it too cold? Then try this one. Will it taste better if it's grilled? Weak, helpless, and pitiful Voldemort knelt on the ground, slowly and firmly crawling away, tears of humiliation rolling in his eyes. Ugh! You, don't come over here. Chapter 151. I remember that Lu Sen had to cast this magic himself in advance. Ron turned around in horror and asked Harry, who also had a complicated expression, in a low voice, word by word. Although punishing Voldemort is indeed gratifying, the process and punishment method really subverted the three views of several people. Especially when they knew that the pie in the sky magic could only be performed after the user had tasted it beforehand, they felt extremely confused. Maybe, probably. Ugh! Let's just go and look at Pansy. Harry decisively looked away, not wanting to think too much about the twists and turns. Lu Sen, who was having fun, suddenly had a question mark on his face. Are you thinking about something rude? After suffering a mental blow, Voldemort looked listless and his whole body was trembling. If he had not been in a psychedelic state, his fingers would have dug into his flesh out of extreme anger. What do you think? Do you confess or not? Oh no! Do you accept it or not? Where is your true form hiding? Lu Sen asked viciously, feeling like a villain who was being tortured to extract a confession. Tom raised his head and looked at Lu Sen with eyes that seemed to be full of fire. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Watch out! Muzang King! Zhu Laokai! Li's Hai He! 10 minutes later. Tom lay on his back on the cold ground, his eyes empty and lifeless, tears constantly flowing from the corners of his eyes. He no longer had the elegance and composure he had when he first appeared. Lu Sen scratched his head. Why does it seem to be broken? Hey, get up, little Tom. Hand over the diary. How about I spare your life? Seeing that the other party had no reaction, Lu Sen continued to test, isn't it enough to promise not to let you do the questions? The word do the test seemed to have some effect on Tom. A hint of panic appeared in his eyes again, followed by malice and contempt. Do you think you won? You just used despicable means to defeat Voldemort's memory of being 16 years old. I am immortal. Sooner or later, I will avenge today's humiliation. Ah? Are you sure? How dare a little Horcrux say such arrogant things? Tisk 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 tisk. Hearing Lu Sen say the word Horcrux, Tom's eyes suddenly fixed. You. It's just a Horcrux. Is it that rare? Although you didn't recommend me the book on the dark arts that records the methods of making Horcruxes, I know more than you think. For example, the diary must be not far from Pansy. After saying that, Lu Sen no longer had the patience to interrogate, but started the search himself. The diary wants to absorb Pansy's life force for its own use, so the distance between the two must not be too far. His eyes passed directly over Pansy. Malfoy had already searched Lu Sen on the other person. Hidden under the floor. Lu Sen said, stepping hard on the ground. It felt very solid, without any feeling of separation. Moreover, during the fight just now, the opponent didn't seem to care about this side. Guessed wrong. Avada Hwapian. Tom, ugh. You guessed wrong. Why are you disgusting me? You don't have to tell me where it is. If I guess wrong once, I'll give you £1. If I guess wrong again, I'll give you £2. I don't believe it. Hearing this, Tom's originally rosy face turned extremely pale. When he thought about the humiliation that would continue to come, he felt sick all over. Lu Sen looked around and stared at the dying basilisk. This fat snake looks delicious. No, I mean, it looks suspicious. The diary might be hidden in its stomach. Seeing that Tom had no reaction, Lu Sen secretly ruled it out and turned to look at the stone sculpture of Slytherin. This old man looks very wretched, let's blow him up. Wait, wait. Tom panicked. If someone else said this, he would just sneer. The enchanted stone sculpture has been immortal for thousands of years. Who said it can be blown up? But Lu Sen's words, he can really blow it up. So Tom quickly defended himself, I mean, this is a statue of the great Salazar Slytherin. He is one of the founders of Hogwarts. You can't destroy it. But if you are stupid enough to think that I would. Ugh. Before he could finish, Lu Sen's pie in the sky curse had already been delivered in larger quantities. Surrender, or die with this old man. After Lu Sen issued the ultimatum, he summoned thousands of magic wands to float in the air and formed a spectacular array in front of him. Stop! Boom! 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 An explosion no less powerful than the one that destroyed the five elements snake instantly resounded throughout the underground space. The violent gust of wind swept in all directions, and Harry and his companions were nearly knocked to the ground. They quickly supported each other and avoided falling. After the smoke and dust cleared, Tom looked at Lu Sen in confusion, regardless of his joy at surviving the disaster. Are you ill-fit? What Lu Sen blew up was not the stone statue, but the deep pit where the five elements snake had turned into ashes. The pit was now larger and more unfathomable, making people shudder at the sight of it. Nothing. I have too many wands with too strong magic power. It's troublesome to collect them. I might as well blow something up. Oh, what did you say just now? You won't surrender? Great. I admire your character of never giving in even if you would rather die. Come on, I'll give you a ride. Tom's eyes widened, and thousands of beasts were running in his heart. When did I say I would not surrender? Give me some time. After being intimidated by Lu Sen, Tom temporarily gave up resistance and skillfully spoke the code in Parcel tongue to open the secret compartment on the sculpture. Lu Sen took the diary back in his hand and looked at Tom with a half-smile. The latter was still trying to play dumb, but when he heard Lu Sen shout "ah!", he immediately felt a strong nausea as a conditioned reflex. So after hesitating for only half a second, the half-step entity that Tom had worked so hard to condense was automatically dissolved. The handsome Tom's shadow disappeared in an instant, and he shrank back into the diary and snorted arrogantly. At the same time, Pansy, who was in a coma, suddenly woke up, and her face quickly regained some vitality. Draco! You come to save me! Won't you? With Malfoy's comfort, Pansy, who escaped death, gradually stabilized. Lucien blinked at the blushing Malfoy with interest, then looked at the diary in his hand. After absorbing Pansy's vitality, the diary is no longer able to only sense the words written in it as it did at the beginning, but can now hear, see, and speak. Diary, tell me the truth. Take out all the treasures in the secret room. Diary, there is no such thing as a treasure. You think too much. You haven't eaten fried Lee's hi-he yet, right? Lucien chuckled and whispered, looking at the diary with a kind look. The diary suddenly trembled. Wait. I only have the memory of Voldemort when he was 16 years old. There were indeed some magic books here before, but they were probably taken away by my later self. Ugh! After putting away his magic wand, Lucien said angrily, what kind of books are these? Hurry up and recite them to me, or I'll give you a taste of the roasted Muzang King with aged Zhulaokai sauce. After saying this, Diary didn't vomit, but Ron and Harry secretly felt nauseous. They had no idea what Muzang King or Zhulaokai were, and thought that what Lucien gave Diary was the real Olige. Chapter 152. Unfortunately, the memory in the diary is not comprehensive. We only know that Salazar Slytherin left several ancient magic books in the secret compartment of the Chamber of Secrets, but we don't know the contents. Even though Lucien put durian and stinky tofu through various artistic processing and asked the other party to taste more than 10 kilograms, he still got nothing. Lucien was unhappy for not getting the spoils and almost roasted the basilisk on the spot. You'll live a little longer while my alchemist tests the poison for me. No, let me know the medicinal value before I eat it. The unconscious basilisk trembled all over, as if it had a premonition of its tragic fate. By the time they returned to the women's restroom with the help of flying armor, it was already dawn. Snape was already waiting anxiously in the corridor. Seeing that Harry was fine, Snape's gloomy face rarely showed a smile, but when he turned to Lucien, he said with disgust, "What took you so long? I thought you were playing chess with the basilisk." Lucien rolled his eyes and threw a pair of echo-imaging glasses to the other party. "Here's a basilisk for you to play with. It's still got one breath left. It's safer to wear this when you deal with it. By the way, I'll have Harry send you a voice message to open the door later. We'll talk about the basilisk later. Follow me first." Soon they arrived at Professor McGonagall's office. After knocking on the door, they entered and heard a scream, "Pansy!" It was Mrs. Parkinson, who rushed out of the crowd first, followed by Mr. Parkinson. They took Pansy from Malfoy's arms, and one after another held their baby daughter in their arms. Lucien looked past them and into the house. Professor Dumbledore stood in front of the mantelpiece with a smile on his face. Next to him was Professor McGonagall, both of them looking at him with gratified eyes. Mr. and Mrs. Parkinson rushed over overnight after learning that their daughter had unfortunately been caught in a secret room. Seeing that their daughter was fine, they both breathed a sigh of relief and expressed their gratitude to Malfoy, Lucien and others. Especially the look he gave Malfoy, which revealed full joy and satisfaction, as if he was looking at his future son-in-law. Soon, they took the weak Pansy to the infirmary. "So, who of you can tell me what you encountered in the Chamber of Secrets?" Dumbledore asked with interest. Lucien and his companions then recounted the whole story of how they pushed aside the eight-eyed giant spider, bravely entered the secret room, fought the giant snake, and captured the diary alive. It was mainly Harry and Ron who spoke, with supplementary comments from Lucien and Malfoy. Upon hearing that the basilisk had been dealt with and the secret room was no longer in danger, the principal happily announced a day of celebration for the whole school. Professor McGonagall happily went to tell everyone the good news and asked the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous banquet. Snape was entrusted with the important task of dealing with the underground basilisk. However, Lucien guessed that he would go back to the office to prepare the bottles and jars before going. After all, the basilisk was full of treasures. After Lucien and a few others were left in the office, Dumbledore spoke slowly. "A few hours ago, each of you violated dozens of school rules. However, since you resolved the crisis in the secret room and heroically rescued your classmates, I think you should be awarded a special contribution award." Everyone was delighted to hear the principal's words. Dumbledore took out a written letter and handed it to Harry and Ron. "Now that the real culprit of the Chamber of Secrets has been found, it's time to bring our ranger back. Find a brave owl and send out this application for acquittal." After the two walked away happily, he said to Malfoy again, "There are guests coming downstairs, can you help me greet them?" After Malfoy left with doubts, Lucien took out the diary and expressed some of his thoughts. While the two were discussing, the office door was pushed open rudely. The person who came was Lucius Malfoy with an angry face. He was still wearing a straight and gorgeous robe and holding a gentleman's cane with a unique shape and a magic wand hidden inside. The top of the cane is shaped like a silver snake head, with its fangs reflecting cold light in its wide-open mouth. Behind him, besides the slightly reserved Draco, there was another small figure, none other than the house elf Dobby dressed in rags. "You actually returned to Hogwarts on your own initiative. If I remember correctly, the board of directors has dismissed you from your position." Lucius walked quickly to Dumbledore and said angrily. "In fact, just this morning, the other 11 school directors unanimously agreed that I am the best person to solve the problem at present, especially after the female student was caught in the secret room. In addition, what surprised me is that some school directors said that if they don't stand on someone's side, the whole family will be cursed. I don't know what's going on." Lucius's face suddenly turned ugly. He had finally managed to convince those school directors, but they changed their minds at the critical moment. Dobby in the corner took advantage of his master's distraction and hurriedly winked at Lucien, pointing at Lucius and himself, and gestured to hit his head with his fist. After making these gestures, he loyally tore his big ears hard to punish himself. Lucien understood and nodded calmly. A moment later, Lucien had already exchanged chips with the principal through telepathy. Lucius's disposal was left to him, and the Galaxy Group was responsible for the modernization, construction and overall renovation of the castle in the next few years. Dumbledore was of course happy to see this happen, and he had no way to deal with this school director who repeatedly caused trouble for him. The influence of the Malfoy family is deeply rooted in the pure blood circle, and they have certain strength both in terms of economy and personal connections. Lucien must have other intentions in targeting the other party, so let Lucius have a headache. It would be better to exchange for more direct benefits for the school than to use a diary, a piece of evidence that is not suitable for public use, to accuse a person who is difficult to bring down. Nonsense! Lucius said aggressively, "If you are the best person to solve the problem, then may I ask, have you solved the problem of the Chamber of Secrets? Where is the real murderer?" Draco beside him immediately changed his expression. His old father didn't know what happened in the secret room, and didn't know how terrifying Lucien was. So he quickly and quietly pulled his father's sleeve, winking at him wildly and shaking his head slightly. But Lucius just frowned and pushed his son away, not understanding what his stupid son meant. Dumbledore smiled and said, "It has been completely resolved. If you want to take a look, you can. The basilisk has been subdued. In addition, the real murderer has been caught. It is the same person as last time Voldemort. But this time he used his diary and an innocent student." Lucien took out the diary at the right time, patted it gently and said, "Little Voldemort, say something? Are you familiar with this person?" When Lucius heard Voldemort's name, his face turned pale instantly. When he saw the diary, he staggered back 2 steps, his eyes moving between Lucien and the diary in horror. The diary originally planned to resist passively and remain silent, but it immediately gave in after Lucien uttered the syllable "ah." "It looks familiar." "Oh, it's you." Lucius was sweating profusely just as the young and attractive voice finished half of the sentence. However, Lucien immediately pasted an enhanced sealing talisman on the diary, and then said with a smile, "He doesn't seem to be cooperating. It seems that we have to interrogate him carefully." Lucius immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't understand why Lucien did this, he still forced himself to put on a friendly expression with a complicated look. Draco looked at Lucien gratefully, then turned around and said excitedly, "Dad! Lucien, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley and I rescued Pansy together, and we also defeated the basilisk." It was mainly Lucien's credit. "It turns out, that's how it is." Lucius was stunned for a few seconds before he spoke word by word, "It seems the problem has been solved." He looked down at his son with a look of deep disappointment in his eyes, then raised his cane and slapped him on the arm. "Ah!" Draco groaned in pain. The snake-shaped handle on the top of the cane had sharp snake fangs. Lucius failed to control the force and pierced his son's arm, leaving 2 bloody wounds. There was a flash of regret and panic in his eyes, but he still pretended to be cool and said, "Dobby, let's go." Seeing Dobby looking back, Lucius kicked him with hatred, making him roll over in dismay. "Useless thing, I'll deal with you when I get back." Draco covered his bleeding arm with a complicated expression. When his father scolded Dobby, wasn't he also scolding himself? He was born into a family that prioritizes pure blood, and his father is used to being authoritarian and dictatorial. What's the point of him having other ideas? He was a little afraid to look Lu Sen and Dumbledore in the eye. During this period of time, he gradually integrated into Lu Sen's small circle and was exposed to things that were contrary to the ideas instilled in him by his father. Different from the pedantic pure blood supremacy, Lu Sen and his friends are more comfortable, more real and warmer. They do not compare interests or bloodlines. The friendship they established was based on personal charm and sincerity. Lucius left with Dobby, who kept looking back, while Draco had a dazed look in his eyes, not knowing what to do. Lu Sen patted his shoulder and smiled, "Do you want your dad to change?" Chapter 153. Let my dad change. Draco blinked and hesitated, "I do want to, but..." "Just think about it, follow me," Lu Sen said as he walked towards the door and looked back at the principal. The principal just had an expression of watching a show and blinked mischievously. Lu Sen turned around and made an okay gesture, and used legilimency to tell the principal that he would come back later to explain. The two of them quickly caught up with Lucius, who had not walked far. The other party was still in deep thought about something and only noticed it when the two of them got closer. "Mr. Malfoy," Lu Sen greeted. "Dad," Draco said awkwardly. Lucius first looked at Lu Sen with a little surprise, then glanced at his son with disdain. "What is going on?" "I'm here to discuss cooperation," Lu Sen said with a kind smile. Lucius couldn't figure out the other party's intention, so he guessed, "Talk about business? Your Galaxy group has already taken away a lot of business from the Malfoy family. Besides, it's your master who has to do the talking, right?" Lu Sen took out the diary with a smile, revealing a hint of sinisterness as he said, "It was this master who asked me to find you. Do you know who it is?" Lucius's face turned pale, as if he was choked by something. "You, what do you mean?" Draco also stepped back in fear, thinking that the diary had controlled Lu Sen. Just as he was hesitating whether to run to the principal for help, Lu Sen turned his head and winked at him implicitly. Although Draco breathed a sigh of relief, he had a bad feeling again. "Lucius Malfoy, are you still loyal to me?" It was the diary that spoke. After Lu Sen opened the seal, he used legilimency to give him instructions. Frightened by Lu Sen's gangster-like attack, the diary had to give in temporarily and spoke slowly in a voice as hoarse as possible. "I have a new plan. From now on, you will listen to Lu Sen's orders. Until I come back to life." "Master! Master!" Lucius's face changed drastically and he murmured in a trembling voice. Lu Sen quickly closed the diary. He didn't ask him to say the last sentence. "Hush! Call Master safer," Lu Sen said, looking around in pretended nervousness. "Ahem. Master needs to rest. Besides, he is very unhappy with what you did." Lucius wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The cold and chilly aura just now could not be fake. For a moment, it seemed as if his master was standing next to him. The diary only had a vague evil thought before it was delivered to Ginny, but now it has recovered to its peak state. The pressure it exudes is like a substance. The diary was kept in his home, and he knew exactly where it came from. The Malfoy family was one of the first pure-blood families to support Voldemort, but as Voldemort's ambitions grew and his thoughts became increasingly radical, their family gained less and less benefit, while paying an increasing price. Voldemort's original instruction was to send the diary containing Voldemort's memories at the age of 16 to the school, but Lucius also had his own selfish motives. First of all, the diary is a hot potato. The Ministry of Magic has been increasingly strict in its inspections of dark magic items, and it is the right choice to get rid of it as soon as possible. It would be best if the Weasley family, who are nasty pure-blood traders and keen on confiscating contraband, had a scandal involving the misuse of dark magic props that led to death. So he deliberately provoked others in Flourish and Blots, and took advantage of the chaos to put the diary into Ginny Weasley's book. In fact, Voldemort originally mentioned that it would be best to wait until Dumbledore died of old age before taking action, but Lucius didn't think so. How nice it would be to have an old Dumbledore to act as a distraction. It would be beneficial if both sides suffered losses. Then I can take advantage of the chaos to drive Dumbledore away and take the position of headmaster. Make the family great again. The Malfoy family may seem prosperous now, but it is already on the decline. If nothing is done, there will be nothing left when the foundation is handed over to their foolish son. That's why Lucius took a gamble and sent the diary out in advance. In just a moment, Lucius thought a lot, but quickly came to his senses. Looking at the diary in Lu Sen's hand, he couldn't help swallowing. Is it convenient for us to talk here? He looked worriedly at both sides of the corridor and said. Don't worry, the most dangerous place is the safest. I have gained the principal's trust. Seeing the other party staring at the diary in panic, Lu Sen smiled and took out the sealing talisman and pasted it on. My lord, you are resting. With this talisman, you won't be disturbed by us. Lucius breathed a sigh of relief. The aura of the Dark Lord emanating from the diary was familiar yet strange, bringing him a sense of oppression in his soul. The Dark Lord mark on his wrist was aching slightly. Master. What is his current condition? Why does his diary have such a strong aura? Hearing Lucius's puzzled look, Lu Sen pretended to be surprised and said, No way, no way. You don't know what this diary is, do you? Lucius frowned. Isn't this the diary that contains the adult's memories when he was 16? When he gave it to me, he asked me to keep it safe. In the years since he left, the power of this diary has become weaker and weaker. One day I heard its call. It said that if I let it return to Hogwarts, it would be able to open the Chamber of Secrets and cleanse those impure bloodlines. Lu Sen looked at him as if he was a dead man, and only shook his head and said, You are finished. Ah? What? What does it mean? What's going on with this diary? Lucius became even more panicked. This diary is the key to the Master's resurrection. His soul fragments are here. How dare you send it to school so carelessly? Lucius' eyes suddenly widened. There was actually such a thing. He quickly started thinking and tried his best to find a way to make up for his mistake. This is also forced by the situation. I just hope that the Master will come back soon. Thinking of Voldemort's cruel methods, Lucius suddenly became nervous. Can the Master really be resurrected? It's absolutely true. Fortunately, you are blessed with a long life, otherwise we would have to use more troublesome methods to revive you. Having said that, Lu Sen looked the other person up and down with a half-smile in his eyes, and also looked at Draco by the way. This shift in gaze instantly made Lucius think of even more terrible consequences. With Voldemort's style, their entire family would be implicated. Dobby, who was standing behind him, had been listening with his big ears erect. When he learned that Voldemort would be resurrected, his tennis ball-sized eyes widened even more. He put his dirty hands into his mouth and trembled with fear. Lu Sen looked over quietly and consoled him through legilimency, I was just fooling him, Voldemort won't be resurrected that easily. Dobby pricked up his ears and blinked his big eyes in surprise, but he was still a little suspicious. Lucius became more and more frightened the more he thought about it, and quietly reached for the magic wand hidden on his cane, but after much hesitation, he did not dare to do it. This is Hogwarts, and the annoying Dumbledore is not far away. Besides, the diary's pressure is too strong now, and it's hard to tell whether it's real or not. And from what he said just now, the Master has other ways to revive? He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Mr. Lu, you are Draco's friend. Please help me think of a solution. Is there anything I can do to help? Let me make up for my mistake. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lu Sen pretended to think for a moment and said, Well, I have enough financial resources here, what can you provide? Oh, my lord is still short of a servant. As he said that, Lu Sen glanced at Dobby, then shook his head with a look of disgust, I'll tell my men to buy one. Lucius immediately said anxiously, Wait. He looked back at his house elf, struggling for a moment between the terrible punishment and the loss of a dissatisfied servant, then forced a smile and said, I have one ready. House elves are hard to buy nowadays, don't delay your recuperation. After saying this, he held back the pain and pretended to be generous and said, Dobby. From now on, you will follow Mr. Lu Sen. Serve that gentleman with all your strength. Do you understand? Lu Sen waved his hand, reluctantly, Hey, Mr. Malfoy. No, no. I'll just go buy one. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for you to lose him? Lucius has sorted out his thoughts. If Voldemort's return is unstoppable, then the best option is to support it in advance. He said without hesitation, as if he was trying to curry favor with a high official, don't refuse. He is just a family servant. It is his blessing to serve that master. Then he came closer and whispered, We are all family, Mr. Lu, please take care of us in the future. Please say a few good words for me in front of the adults. By the way, I heard that you like black magic books very much. I have quite a few treasures at home, you are welcome to visit during the holidays. Really? Ah ha ha ha. Sure thing. Seeing Lu Sen's expression like a child getting his favorite toy, Lucius immediately felt relieved. Children are so easy to manipulate. This is a sure thing. Chapter 154. After Lucius left, Dobby stared blankly at the white handkerchief in his hand, tears welling up in his eyes. This is not a simple handkerchief, it was handed to him personally by his master Lucius, and it has great significance. I'm free? I'm liberated. Won't you view? He wrung his nose hard on his dirty clothes and said in disbelief, Mr. Lu Sen. Is this true? I'm so happy. Draco was completely confused. Wait a minute. Brother Lu, is this what you meant by asking my dad to change? He looked at Dobby, who was jumping up and down, with a complicated expression. You made up a story about Voldemort's resurrection and tricked my house elf away. Lu Sen quickly said, Hey! Dobby was the one who gave it to me. However, he secretly added to Dobby through legilimency, I lied to him on purpose. There was a gleam of surprise in Dobby's eyes, and he covered his mouth and laughed quietly. However, Lu Sen said with a serious expression, It is true that Voldemort can be resurrected. Dobby was the first to protest, Will that man really come back? Dobby will never agree. Dobby doesn't want to work for him. Dobby doesn't want to live in such darkness. Don't worry, I'll be the first one to disagree. I know you have doubts, come on, follow me to see Dumbledore, you will always believe what he says, right? When the three of them returned to Professor McGonagall's office, Harry and Ron had already returned. After Lu Sen brought the news of Dobby's liberation, everyone in the room except Draco smiled knowingly. Only Draco feels wronged. JPG. Lu Sen patted his shoulder and advised, Brother, look at it more openly. Why are your parents always so mean to you? Why are those pure-blood families you met before so arrogant? Why did you dislike everyone before? A bunch of question marks appeared above Malfoy's head. Why? Because of class oppression. Oppression has inertia. Once you are familiar with the class system, you will want to divide everyone into high and low. This way, you will always be entangled, always in a state of contempt and being despised. Ah, is that so? What does this mean? Why don't I understand? If you are used to being superior to others, how can you make friends on an equal footing? How can you have an equal conversation? How can you play happily with others? Have you had fun playing with us during this period? Ah! I'm happy. Draco added in his mind, it's just too dangerous. I always get scammed. In short, you lost a small servant, but gained the basis for equal dialogue and a new beginning. Do you want your father to look at you with new eyes? Miss you? Do you want to make a lot of money and revive the Malfoy family? Miss you? Does it still hurt to lose a house elf? Heart. Seeing Lu Sen's eyes narrowed slightly, he quickly changed his words and said, No. I don't feel bad. Hey. That's right. Let's get back to the topic. Lu Sen took out the diary and slowly opened the seal in front of Dumbledore. The evil aura emanated again, and Ron, Malfoy and Dobby, who was sitting with his legs crossed, felt cold all over their bodies, and Harry's forehead immediately felt a stinging pain. Dumbledore spoke slowly, Tom, long time no see. Professor Dumbledore. You've grown old. A gentle male voice came from the diary. Just by listening to the voice, one could never imagine that this was the once feared Dark Lord, the juvenile version. I have always regretted that I didn't pay more attention to you and guide you back then. I didn't expect that you would go down that path. Dumbledore's deep eyes stared at the diary through the half-moon lenses, as if he could still see the talented young man. The diary became emotional, You have been wary of me from the beginning. Ever since you delivered the letter to the orphanage. That's because I see the darkness in your heart. Your mind is filled with dangerous thoughts. You are afraid. Afraid that I will surpass you. Replace you as the greatest wizard in the world. No. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, glanced at Lu Sen and said, I hope someone will surpass me. The greatest wish of a qualified educator is that his students can surpass him. As long as they don't go astray. Lu Sen blinked, showing a well-behaved expression, and looked at the other party without fear. without any idea of AC in his mind. Are you pointing at me? I don't think so. I'm so honest and ordinary, what do I have to worry about? Humph. I just took a different path from you. You hid it all back then and were unwilling to teach me more advanced magic, but so what? I still became the greatest wizard. Just a dark wizard. Lu Sen sneered. The diary exploded on the spot. How dare you criticize me? What you studied is more evil than what I did back then. I was just exploring the mysteries of magic. But you even resorted to such despicable means. Ugh. Lu Sen put away his wand and saw Dumbledore looking at him curiously. It's just a durian. He is ignorant and thinks it's that. Oh. So that's how it is. These two sentences were completed by the two people in legilimency. After they finished speaking, Lu Sen found that the other party's eyes revealed an eagerness to try. Ahem. Dumbledore came back to his senses. I heard that your memory stops at the age of 16, so, have you ever been to Little Hangleton? The diary immediately jumped on the table and asked excitedly, how do you know Little Hangleton? I went there later, right? What happened? Tell me. Following Dumbledore's signal, Lu Sen immediately took out the sealing talisman and slapped it on the diary, and the diary suddenly became quiet. Harry and the others all looked puzzled, not understanding why a place name could cause such a big reaction from the other party. Only Lu Sen looked thoughtful. Little Hangleton? Why did Voldemort react so much to a Muggle place name? Harry asked curiously. Something crucial to Tom Riddle must have happened there, right? Lu Sen asked the headmaster, Principal Dumbledore. Dumbledore woke up from his thoughts and glanced at the four students in front of him one by one. Harry Potter is inextricably linked to Voldemort and is destined to fight him to the death. Ron Weasley has been with Harry in the fight against evil for the past 2 years and is a good boy who is trustworthy. Draco Malfoy is not a bad person by nature. He has changed a lot under the leadership of Lu Sen. As the son of Lucius, it is rare for him to join the camp to fight against Voldemort. Lu Sr. a child who is more suitable to fight Voldemort than Harry, an unstable element who is more dangerous than the young Voldemort. The important task of fighting Voldemort would have to wait a few years before it was handed over to Harry, and many secrets should have been told to Harry later, but with Lu Sen, a guy who couldn't be guessed according to common sense, maybe. Dumbledore pondered for a while and then spoke slowly, revealing an unknown past of Voldemort. Chapter 155. 16 years old was one of the most important years in Tom Riddle's life. This year, he opened the Chamber of Secrets and killed his female classmate, and tore out her soul to make his diary into his first Horcrux. He then put the blame on Hagrid and covered up the incident in the Chamber of Secrets. He also planned to reopen the Chamber of Secrets many years later and eliminate all the students with impure bloodlines. This is the last memory in the diary, but when Voldemort was 16 years old, he did something even more insane. After Voldemort became the feared Dark Lord, Dumbledore, after years of investigation, finally discovered the tragedy that had been covered up. The 16-year-old Tom Riddle deduced his origins based on his Parseltongue and outstanding magical talent, and found out that he was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Following the clues, he found the village of Little Hangleton, but the truth of history disappointed him. 17 years ago, the Gaunt family was in poverty. His uncle Morphin Gaunt and grandfather Marvolo Gaunt were imprisoned in Azkaban for attacking Muggles. While the two were in prison, his mother Merope secretly used wizard drugs to make the landlord's child, Tom Riddle Sr., fall in love with her and elope with her. But when she stopped the potion, old Tom dropped it and ran back home. Merope, who was pregnant, was left on the streets and died after giving birth to little Tom in an orphanage. A few years later, his grandfather Marvolo Gaunt died shortly after being released from prison, leaving his only relative alone with his bad-tempered uncle. Tom Riddle could not accept these facts. He knocked his uncle Morphin Gaunt unconscious, killed old Tom Riddle's family with Morphin's wand, and put the blame on his uncle. After hearing this, Lu Sen and others were secretly shocked. It was unexpected that a 16-year-old Voldemort could do so many heinous things. And after doing all this, he returned to school as if nothing had happened. He even became the student union president in the 7th grade. Harry and the others looked at the table. The black diary that Dumbledore was casually fiddling with in his hands seemed to have turned into a terrifying dragon. After a moment of silence, Harry spoke first. Even if the diary doesn't have Little Hangleton's memories, he still killed Myrtle and opened the Chamber of Secrets. Ron also added, it has been opened twice. Several students are still lying in the school hospital. Malfoy also said angrily, Pansy was almost killed. He used her as nourishment for his resurrection. Several people reacted and nodded in agreement. This thing is too evil. Voldemort is so terrifying. He is a psychopath and cruel. He killed classmates and relatives, and yet he could continue to go to school without batting an eyelid. No wonder he later became the feared Dark Lord. He started killing people at the age of 16. Dumbledore sighed, feeling sorry for this gifted student and blaming himself for his soft-heartedness and carelessness back then. Ah! Lucen, give him a lighting spell. Lucen was slightly shocked. Hey? I'll do it. Dumbledore nodded seriously. Horcruxes are not ordinary magical creations, and I am not sure what magic can be used to completely destroy them. In fact, I have just tried it. The dark magic on this diary is extraordinary and simply indestructible. Harry and the other two were a little surprised. How could there be a magical creation in the world that even Dumbledore couldn't handle? It must be a chance for Lucen to practice, right? But Lucen nodded slowly, as Voldemort's Horcrux had just appeared. Under his influence, Harry did not stab the diary to death with the basilisk's fangs. So at present, except Lucen, no one knows how to destroy the Horcrux. The Thunder Flame light sword quietly lit up, and the yang energy emanating from the sword instantly filled the three little wizards beside it with warmth, and all the chill they had picked up in the secret room disappeared. Facing tangible objects, Lucen is still full of confidence in his Thunder Flame light sword. Just as the lightsaber was about to fall, Lucen suddenly had an idea. It seems a pity to chop it off directly. This is also a rare experimental material. How about I use it to try out new magic? He. Anyway, I don't have to pay for it if it breaks. Under the puzzled gazes of several people, Lucen put away his lightsaber, closed his eyes and thought for a while before shouting, fluorescent light flashes. Although Harry and his friends had already seen Lucen perform various tricks with the illumination spell, they still exclaimed in surprise this time. What came out from the Thunder Wand was not a lightning sword with full attack power, but a healing light similar to the healing system. A white mist-like light ball that was denser than the healing light floated out from the magic wand, condensing without dispersing. The entire mass of white mist began to twist in mid-air, emitting a dazzling white light like a diamond. Dumbledore frowned slightly. The first feeling this white light gave him was 3 words, dark magic. But after a closer look, I was surprised to find that there was no evil aura inside, but instead it was full of vitality and a sense of justice. But something was wrong here. The 3 words sense of justice were almost engraved on this ball of white light. It was as if it was afraid that others would not know how great and glorious it was. It was outrageous. Malfoy asked curiously, Brother Lou, what is this? Is this the newly developed shiny version of the healing spell? As he said that, he stretched out his hand and poked it. Before Dumbledore, Harry, and others could stop him, Malfoy's entire finger had already disappeared into the white light. Including Lucen, everyone held their breath and observed each other's condition. Malfoy, it feels warm and cozy, like a massage. Isn't this a healing spell? But after he withdrew his fingers, he screamed. Because his finger also emitted the same bright light. He shook it vigorously, but seeing no change, he clapped it with his other hand. As a result, wherever my hands touched, they were all covered with white light. And as if taking root, the warmth penetrated the skin and went straight to the bones and internal organs. Ah! Help! What's going on? Principal, help me! Malfoy was so panicked that he jumped and danced anxiously, but the more he fluttered, the more white light appeared. After a short while, the whole person was emitting brilliant white light. Humanoid creatures shining with white light are jumping and shouting in front of your eyes. The scene is both funny and weird. What the hell is this? Ron and his friends hid in the corner of the office but still felt their scalps tingling. Only Headmaster Dumbledore saw the magic skills in it. The white light similar to the healing light is very contagious. This unreasonable expansion method is very similar to black magic. But the effect it shows is healing, dispelling evil, and the justice, holiness, and light that are about to emerge. It's outrageous. Calm down. Dumbledore shouted loudly, which obviously contained a hint of magical skills. Malfoy immediately calmed down after hearing the shout. Lucen felt it and asked, Does it hurt? Malfoy, it doesn't hurt. What does it feel like? It's warm, very comfortable. I was feeling sleepy and tired, but now I feel better, the scratches on my hands have healed, and I feel full of strength. Then what are you yelling about? But I... Malfoy stretched out his arms, which were shining brightly, but my whole body is glowing. Chapter 156. Even when standing still, the white light emanating from Malfoy's body was slowly changing, emitting dazzling light every moment, like a large human-shaped diamond. Draco, don't move. Let me help you remove the magic. Lu Sen asked tentatively after observing for a while. Wait. Please don't lift it. Lu Sen? Everyone. Malfoy moved his hands and feet, thought for a moment and said calmly, if you are using me as an experiment, I suggest you increase the dosage. I can bear it. Lu Sen tilted his neck and leaned back, are you sure? The shining Malfoy seemed to be wearing a diamond coat. He nodded calmly and said, sure, if you're doing an experiment, you have to do the whole set. Otherwise, what if you use it on other people and there are side effects? Why not experiment with me? I'm not popular, so it doesn't matter if there are any accidents. Lu Sen took a breath and said, you are the only child of the Malfoy family. I can't let anything happen to you. What Malfoy family? It's just a rotten cancer of pure bloodism. Please call me Draco. Don't mention the last name Malfoy again. It makes me sick. The shining Draco said righteously, the surname Malfoy is full of exploitation, oppression, fraud, and dirty money power transactions. By the way, Brother Lu, please let go of your obsession with money, those are low-level interests. They will corrupt your character. Let you degenerate. Amid the looks of astonishment on everyone's faces, Draco continued to talk non-stop, also, you must not touch those things related to the dark arts. Humph. I was so weak at the beginning that I actually gave in to your coercion and lent you so many evil, disgusting, and vile dark magic books. Don't move, let me use the holy light to purify you. You will feel what justice is. What is truth, goodness, and beauty? Come on. Holy light. Lu Sen was horrified. What the hell is this holy light? It's simply evil light. He dodged Draco's outstretched hand and shouted, don't come over here. Amidst the chaos, Lu Sen walked around to the table and picked up the diary to use as a shield. When Draco saw the diary, a look of disgust immediately appeared on his face. Voldemort. You are hopeless. Come. Let me show you the warmth of the holy light. Let me show you what love and gratitude are. Draco reached out and patted it, and the bright white light on his body was immediately printed on the cover of the diary like dye. The faint light flickered like a candle flame, as if it would go out in the next second, but it stubbornly maintained its brightness. Seeing that he was about to go forward to finish him off, Lu Sen quickly drew out his magic wand and pointed it at him. The brilliant holy light was surprisingly difficult to deal with, and even its creator Lu Sen couldn't easily extinguish it. After feeling it for a while, Lu Sen took the next best option and used his magic wand to extract all the holy light from Malfoy. A large ball of twisting and wriggling holy light emitted a sacred glow in the air, as if it had life and was constantly trying to contact other people in the room. Lu Sen turned his gaze to Dumbledore, and after the other party nodded slightly, he decisively threw the diary in. The movement of the holy light stopped for half a second, then began to boil and leap, and the entire ball of white light began to flow into the diary. The diary sensed the dangerous aura and immediately put up a desperate struggle. The sealing talisman could not withstand the double pressure from inside and outside, and turned to ashes in a burst of spontaneous combustion. Despicable Lu Sen! What are you doing? What the hell is this thing? The unsealed diary struggled hard, and a dark and sticky ink-like substance gushed out from inside. The black was pure and weird. The two completely different energies, one black and one white, were annihilated in the collision, and for a short period of time, neither could do anything to the other. Aha! Little Voldemort, you actually have such an evil backup plan. Fortunately, I discovered it in time, otherwise you would definitely find a chance to plot against me, right? It's no wonder that Lu Sen said this with a hint of fear. The ink that emerged from the diary was definitely a dark magic that was difficult to deal with. Even Dumbledore beside him frowned, the aura contained in it was too evil and weird. The diary seemed to have given it all and no longer hid anything. It used all its strength to suppress the holy light, and the black ink grew rapidly. Although he just disliked the weirdness of the holy light and its influence on the mind, when he saw his creation being bullied, Lu Sen quickly made a decision: my holy light can mess with others. No, it can bully others. But you can't bully my holy light. He held the thunder wand in his hand again, and the surging magic power in his body was immediately mobilized. Fluorescent glow. A holy light that was even brighter and more gorgeous than before gushed out from the magic wand. After gathering on the diary, it immediately merged with the previous holy light and surrounded the ball of ink. You can't defeat me. Not even Dumbledore can. Even a mere second-year wizard like you can't. I am Voldemort, the greatest Dark Lord. Amid the diary's crazy shouts, the ink became more and more turbulent, and from a small ball at the beginning it gradually became a fountain more than one person tall. Damn it! How dare you, a diary, compete with me in magic power reserves? Lu Sen smiled unkindly, and with a flip of his wrist, the red magic power in his body was mobilized. Lu Sen, who originally had only 6 Harry's worth of magic power reserves, became a little more confident after switching to red magic power. Alas! Just 8 times the magic power of Harry, 8 upside down, not worth mentioning. The corners of Lu Sen's mouth curled up slightly, and the beam of light shooting out from the magic wand suddenly turned from a fire hose into a flood valve. The diary only screamed for a second before gradually stopping. The bright holy light like the waves is overwhelming, and the black ink is undoubtedly whitened with one click. After the storm calmed down, the holy light in most of the room gradually retreated under Lu Sen's control, and the poor diary was almost burst. The attributes of the holy light under the red magic are even more bizarre, and Lu Sen doesn't even dare to touch it. God have mercy on me, even if it was just the holy light produced by ordinary magic, Draco got a little bit of it, and his whole body was stained with the evil holy light. Moreover, his behavior is completely distorted, as if he has become a different person. A condensed and restrained brilliant holy light lingered on the diary, and its size was actually slowly shrinking, as if the fuel had been burned out. After a while, the holy light disappeared silently and automatically, and the diary became completely silent. The black leather cover gradually faded and turned into plain white. The room was completely silent, with only Draco, who had regained consciousness, humming like the after effects of social death. Lu Sen turned around and glanced at Draco, who looked like he had been played to pieces. He shook his head secretly and muttered in his heart without any reason, "This kid has a bad mentality." After saying that, he squatted on the ground, carefully stretched out his wand and gently poked the quiet white notebook. "Hey? Is he dead?" Lu Sen stood up and blinked at Dumbledore, who was paying attention to the place. "There seems to be a fluctuation of magical power, be careful," Dumbledore warned. "You haven't died yet." Lu Sen secretly swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, "Voldemort? Is he here?" "Hey? Are you calling me?" A soft and cute female voice responded, "I'm here." Hiss. Inhale cold air x5. Chapter 157. The office was silent, and everyone had mixed feelings. After several seconds, no one made a sound. Everyone looked at each other, and no one was willing to speak first. Dumbledore coughed softly, attracting everyone's attention, then pointed to the ground and then to Lu Sen. Lu Sen quickly shook his head and stepped back, but was ruthlessly pushed forward by his 3 friends. In particular, a certain young Master Ma who did not want to reveal his name had a bright smile when he pushed the ball, and the vegetable leaves on his back teeth were exposed. The plain white diary lay quietly on the ground, looking inconspicuous. But Lu Sen did not dare to let his guard down at all. The soft and cute girl's voice not long ago was too abnormal. If given a choice, Lu Sen would rather face the black magic book in the restricted area that will wail when opened. Fluorescent glow. Another ball of brilliant holy light was thrown over, hitting the diary and then began to spread. The entire diary was wrapped in holy light, emitting a beautiful glow like a diamond. The diary finally responded, "Yet. So comfortable." His X4. Dumbledore's cold eyes X1, Dobby's question mark X1. The soft and delicate female voice, coupled with the tender and panting tone, several little wizards felt itchy in their hearts. The sugar content is a bit high. "No. You are wrong." Lu Sen, who reacted, showed a disgusted expression and his face turned ugly. My mind quickly recalled Ginny's voice, smile, and those unknown sweet interactions. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Sen gradually calmed down and said in his heart, "What a trick! How dare you disgust me like this? A cross-dressing man, so scary. Awesome. Voldemort. Do you have any shame? Ah! How cruel! How can you just give your face away?" The soft female voice was filled with doubt and confusion, but soon turned into a crying question, is it really okay for you to do this? Will the person who loses his face be very painful? Lu Sen's forehead was covered with sweat. This was not just a cross-dressing guy, but also a sickly girl. Is the holy light so powerful? Okay, I'm just kidding. The diary stopped crying quietly, but still sobbed, really, really? You didn't lie to me, did you? I'm not lying to you. I'm the most honest and kind person. People give me the nickname, the Light of Hogwarts. Wow! You're awesome. By the way, my name is Lu Sen, what's your name? Oh, my name is Futimo. Good name. Let me ask you a question. Do you remember the Chamber of Secrets? Secret Chamber? I seem to have some impression of it. Wow, so scary. That man named Tom is so scary. After a while, Lu Sen took out the sealing talisman, sealed the diary, and then started communicating with Dumbledore. After questioning and indirect inquiries, it is not difficult to see that the diary at this time shows that the mind is obviously deficient. No matter what others say, she believes it, and she appears to be very naive, which is commonly known as naive. Witchcraft. It's really witchcraft. He has completely turned into another person. Draco said with some fear. Ron stared at the diary blankly and said, yeah, it seems like she has nothing to do with the original Voldemort. Even Harry sighed, unable to feel hatred towards such a naive person with an impressive IQ. Futimo knew almost everything about Tom's memories when he was 16 and before, and she told him everything she knew. However, those memories were completely unfamiliar to her, as they were all narrated in the third person, and most of them were tearful and critical. Dumbledore pondered for a long time and said slowly, this diary is of great importance. Leave it with me for now. This matter will be kept secret for the time being. After that, he smiled again, go back. Your classmates are waiting for you to tell us what happened in the Chamber of Secrets. After separating from Dumbledore, Draco left first. Pansy was still recuperating in the school hospital, and his two silly followers were about to wake up under the effect of the potion made from the newly mature mandrake. Perhaps it was due to the after effects of the holy light, but before leaving, Draco nodded to Dobby with some guilt in his eyes. After the former young master left, Dobby was a little overwhelmed. Freedom came too suddenly and the little guy was still a little uncomfortable. Mr. Lu. Lu Sr. What should I call you? Master. Dobby's ears drooped a little. Although Lu Sen had proved in the office that he was not the same kind of person as Voldemort, his unusual style of doing things still made him very nervous. He was a little afraid that he would just get out of the wolf's den and fall into the tiger's mouth. Lu Sen smiled and said, don't be nervous, you are free. You can do whatever you want in the future. Dobby's tears welled up again, freedom. I am a free elf. Woo woo woo. As he said that, he began to blow his nose loudly on his dirty clothes again. You are such a great man. Mr. Lu Sen. Dobby misunderstood you before. You are as great as Harry Potter. And very, very kind. Little stars flashed in Dobby's eyes, Dobby should go. Goodbye, Mr. Lu Sen. Lu Sen quickly said, wait. Where are you going? Dobby is a shady, lazy, free elf. How can he have the nerve to continue staying here? Dobby has to find a new job. Dobby's face turned red, and his big ears drooped, as if freedom was a shameful word for a house elf. In fact, it was true. The house elves' fear and loyalty to humans were passed down from generation to generation. They took it for granted and were worthy of boasting about being able to serve human wizards. However, the Lucius family did not treat the house elves as human beings, and forced the honest elves to think about resigning. I have a job right now. If you are willing, I would like to give you a job. Lu Sen said sincerely, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible, for fear of scaring the other person away. Work? Really? You want to give Dobby a job? Dobby's ears stood up for a second and then drooped down again, but Dobby is a bad elf. He was always looking forward to being given clothes in his master's house. Looking forward to being free. Woo. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Boom, boom, boom. Dobby slammed into the wall. By the time Harry and Ron reacted, Dobby had already knocked them dizzy. Stop hurting yourself. You have no master now. Lu Sen's original intention was to remind the other party that no one was going to enslave him, so there was no need to punish himself. But obviously, this sentence sounded like a curse to the house elf. No. No master anymore. Yes. Dobby deserves it. Will you? Dobby has fallen into depravity and is now without a master. Will you? Dobby cried very loudly, his cry was heartbreaking and inconsolable. Lu Sen and his friends suddenly felt a headache, and it felt like half of the school could hear the loud crying. Dobby, I need a lab assistant to help me test the interference of elves' magic on communication equipment. Excellent treatment, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Weekly salary of 20 galleons during the probation period, doubled after 3 months of formal employment. Maximum work hours per week of 40 hours, overtime pay, food and accommodation, weekends and weekends. Dobby was still a little confused when he heard the first half of the sentence, but he suddenly shuddered after hearing about the treatment. Ah! How scary! How scary! Chapter 158. Dobby seemed to have heard a creepy ghost story. To the house elves, salary, holidays, 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund were like a flood and a beast. In their worldview, house elves shouldn't get wages. Harry was confused, having no idea about the concept of house elves or the salaries and benefits in the Muggle and Wizarding worlds in Britain, and thought Dobby was complaining that the salary was too little. Dobby, I can't say anything else, but if you want to find a high-paying job, Lu Sen is definitely the best boss. He's super rich. If you think it's too little, we can negotiate. Harry really wanted to help Dobby, even though the other party had caused him trouble many times, but he could see that he was a good elf. Dobby panicked even more, shaking his head and leaving an afterimage. No, no, no. It's too much. They gave me too much. And I can only work 40 hours a week. And I have 2 days off. That means I can only work less than 8 hours a day. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! What is Dobby going to do with the rest of the time? Dobby's worldview collapsed a little. He kept muttering to himself, covering his thin face with his hands and pulling it down hard. Most of the whites of his eyes were exposed. It was terrifying to look at, as if people were afraid that his eyeballs as big as tennis balls would fall out of his eye sockets. Dobby. Dobby has to go. He has to find a more normal job. Lu Sen grabbed the other person. It's not easy to find a lone house elf. There are many magic experiments waiting to be tested. Wait. Lu Sen understood the other party's psychology and decided to offer an inhumane salary to stabilize the other party first. I start work at 8 AM every day and get off work at 6 PM. I work 6 days a week. As for the salary, 10 jialong per week, how about that? Dobby breathed a sigh of relief, but kept gauging the size of the object with his hands. This still sounds, still too. Can you please? Seeing that the other party was still not satisfied, Lu Sen sighed in his heart and continued to squeeze, 9 AM to 9 PM. You can only take 1 day off a week. Monthly salary is 10 jialong. In addition to working hours, you also have to take care of my daily life, cooking, washing clothes, running errands, managing housework. There is no overtime pay for overtime work, and if you don't do a good job, you will be deducted. Is this okay? Except for the high salary, this job is simply too good. Is Dobby dreaming? Thank you. Kind and merciful Master Lu Sen. Don't call me Master, you are my employee, just call me Boss from now on. Okay, okay. Boss Lu Sen. Thank you. I will work hard. He. Dobby has a job. Dobby is so lucky. Lu Sen wiped his sweat. The enhanced version of 996 was actually a blessing for the house elf. After accepting Dobby as the new employee, Lu Sen and his colleagues returned to the common room. The little lions of Gryffindor had been waiting for a long time, and everyone wanted to know what happened in the Chamber of Secrets. Of course, the task of telling the story was given to Ron, as Lu Sen himself did not like such occasions very much. I still have to tell it, but I'll tell it to Ginny alone. The school held a grand celebration banquet in the evening. Dumbledore praised Lu Sen and the other 3 in public and awarded them the Golden Special Contribution Award medal. And a reward of 200 points for each person. Halfway through the dinner, Hagrid returned exhausted. He was acquitted from Azkaban. What shocked everyone was that after living in such a gloomy and terrifying place for a while, Hagrid's complexion was not affected at all, and he even became a little more muscular. Only a few friends who participated in the tattoo knew what happened. It was all thanks to Peppa Pig. The next day, Dumbledore personally led a team with several professors who were at full strength to investigate the Chamber of Secrets to confirm that there was no longer a threat to the students' lives. Snape dealt with the basilisk. The fangs, scales, blood, internal organs, and even the snakeskin shed by the basilisk, all these magical materials became his personal collection. Galaxy Media dispatched reporters to report on the Chamber of Secrets incident and announced the causes and consequences of the incident to the entire wizarding world. The report concealed Pansy's identity, only saying that the secret room was a black magic prop left by a mysterious man that was accidentally activated, causing a series of events that followed. Lucien, Harry, Ron, and Malfoy, who directly participated in the battle, made the front page headlines and were interviewed one by one. Everyone was praised in great detail and described as a new age 3 good wizards. Lucien's nickname, the Light of Hogwarts, which he often joked about, spread quickly and became another synonym for him. The process of the few people fighting with the diary became a hot topic among the wizards after dinner, and the repeatedly mentioned mysterious prop the magic gun whetted everyone's appetite. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge didn't want to mention anything about the Dark Lord, so with his instigation, the magic gun was pushed to the forefront, successfully diverting the attention of the Dark Lord's relics. The Ministry of Magic set up an investigation team and demanded Lucien hand over this extremely lethal item. One of Fudge's men, Umbridge, discovered that the magic gun was highly similar to Muggle weapons in appearance, and attempted to arrest Lucien using the Misuse of Muggle Objects Act. Haha. I'm so sorry. Please talk to my Galaxy Group's legal team. Lucien had an impression of Umbridge. No matter her appearance or heart, she was just a toad. Lucien didn't want to show any good face to such a person. The legal team produced well-prepared evidence, fully illustrating the differences in internal structure and external details between the Muggle gunpowder gun and the magic gun used by Lucien. Moreover, the safety of this type of gun is not afraid of any investigation, and people without magic powers cannot use it at all. A crushing legal debate was broadcast live on the internet. Seeing that the victory of the Galaxy Group was a foregone conclusion, Fudge directly abandoned Umbridge and stood on Lucien's side. Not only did he praise Lucien's innovative spirit, he also expressed his willingness to purchase a batch of magic guns for Oro's office. So the Galaxy Group immediately established the Galaxy Security Company, which not only sells magic firearms, but also provides escort, prevention and control, support and other tasks. Many retired Aurors were hired, and some newly graduated young wizards who wanted to join Aurors but had no internship experience were scrambling to apply for jobs at the Galaxy Security Company. There was no other reason, the offer was just too much. Another person who attracted much attention during the Chamber of Secrets incident was Gilderoy Lockhart. Adhering to the principle of making the best use of things and recycling waste, Lucien did not disclose his dirty deeds. As for the real heroes whose memories were erased by Lockhart, Lucien ordered them to find them one by one and give them various subsidies. Those who had experienced life and death ordeals had their memories erased by Lockhart using the forgetfulness charm, and he attributed those adventures to himself. Over the years, Lockhart has fooled many people with these stories and his excellent acting skills, and has made a lot of money from selling his autobiography and advertising endorsements. He dared not disobey Lucien's orders. In Lockhart's view, nothing was more important than his reputation and celebrity status. What's more, Lucien also gave him a series of good jobs. First of all, there was the secret chamber incident. Under Lucien's arrangement, Lockhart also got some credit. It was announced to the public that Lockhart bravely protected Lucien and his companions when the basilisk attacked, giving them a precious opportunity to counterattack. He himself almost lost his life. Fortunately, he had good attainments in magic and was only petrified. Lucien felt embarrassed when he told such a story, but Lockhart's eyes lit up when he woke up. He thought it was a perfect excuse and a wonderful story. It could really highlight his bravery. Just this little thing, he could write a long autobiography. He even thought of the title, it's called Dances with Basilisks, My Days Teaching at Hogwarts. Lucien was speechless. With such a good writing ability, if he was born a few decades later, he would have become a great writer on Tomato. Seeing that he was so good at writing books, Lucien threw him a second good job commissioning him to write a book. Lockhart is one of the few celebrities in the wizarding world who openly expresses his love for Muggles, so Lucien gave him a task, to write about Muggle culture, changes in the new era, and their merits based on a travelogue of the Muggle world. Lockhart was actually a little embarrassed about this, because although he nominally supported Muggles, he actually wanted everyone in the world to admire him. He only had a vague understanding of the Muggle world and had no idea how to write at all. That's easy. I'll arrange a tour for you at your expense. See the customs and practices of the Muggle world. If you perform well, I'll make you a big star in the Muggle world. Chapter 159. The little wizards spent the last part of the semester carefree because the final exams were cancelled. The only one who might be sad is Hermione. She started intensive review 2 months ago and had planned to get first place in the grade again. Lockhart completed his new book, Dances with Basilisks, My Days Teaching at Hogwarts, in just a few days. Bring his story of bravely fighting snake monsters, breaking into secret rooms, and sacrificing himself for victory to his fans. The professors at Hogwarts were very tight-lipped. Even though they disliked Lockhart, they still didn't tell anyone that he was a paper tiger. After publishing this new book, Lockhart announced that he was about to embark on a new legendary adventure, and would bring back unexpected and exciting stories. Of course, Lockhart is not going to the mountains or mysterious ruins. Lucien plans to arrange an in-depth tour of Muggle society. Skyscrapers, 5-star hotels, luxury cruise ships, intercontinental aircraft, anything that can show the advanced life of Muggles. Tanks, cannons, supersonic fighter jets, space shuttles, submarines, go and see anything that can reflect the Muggles' high-tech and technological capabilities. Colliders, maglevs, nuclear power plants, you can see all the epic-making products you can visit. In '93, the space shuttle was already in use, and you can watch the launch at the Kennedy Space Center in the United States. Such a colorful trip certainly couldn't be left to a Muggle rookie like Lockhart to go alone. It was summer vacation, so Lucien simply brought his friends and the Weasley family along. The Malfoy family was also invited. The stubborn Lucius originally scoffed at it, but when Lucien told him that this was an order from that adult, he had no choice but to agree. Also traveling with them was Rita Skeeter, the former gold medal female reporter of the Daily Prophet. This guy always likes to exaggerate, confuse right and wrong, and make things up. He is an annoying guy. But it must be said that there are some reasons why she can become a famous reporter, such as her ability to catch little-known gossip. Lucien just happened to know the other party's secret. Rita Skeeter was an unregistered animagus. She could transform into a small beetle and find out a lot of secret news. Bringing the other person along can help you discover more eye-catching points from a journalist's perspective. Percy was also very good at tasks like writing. Lucien thought about it and gave him an extra spot, telling others that he was inviting another student union member with excellent character and academic performance to record Percy's travel experiences from multiple angles. But in fact, the female classmate Percy happily invited, Penelope Clearwater, was his girlfriend. Ginny discovered the little secret of the third brother soon after she started school. He kept writing letters to chat with her during the holidays, and after going to school, he even dated her everywhere in the school. Having gotten the opportunity to travel with his girl, Percy looked at Lucien even more favorably. Ginny, the Weasley twins, Ron, Percy, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Cedric, the Malfoys, the Lusons and their uncle, plus Lupin. The group started their journey into Muggle society in a grand manner. Not to mention pure-blood wizards like Malfoy and Weasley, even for Muggle-born wizards like Harry, Hermione, and Penelope, this kind of trip was the first time in their lives. At the beginning, Lucius acted like a nobleman going to the countryside, and his eyes were full of disdain when he looked at Muggles. After seeing the luxurious life of Muggles that surpassed wizards by an entire era, he began to put away his contempt. When he saw the skyscrapers that could not be created by magic and the luxury cruise ships that were so huge that they were unimaginable, his faith began to waver. After witnessing the technological power that even magic could not achieve, he began to panic and tremble. This is the collapse of faith, and more importantly, the reshaping of the three views. Except for Lucius' family, everyone else was having a great time. Especially Mr. Weasley, who is keen on Muggle items, and Fred, George, and Cedric, who love to invent. They gain a lot every day. There are too many amazing things that bring them inspiration and enlightenment. In the first few days, the group was always asking all kinds of questions and making a fuss. They saw everything as new and pointed fingers at everything they encountered, which caused Lucien a lot of embarrassment and trouble. As a last resort, Lu Sen secretly used a clever confusion spell to make the words spoken by several unworldly wizards incomprehensible to the Muggles, especially Lucius and Mr. Weasley. To the Muggles, what they said sounded like an aboriginal language, with completely unfamiliar accents and vocabulary. In this way, it would be much easier for Lu Sen to explain. If he encountered embarrassing situations, he could just whisper to passers-by that these people were from the Ayatobi Islands and had never seen the world. Or he would simply make a grief-stricken expression and draw circles on his temple with his index finger, and passers-by would immediately understand. The kind-hearted ones would even give Lu Sen a come-on expression in response. They would think he was mentally ill. There are so many funny and embarrassing things, including but not limited to trying to feed bread to the plane before boarding, snatching the cleaning staff's mop in panic while standing on a skyscraper and looking down, and asking the other party why they ignored the wizard statute of secrecy during a magic show. The last stop of the trip was in China. Under the arrangement of Uncle Huaxia, they experienced the harmonious coexistence between the Chinese cultivation world and ordinary people. The group was deeply shocked by the unique national practice radio gymnastics in the Chinese practice world, the Home Practice Affairs Committee, Residence Committee, and the social system that closely coordinates with the production and life of the secular society. The Weasley family, who were big-hearted, were hardly affected at all, but Lucius, whose worldview was constantly reshaped during the journey, reacted more strongly. He even showed signs of a regression in his magic power. Lu Sen's magic level is already second to none among his peers in Hogwarts, but without using his ultimate skills, he is still no match for his brothers and sisters of the same age in the clan. He is following the path of cultivation of the strong and powerful Chinese people. Not to mention his physique, he is even stronger than Lu Sen in 18 consecutive hairpin turns. His flexible boxing and swordsmanship, combined with his sword-controlling skills, endless talismans, and a variety of props completely stunned Lu Sen. The only thing Lu Sen can show off is his bottomless reserves of magic power and his unconventional lighting spell. After some discussion, the uncle and other elders didn't say anything, but before leaving, they gave Lu Sen more than 10 kilograms of reference books and exercises, more than 10 kilograms per person. When they returned to England, half of the holiday had passed, but Ginny and the others still felt a little unsatisfied. Lockhart, who was traveling on a mission, began using his rest time on the second day of the trip to write a new book. According to his final plan, he could write more than 10 books during this trip. In addition to the travelogue of the Muggle world, his trip to China also benefited him a lot. Every story Huaxia heard was very novel, and the Emperor was far away, so the West didn't know much about China, so he could make up stories to his heart's content. Chapter 160. As the group traveled, Rita Skeeter did the entire interview, and published what she saw and heard in the Muggle world along the way online. When Lu Sen first proposed this request, the other party agreed verbally, but in his heart he was passively slacking off and not working hard. I still think that the Muggle world is so ignorant and backward, there is nothing to write about, it's a waste of time. But her view soon changed. The Muggle world was really great. She had missed so many odd stories that could be written about. At each stop, she took lots of photos with a professional eye and asked the staff questions tirelessly. After getting the answer she wanted, she immediately found a toilet and took out a pen and paper to quickly write down what she had just seen and heard. People who don't know the situation would think that she had something to hide and kept running to the bathroom. All major newspapers reprinted the group's journey into the Muggle world and selected a photo with a space shuttle as the background as the front page headline. This was not only published online, but also in traditional magical newspapers. In the photo, a group of Weasleys were smiling brightly at the camera, while the Lucius family looked a little reserved surrounded by red hair. Lupin and Cedric were on the left and right of the back row, while Lu Sen was squatting in the middle of the crowd, holding the fat, sneaky rat Banban in his hands. During the trip, Banban was always hiding here and there, and the whole mouse was in a state of restlessness. Lu Sen knew what was going on with Scabbers. This guy was so scared under Lupin's nose that he was afraid of being recognized. After all, his real identity was Peter Pettigrew, who betrayed his friend. But Banban's worries were unnecessary. Firstly, Lupin had never thought about it in that aspect. Besides, he was busy with many things every day and kept making and receiving phone calls during his travels. Secondly, Banban has gained a lot of weight in the past 2 years and has become 3 times fatter. If you don't look carefully, you can't recognize that it is a mouse. However, just in case, Lu Sen secretly marked him with the Chinese search talisman. As long as he is still on Earth, he can be found no matter where he hides. After experiencing the battle in the secret room, Lu Sen felt more and more that the butterfly effect was a troublesome thing. Originally, there should have been only one serpent in the secret room, but with Lu Sen's interference, Tom Riddle directly created the 5 elements serpent. If he didn't have so many trump cards, he would have been easily defeated by the boss. So even though Lu Sen was extremely annoyed with Peter Pettigrew, he still patiently saved his life. After all, without him, let alone whether Sirius, this stubborn guy, can successfully clear his name, he will be indispensable in finding Voldemort's remaining soul in the future. Anyway, Lu Sen has made up his mind to follow the known plot, so that he can have the initiative in his own hands to the greatest extent. Make the most preparations and fight the most confident battle. Only by grasping the key nodes in the future can you maximize your benefits. At this stage, the main focus is still on improving strength, so in the second half of the holiday Lu Sen began to concentrate on practicing magic, and even did several kilograms of Chinese exercises seriously for the first time. I have to do it because my theoretical knowledge is far behind that of my brothers and sisters of the same age. If you don't lay a solid foundation, you won't be able to learn many advanced things in the future. On the other hand, Harry had a very comfortable holiday. In the first half, I followed Lu Sen around the world, and after returning to the Dursley's house, things were very different from before. His uncle Dursley's attitude towards him has changed a lot, which is of course thanks to Lu Sen and the Galaxy Group. The Galaxy Group first acquired the company where Dursley worked, and then established a company specializing in the production of toy guns and let Dursley manage it. When everyone was taking an in-depth tour of the Muggle world, they asked Dursley to be responsible for relevant matters in the UK. The more he learned about the Galaxy Group, the more shocked Dursley was. This mysterious group not only had great powers and unfathomable wealth, but also had business operations spanning the ordinary world and the magical world. Whether it was the toy factory director or the travel planner, Lu Sen specifically pointed out that these 2 lucrative jobs were given to him entirely for Harry's sake. So as Lu Sen's good friend, Harry has the power of life and death over Dursley in disguise. How could the Dursleys, who valued money, dare to treat Harry badly? How could this be the annoying brat he once was? This was a cash cow. He was the link of the galactic group. Harry's family status has risen sharply. Now he basically eats whatever Dolly eats. The frustration of living under someone else's roof for many years has been completely swept away. Even when Aunt Marge, who was always sarcastic and hurtful, mocked Harry, Dursley would be the first to stand in front of Harry. So Harry spent the second half of the holiday safely in such a harmonious atmosphere. Before school started, Lu Sen visited the 2 elderly people in succession. One of them is Nicholas Flamel, who lives in seclusion in France. Lu Sen has been keeping in touch with him since he had the honor of meeting him last year. At that time, the other party said that he had lived too long and had lost his passion for life, so whenever the Galaxy Group released a new product, Lu Sen would send him a copy. After a year of communication, Lu Sen and Nicholas Flamel had become very familiar with each other. So if he had any advanced questions about alchemy, he would have a full-level alchemy master to consult. Lu Sen still gained a lot from visiting Nicholas Flamel again. The other party's 667 years of experience and pinnacle of magical attainments are no joke. The other old man is also a leading figure who has retired for many years. His main achievement is the study of magical animals. He is the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, a textbook on protecting magical creatures since 1927, and the legendary expert on magical creatures Newt's Commander. This old man not only single-handedly raised European magical zoology to several levels and saved many endangered species, but he also achieved remarkable feats in the battle against the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. Without his involvement, Dumbledore wouldn't even have had a chance to defeat Grindelwald. Newt's Commander lives with his wife Tina Goldstein in Dorset, southwest England. In their home, they keep many magical creatures, including the cute-looking but actually extremely dangerous lion-tailed cat, the flaming Brazilian fire slug, the money-loving niffler who looks like a platypus, the majestic and proud hippogriff. However, the purpose of Lu Sen's trip was not the magical creature, but the other party's specialty. Newt's Commander, like Hagrid, has a different understanding of the word cute. In his opinion, whether it is a dragon or a griffin, they are all cute. In order to protect and feed those extremely cute guys, Newt made many magical modifications to his suitcase. Inside the seemingly ordinary suitcase is a huge amphibious zoo. There are hundreds of rare and magical creatures in it. Each of them has a vast living space. When it comes to space expansion technology, Newt's commander can be said to be the world's leading expert. What's more valuable is that there is a stable ecosystem in the space. Various organisms that have extremely strict requirements on the environment can live and reproduce healthily in it. Chapter 161. Newt's commander is usually a taciturn old man, but he always has a lot to say when it comes to magical creatures. Lu Sen was too embarrassed to express his intention directly, so he could only patiently follow the old man to feed and take care of those strange creatures. The venom horn looks like a larger version of a rhino, but its horn can pierce almost anything, and the toxins in its horn can cause objects to explode. Small, shy, and cute, the bowtruckles look like green bamboos. In addition to protecting trees that can be made into magic wands, they are also good at opening doors and picking locks. A horse-shaped water monster that lives in the water and looks like a pile of kelp. There are birds and snakes with wings that can be big or small, as well as the extremely dangerous leopards and horned beasts, etc. Some creatures are so rare that they are not even included in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. However, among these magical creatures, Lu Sen's favorite is the cute Niffler. The Niffler looks a lot like a platypus, and has a very sensitive nose, especially able to smell money. They have a small pocket on their stomach that can hold a lot of things. As soon as Lu Sen entered the suitcase, he was surrounded by these cute little creatures with different fur colors. Newt knew these guys too well, so he quickly warned them, "Be careful, they will take all your belongings if you are not careful. Especially the shiny things." Then he shook his head and glared at the little guys, as if he was a kindergarten teacher not letting the children eat candy. Lu Sen quickly stopped the old man. What bad intentions did the little guys have? They just liked shiny things. That was too simple. Lu Sen casually took out the coin bag, smashed it on the ground with a clang, and then waved his magic wand without hesitation to scatter thousands of gold jialongs. That's like feeding pigeons a handful of crushed corn. Newt's commander, who had never felt anything for money, was also stunned when he saw this scene. This kid, does his family have a mine? Even if he could pick up endless bird and snake eggs every day, he couldn't do this, right? The eggshells of bird and snake eggs are pure silver. Lu Sen smiled and nodded. He felt particularly happy when he saw the little guys chasing the gold coins and running away cheering. When he lowered his head, he saw a dark blue Niffler that had not left, but was looking up at Lu Sen with a silly and cute face. "Are you late? I don't have any change. Run over there. There should be a lot in the bushes." But the other party just looked back and then looked at Lu Sen again, blinking his watery eyes. Hiss. So cute. No. Newt stepped forward and grabbed the little guy by the scruff of the neck, lifted him up in front of his eyes and said sternly, "No, Blueberry. Go pick up the gold coins." But after being put on the ground, the other party quietly slipped back, sniffed at Lu Sen's feet, and then stretched out its little paws to climb onto Lu Sen's legs. Newt said helplessly, "This is Blueberry, a clever and greedy little fellow. It must have smelled something more valuable on you. Ignore it. Otherwise it will get spoiled." "Haha. It's okay. What a cute sniff." As he said that, Lu Sen reached into his backpack, fumbled for a while, and took out a small gold bar as big as a remote control. "I used this as a paperweight when I was practicing drawing talismans. It's not worth much." After explaining to Newt, Lu Sen squatted down and said, "Your name is Little Blueberry, right? This is yours." The sniffle named Blueberry suddenly smiled widely, jumped on the spot with his short legs and cheered. After hugging the gold bar which was longer than it, the light in Little Blueberry's eyes turned golden. It lay on the gold bar and took a deep breath, and immediately made the same devilish expression as when Uncle Yu was smoking intoxicated to the point of rolling his eyes. "Ha ha ha. This little guy is so interesting. Mr. Newt, can I adopt it?" Lu Sen asked tentatively. "This little guy is so cute, Ginny will definitely like it too." "Ah, this? Raising a Niffler is very..." He originally wanted to say that it was a waste of money and trouble, but when he turned around, he saw Lu Sen took out 3 gold bars that were exactly the same as the previous one. "There are 4 paperweights, no problem." "Yeah, sure." Newt swallowed and changed his tone. Lu Sen, holding his new pet, fed the magical animals with Newt along the way, and asked him about issues related to space expansion and artificial ecosystems. Newt's commander has his own unique insights into these technologies. Not only is he extremely good at dealing with magical creatures, he is also the best in the world in the development of magical creatures. Magical creatures are often full of treasures. Some can be made into potions with magical effects. For example, the venom of the butterfly-winged demon can be made into a powerful memory-clearing drug that can delete people's bad memories with no side effects. A malignant tumor on the back of a moth or rat, pickled and consumed to enhance a wizard's resistance to curses and bad luck. Salamander blood has highly effective healing and rehabilitative properties, among other things. The magical materials Newt used for space expansion also came from magical creatures. Birds and snakes that can change their size freely are the first choice. Their snake shedding and eggshells can be made into space-stabilizing materials. The materials of the Niffler who possesses a treasure bag, the civet cat that can split apart when attacked, and the ball escape bird that is good at teleportation can all play unexpected roles in expanding space and improving artificial ecosystems. The old man generously shared with Lu Sen all the experience he had accumulated throughout his life, and warmly invited him to stay for dinner before leaving. Of course Lu Sen readily agreed. He could learn a lot by staying a little longer. At the dinner table, Lu Sen met Newt's grandson Rolf Scamander, and unexpectedly discovered that he was his classmate. Rolf also goes to Hogwarts and is a shy little badger in the same class as Ginny. The young man is a quiet man, but very kind. Just like his grandfather, he has endless things to say when it comes to magical animals. Lu Sen didn't have any special impression of him at school. He had only met him a few times and didn't even know this guy's full name before. But when combined with the surname Scamander, Lu Sen immediately matched the other person with the person in his memory. Lu Sen clearly remembered that Luna Lovegood later married Newt's grandson. It seems that this guy is the one. Both of them are passionate about magical creatures. After getting married, they travel around the world looking for legendary magical creatures. They are simply a match made in heaven. Luna's ethereal temperament is something that most people can't control. And she keeps talking about looking for the harassing bull and the crooked horned snorkel, which is really against the temper of this Scamander family. Thinking of this, Lu Sen unconsciously liked this grandson, no, this classmate Rolf more. Rolf, I'll introduce you to a classmate when we get back. She loves magical animals. Oh, and there's Hagrid. When school starts, I'll take you to play with him. And the Forbidden Forest, that's a great place, I know it well. It's full of interesting and kind creatures. Chapter 162. After receiving guidance from the two big guys, I found the direction to solve many experimental problems. In the following days, Lu Sen stayed in the laboratory of Galaxy Group all day, organizing his newly acquired knowledge. It was not until the list of books for the new semester was distributed that Lu Sen stopped his research and smiled knowingly. It was mainly at his suggestion that Hagrid, the newly appointed Care of Magical Creatures teacher, did not suddenly change the classic textbook that had been used for decades. That's right. It's the masterpiece Fantastic Creatures and Where to Find Them written by Mr. Newt. In the original development, the newly appointed Hagrid replaced this classic textbook and instead asked the little wizards to buy an extremely strange book, the Monster Book of Monsters. Let's not talk about how much the content of this book is different from the original textbook. If you don't know how to open it correctly, this strange book will bite you. Yes, the Monster Book of Monsters can move and bite people. And it's very powerful. Maybe in Hagrid's opinion, this kind of book is cute. Unfortunately, the things that Hagrid thinks are cute are not something that ordinary people can enjoy. For example, the hippogriff is a level XXXX beast that could kill people, but Hagrid treats it as his first lesson. He even lets the little wizard get close to it without any warning. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has classified all known magical creatures. XXXXX animals known to kill wizards / impossible to tame or domesticate. XXXX is dangerous / requires specialized knowledge / can only be dealt with by a skilled wizard. XXX a capable wizard can deal with it. XX harmless / tameable. X, boring. Fortunately, Hagrid accepted Lu Sen's suggestion out of his absolute trust in him. Otherwise, not to mention the little wizards who bought the books, even the bookstore owner would have a headache. Those monster books of monsters have a very bad temper. They would kill each other before they were put on sale. When buying books, Lu Sen saw people talking about something. He went over to take a look and saw that everyone was reading the news on their phones and tablets. Look! This is the first person ever to escape from Azkaban. It must be some powerful dark magic. Otherwise, how could they have fooled the Dementors? Sirius is a devoted follower of He Who Must Not Be Named. Lu Sen shook his head and planned to leave. He had seen the news a long time ago, and no one knew more about Sirius's prison break than him. Trump pouting expression. Originally, Sirius escaped from prison after seeing the photo of the Weasley family winning a prize and traveling to Egypt, because he recognized Peter Pettigrew in Ron's hand. However, under Lucen's organization, everyone took an in-depth tour of the Muggle world during this holiday, so the Weasley family missed the opportunity to win the prize. In order to put history on the right track, Lucen deliberately included everyone in many group photos, and even personally captured Banban to take a few photos. Sure enough, it wasn't long before news came out that Sirius had escaped from prison. Lupin had never thought about whether Peter Pettigrew was alive, but Sirius had been reviewing every detail of that year every day for the past decade. Even if Spotted became fat as a ball, he could still be recognized at a glance. Azkaban was guarded by Dementors and there had never been a prison break before. Because if the prisoners ever step beyond that, they will use their terrifying power to suck away all your happiness and vitality. Apart from well-prepared cheaters like Hagrid, Sirius was another lucky guy who got lucky by chance. He was an unregistered animagus. Animagus, an advanced transfiguration technique, does not require a wand. After mastering this skill, one can transform into a fixed animal or insect, such as a big, sturdy dog. When Sirius turned into a big dog, his mind became calm and simple, just like a real dog. This was completely foreign to the Dementors, and they couldn't do much to it. After recognizing the spots in the newspaper, Sirius escaped from prison right under the noses of the Dementors. Lucen knew this very well. The coming year would still be rich and colorful. He could do some scientific research and occasionally watch the sad drama between Sirius and his godson, Harry. Wouldn't it be fun? After thinking about this, Lucen was about to leave the bookstore with a smile, but he heard news that made him laugh and cry. I bet Sirius escaped from prison just to find Lucen. He shouted madly before escaping, he is in Hogwarts. Yes, I heard that too. Lucen has defeated the resurrection method left by the man who cannot even be named twice in a row. Are you saying that the Philosopher's Stone also has a chamber of secrets? What's going on? Haha. You don't know this? That's what the internet says. Sirius is here to assassinate Lucen. Hey? Isn't it for Harry Potter? Harry's child was protected by his mother's magic, but Lucen relied on his own strength. Do you usually watch the news? Several people lowered their voices and continued, according to gossip, Lucen already has the potential to be a Dark Lord at such a young age. Sirius will never allow anyone to threaten his master's position. Lucen's mouth twitched when he heard this. What on earth is this? Can it be more outrageous? After returning home, Lucen opened his phone and asked Xylee to help him filter out such rumors. He found that such gossip was widely circulated. Many people posted about it online. After this kind of news had been brewing on the internet for a few days, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge made a special trip to the Galactic Group. Although Fudge said that he was negotiating the purchase of magic guns, he actually asked during the conversation whether it was necessary to send a few auras to follow Lucen to facilitate the customization of weapons. Lucen immediately made it clear, I welcome custom weapons, but you want to use me as bait? There's no need for that. Sirius is just a nobody. I'll just give it to you for free. Your Excellency Minister, I know you don't believe that a little wizard who is just about to enter the 3rd grade can catch a notorious wanted criminal. But please rest assured that the Galactic Security Company is fully capable of protecting me. By the way, our chief CEO, Remus Lupin, just applied for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts this year. With him leading the team to protect me, you can rest assured. Fudge shook his head, wondering what role a businessman could play in leading a security company composed of retired aurors, idle people in society, and newly graduated interns. Child, you have no idea what a cruel guy you are facing. A vicious person like Sirius has seriously affected the dignity of the Ministry of Magic. I must bring him to justice at all costs. Lucen thought about it and decided to reveal Sirius's situation in advance. He put down his teacup and said seriously, Minister, if a person has not committed any crime but is wrongly imprisoned in Azkaban for many years, will it have a big impact on the Ministry of Magic? The old minister frowned and asked in surprise, I don't quite understand, what do you mean? How could the Ministry of Magic imprison the wrong person? Fudge was almost at retirement age, and what he feared most was seeing someone affect his glorious resume, so whether it was Sirius's prison escape or Voldemort's resurrection in the future, he handled them in an almost pathological way. In order to capture Sirius, they recklessly sent Dementors to guard Hogwarts, and in the face of Voldemort's resurrection, they adopted an ostrich mentality and pretended not to see it. Lu Sen crossed his fingers, and after a moment's silence, he said, "To be honest, I have some talent for prophecy. Occasionally I can see some scenes of the future." Fudge lowered his crossed legs and looked a little more serious. "The Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic has research on prophecy. As the minister, he knows a lot of secret information." He had already checked Lu Sen's background very early, but he didn't expect that this child also had the talent of prophecy. "Really? Kid? It's not that I don't believe you. I'm saying, you're already very good." Lu Sen nodded, observing the old ostrich's demeanor calmly. Seeing that he was a little hesitant, he said, "Principal Dumbledore has witnessed my prophetic talent many times. You can ask him." Fudge's ability was very mediocre. In the early years, he would write to Dumbledore for advice whenever he encountered a little problem. When he heard the other party's name, he immediately believed it 7%. He moved forward and asked curiously, "Kid, tell me what you saw." Lu Sen pretended to be mysterious and closed his eyes in deep thought, then slowly said, "I saw Sirius standing in front of me, but he didn't attack me." "How is that possible? He escaped from prison just for you." The minister laughed at himself. He shouldn't have believed that a child could have the ability to predict the future. "I also saw you." A gleam of light flashed in Lu Sen's opened eyes, and he looked at the other's eyes with a playful look on his lips, as if he saw something interesting. Fudge felt uncomfortable when Lu Sen looked at him. He swallowed and asked, "What's wrong with seeing me?" "I'm glad to see that you are very angry, Minister." Lu Sen leaned back, massaged his temples, and pretended to be very tired, but his eyes looked strange. "Angry about, what? Did Sirius run away?" After keeping the secret for a while, Lu Sen continued, "No, I saw you gave Sirius some money and lifted the wanted order for him." Fudge stood up angrily and said angrily, "Nonsense! Absurd!" He straightened his windbreaker, put on his gentleman's hat, turned around and smiled, "I'm really wasting my time listening to a kid's nonsense." Lu Sen said calmly, "I also saw that you evacuated the Dementors and sent them back to Azkaban, Your Excellency the Minister." Fudge suddenly stopped, looked back at Lu Sen in shock, his mouth trembling slightly. He was still planning to send out the Dementors, and no one knew about it. Could he really predict the future? But how could he lift the wanted order? In the end, the stubborn old minister was unable to humble himself and ask for details again. Instead, he nodded slightly and left quickly. Lu Sen smiled. This year will not be boring. Chapter 163. Time flies and it's the day to go to school. Like last year, Lu Sen did not use flow powder to go directly back to Hogsmeade Village and go to school nearby. Instead, he took the Hogwarts Express with his friends. This time it was not just to chat with his friends, but more because he knew that terrible things would happen on the train this year. In the carriage where Lu Sen was, besides Harry and the other two, there was also Lupin who was dozing with his eyes closed. Although becoming a teacher was Lupin's dream, after joining the Galactic Group, he had found the value of life there. He didn't need to go to Hogwarts at all, let alone have time to go. But Lu Sen said that as long as Lupin worked part-time as a defense against the dark arts teacher, not only could the Galaxy Group's business expansion be temporarily suspended this year, but he would also receive double the business trip allowance for the entire semester. Lupin, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, had to agree gratefully, but he did not accept the extra money. In Lupin's words, "I am already very satisfied that you can give me a job in the Galaxy Group. Later, you even developed the Wolfsbane potion for me. Now you are asking me to delay my work to fulfill my dream. Don't say anything. From now on, my life belongs to you. Don't mention money." So after Lupin arranged some of the work, he boarded the Hogwarts Express with Lu Sen and other little wizards. After having a meal on the train, Lu Sen asked Lupin about an advanced magic, the Patroness Charm. "Are you sure you want to learn this? What use will it be to you?" Lupin asked, somewhat puzzled. Harry asked in confusion, "The Patroness Charm? I seem to have heard of it somewhere." The know-it-all Hermione immediately began to play the role of a top student. "I saw it when I was reviewing the 7th grade textbook." Ron muttered quietly, "Have you forgotten that we are only in the 3rd grade? Ah! It hurts." Hermione took back her hand and continued to answer, "The Patroness Charm is a high-level defensive magic that can deal with various dangerous dark magic creatures. If the user's magic is deep enough, the patroness charm will take the form of a certain animal, with stronger protective ability. Lupin clapped his hands softly. Well said, Miss Granger. I want to give you 10 points. But it's a pity that I haven't officially started work yet. After that, he pulled out his wand and said, this kind of magic requires us to recall some memories that make us excited and happy when performing it. Let me show you. Lu Sen noticed a figure outside the door looking in. It was the curious Ginny. After gently pushing open the compartment door, Lu Sen pulled Ginny to sit beside him. Lupin and Ginny nodded, then waved their wands and chanted, Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum is a French word, with expecto meaning expect and patronum meaning patron saint. A ball of soft aqua blue light emerged from the magic wand and condensed into a majestic wolf in mid-air. The translucent wolf does not look cold at all, but instead gives people a feeling of quietness and warmth. Seeing this scene, Harry finally remembered where he had seen it before. In the dueling club last semester, Snape used this trick to defeat Lu Sen. Lupin, who knew about this, smiled and lifted the magic, and said to Lu Sen, You are not going to look for that guy Snape. I mean Professor Snape, you are not going to seek revenge on him, are you? Lu Sen took out the Thunder Wand, and said with a serious look on his face, If I say I will use this magic to deal with the Dementors later, will you believe me? The carriage suddenly became quiet, and everyone was confused as to whether Lu Sen was joking or not. But Lu Sen had already finished his plan, expect God to guard. In the end, the tip of the magic wand only emitted a faint light for 2 seconds, and then a puff of green smoke came out like a dud, and it was gone. The scene suddenly became awkward. Ha 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 ha. You're going to use this to deal with Dementors. Ginny laughed mercilessly. How dare you laugh at me, little brat. Come here, I'll give you some candy. Wa. Ginny stuck out her tongue and ran away. Lu Sen said that last time, and he used that damn magic to make her taste a lemon. It was so sour. The Dementors are really going to come soon. Don't run around. Lolyalu. I'm just running around. I'm going to find Fred and George. I'm going to tell them you bullied me. Humph. Then he ran towards the carriage in the distance. Lu Sen was a little worried and sent a message to the twins, warning. Dementors are coming, stay safe. Afterwards, he solemnly told the people in the carriage the prophecy he knew. The Ministry of Magic sent Dementors to search for Sirius Black. They would force the train to stop and search each carriage one by one. Lupin immediately became serious. He had heard about Lu Sen's prediction. As a preparatory teacher, he could not ignore such a dangerous thing as the Dementors. I'll go find the conductor. Let's prepare in advance. If it's true, it will be dangerous. Those things don't know what propriety is. After Lupin left, the 3 little ones surrounded Lu Sen and asked him questions. They had witnessed Lu Sen's predictions many times and believed them firmly. Wait, let me practice the patroness charm first. Just in case. Are you sure? Is it too late now? Hermione asked rationally. The book clearly stated that the patroness charm was a very advanced magic for senior wizards. During the Owl's exam, ordinary wizarding level test, if the candidate could cast a stable patroness, they would even get extra points. Lu Sen did not reply, but communicated with the sealing chain in the magic wand Xiaojin, and turned the magic wand into the long-lost learning machine mode. The magic power was mobilized from the body and poured into the wand, and Xiaojin immediately decomposed and absorbed the magic. At the same time, Lu Sen clearly felt that the patroness spell showed a slow motion effect under the dual effects of the Thunder Wand and Xiaojin. The composition of the runes and the flow of magic power became extremely clear. After a few times, Lu Sen slowly opened his eyes. I can do it. In his mind, he tried hard to recall the happy memories in his life, including being reborn and traveling through time, becoming a super rich man, learning that this was the world of Harry Potter, using the information gap to cheat and defeat Voldemort. The happy memories were all vivid in his mind. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sen adjusted his spirit and energy, and said confidently, Call the gods to guard. A dazzling blue light suddenly emanated from the magic wand, which looked even more sacred and majestic with the blessing of the lightning from the thunder magic wand. This time the light was more than 10 times brighter than before. The ball of light emitted an exciting warmth, and after twisting and changing in mid-air, its shape gradually stabilized. In the expectant eyes of everyone, it finally formed into a little butterfly. Puff! The thunder wand in Lu Sen's hand almost fell to the ground. What the hell is this? Is this my patroness? An excited heart, trembling hands, the shiny little blue butterfly. Ah, this is pretty. No. What's the point of being pretty? Lu Sen stared at the little butterfly flapping its wings above the carriage in disbelief, seriously suspecting that there was something wrong with his mind. I'm a mighty and majestic man. Let's not talk about the dragon Suzaku as the patron saint. At least let's have a Siberian tiger. At worst, the national treasure giant panda will do. In ancient times, it was also an iron-eating beast. But this little butterfly? Just like this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be opening it the wrong way. The wand was switched from the right hand to the left, expecto patronus. Hold both hands, call God. Guard. Wand lightning chain mass, who? God. Protect. Guard. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha ha, ha ha, hiccup. Oh my god. What's going on? Chapter 164. The three little Harrys huddled together, trembling as they looked at the little butterflies filling the carriage and the bewildered Lu Sen. Harry, is he stimulated? Ron, very likely. If it were me, I would rather summon a dog than a butterfly. Hermione, the book says that the form of the patroness is related to the wizard's subconscious mind. Generally speaking, it is difficult to change unless the wizard's state of mind changes drastically. But I think these butterflies are quite beautiful. Lu Sen suddenly stopped talking and slowly turned his head, scaring the three little ones so much that they screamed and hugged each other even tighter. Hush! Lu Sen released the fluttering butterflies and said seriously, a guest is coming. Just as the three were puzzled, the lights in the carriage suddenly flickered, and then the train started to brake urgently. The strong inertia caused the little wizards in the car to fall all over the place, and the Hogwarts Express actually stopped in the deserted night. What happened? There seems to be something outside. It was pitch black outside the car. Even the moon seemed to be frightened and hid in the inky black clouds. Only a little hazy light was left. There seemed to be a thick fog outside, and there were vague shadowy figures floating around. Ron put his hand on the glass and looked out, and suddenly a biting chill hit him. So cold. Ron suddenly withdrew his hand and was horrified to find that ice flowers were quickly forming on the car window. The breath exhaled by several people turned into clearly visible white frost, just like in the cold winter. I've seen this phenomenon in books. It seems that the Dementors are really here. Hermione said in a trembling voice. Lu Sen narrowed his eyes. With his keen perception, he saw that there were more than 20 things filled with dark magic floating outside the car. The lights in the car flickered a few more times, as if trying to restore illumination, but after flashing a few times they still failed to light up. Instead, the radio in the corridor began to sound mixed with interference. Lupin's voice shouted anxiously, "Ziz! Can you hear me? Ziz! Children! Don't move! Stay in the carriage! There is a group of Dementors trying to search the train. I am negotiating with the Ministry of Magic official in charge." A strange and arrogant male voice, "Sitsizi! Turn off the radio! Who told you to move around? Can you be responsible for scaring off a wanted criminal? Be careful or I'll arrest you." Lupin, no one would hide on the train. Damn it! At least let me tell the children. Listen. Little wizards of Hogwarts. Don't provoke those Dementors. They won't discuss at all. Ziz, keep calm. Try to recall happy memories. Ziz. Lu Sen and others looked at each other. It seemed that Lupin was in trouble and the officials of the Ministry of Magic had a very bad attitude. The temperature in the corridor was getting lower and lower. Hermione, who had the worst physical condition, had begun to shiver. Harry and Ron quickly protected her on both sides. Before Lu Sen could make a joke, a scream suddenly sounded in the corridor, and then stopped abruptly. Lu Sen's expression changed drastically. He was very familiar with that voice. It was Ginny. Ginny. Is that Ginny's voice? Did you hear it? Ron asked hurriedly. Lu Sen had sharp senses and could hear it most clearly. He simply opened the compartment door and ran towards the direction of the sound. While running, Lu Sen tore open his wizard robe, revealing the flying armor inside that had been improved many times. After the instant activation, Lu Sen's speed increased again, and he quickly approached the carriage at the rear of the train. Outside the carriage, a tall figure covered in a tattered black robe was holding on to the compartment door with his hands. There were no eyes or nose on its ugly head, only a hole-like mouth. At this moment, the strange mouth was taking deep breaths, and something faintly visible was being sucked away by it that was people's happiness. After the happiness in their minds is sucked away, people will fall into extreme fear and sadness, and afterwards they may suffer from nightmares at best or a serious illness at worst. How dare you hurt Ginny? Lu Sen was immediately furious. He raised the magic wand in his hand and cast a lighting spell laser gun mode. A blazing beam of lightning and fire shot out, instantly knocking the Dementor away while it was eating, and nailed it to the rear door pillar of the car like a javelin. Without bothering to finish off the Dementor, Lu Sen pulled open the door of the compartment and anxiously went in. I saw two figures fainted on the ground, they were Fred and George. Looking further inside, I saw a stubborn and frail figure, Ginny. She closed her eyes tightly, and held the wand tightly with trembling hands, trying her best to maintain the faint blue light at the tip of the wand. It was actually the patroness charm. Lu Sen hugged Ginny in his arms and swung his wand at the same time. A large group of blue butterflies flew out and surrounded the people in the carriage. It's okay. You did a great job. Leave the rest to me. The familiar and gentle voice made the exhausted Ginny relax instantly. As the faint light on her wand slowly went out, she fell into coma with a reassuring smile. After carefully placing the pale Ginny on the seat, Lu Sen slowly turned around and walked out of the compartment. His momentum increased with every step. By the time he stood in front of the Dementor, his entire temperament had changed drastically. At this moment, Lu Sen exuded a strong murderous aura. This was the first time he was so angry since he was reborn. You, go to hell! As he spoke, lightning flashed from the magic wand Lu Sen was holding tightly and quickly spread throughout his body. Lu Sen slowly floated up, and the electric arcs surrounding his body continued to connect with the carriage, emitting twisted and dazzling arcs of light. The pinned Dementor had been struggling hard, but the lightning spear that emitted a righteous aura had a terrifyingly high temperature and was able to easily pierce through the invulnerable monster. The Dementor, who had no concept of pain, roared silently and tried to break free from the restraints by having the spear of light cut itself in half. Lu Sen was furious and didn't give the opponent any time at all, he just chopped down with his sword. The struggling Dementor froze instantly, and a thin line of fire appeared on its crown, extending all the way to its feet. With a tremor, the cracks on the Dementor's body began to widen, and then its body split to the left and right and began to fall to both sides. Lu Sen showed a satisfied smile and continued his movements, quickly dancing sword flowers on the Dementor's body. How can I split it in half? I'll just cut it into 18 pieces. As the Dementors fell to the ground, the train door behind them was cut into pieces, revealing the scene outside the train. A large group of terrifying figures approached quickly in the mist. The temperature around them began to drop sharply, and a chilly breath hit them. Just in time. Lu Sen stepped into the air, then quickly rose into the air, looking down at the enemy approaching from his feet. More Dementors gathered, seemingly seeking revenge for their companions. They opened their ugly mouths and drank from Lu Sen like a whale. Lu Sen's figure shook, and the impact brought by a group of Dementors actually changed from quantitative change to qualitative change. At this moment, it seemed as if the soul was about to leave the body. Dozens of defensive talismans were automatically activated on the armor, allowing Lu Sen to temporarily resist the terrifying and strange attack. Expedite Patroness! After a loud shout, a large group of butterflies swarmed out from the magic wand, forming an impenetrable protective net around Lu Sen. The mental and spiritual pressure disappeared instantly. Lu Sen shook his head and laughed instead of getting angry. All right, all right. You bunch of monsters, don't even think about leaving today. You attacked me, didn't you? Then don't blame me for defending myself. The thunder wand was raised high, and the magic power in the body was quickly mobilized. The army of butterflies in the air became more and more, and began to fly around like a hurricane. A large number of the guardians of the galaxy butterflies formed a huge blue tornado, the scale of which was spectacular. The little wizard who was shivering in the carriage was illuminated by the light emitted by the butterfly tornado, and the chill on his body immediately disappeared, replaced by a full sense of security. The happy memories that were taken away also came back to his mind, and the haze and fear in his heart suddenly disappeared. The young wizards all leaned against the windows and looked up into the air. The figure fighting the Dementors alone was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. The Dementors have gathered, and there are as many as 29 of them. They gathered towards Lu Sen from all directions, but were blocked by the butterfly tornado. Although the little butterflies look inconspicuous, they are genuine patroness. What's more, their incredible number directly leads to a crushing defeat for the Dementors. When the Dementors found that these little butterflies could not break through, they immediately wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The overwhelming swarm of butterflies directly saturated the Dementors, and the originally erratic black-robed monster instantly lost its ability to resist. A huge blade of light quickly lit up in Lu Sen's hand. The 40-meter-long sword was swung smoothly, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The intense heat and surging magic power made the little wizards in the carriage amazed. After a few breaths, the butterflies gathered again, leaving behind countless broken limbs of Dementors falling like rain. The butterflies changed their formation, as if the brilliant Milky Way had fallen into the mortal world, floating like water between Lu Sen's outstretched arms, peaceful and beautiful. Chapter 165. 30 Dementors were cut into pieces, and the accompanying Ministry of Magic officials were immediately furious. They are the guards of Azkaban. You killed them for no reason while on a mission to search for fugitives. What do you want to do? Openly defy the Ministry of Magic. Lu Sen, who had just returned to the carriage, said without giving the other person any face, "Sorry, who are you?" "My name is..." "Stop, stop, stop." Lu Sen interrupted directly, "You didn't tell me your name, position, purpose, or anything before enforcing the law, and you didn't show me any documents, right? I'm tracking down Sirius Black. How can I have time to inform you little wizards?" Lu Sen looked at him as if he was a fool. "Is this your reason for not following the normal procedures and violently enforcing the law? Is this your excuse for abusing your power and wielding a butcher knife against the little wizard? Is this your usual method of bending the law for personal gain and taking human lives? You sharp-tongued brat! How dare you resist the Ministry of Magic's laws? You!" The Ministry of Magic officials wanted to continue criticizing Lu Sen from their commanding position, but they heard a click, click sound coming from not far away. He turned his head and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The little wizards actually poked their heads into the train corridor and held up their cell phones to take photos and videos of the two people arguing. "You! Delete it immediately. I order you in the name of the Ministry of Magic." But the young wizards were all unmoved, standing on Lu Sen's side, looking at each other coldly. The scene of Lu Sen bravely fighting the Dementors was still vivid in their minds, and the culprit who failed to do his job was so shameless that he wanted to arrest Lu Sen. Draco took 2 steps forward and said fearlessly, "Is this how the Ministry of Magic does things? I'll ask my dad to ask Minister Fudge what's going on. They had dinner together last week." Several pure-blood wizards also immediately spoke out to denounce the idea. Who doesn't have a few high-ranking officials they know well in their family? The other students continued to hold up their mobile phones, faithfully recording the entire process, and would post this scene and the footage of Lu Sen fighting the Dementors online later. When the man saw that something was not right, sweat broke out on his forehead. He turned to the evil Lu Sen and said, "Just wait for the summons from the Ministry of Magic." After saying that, he quickly cast the apparition spell and disappeared on the spot in a twist. Apparition spell, an advanced magic that can teleport to any location at will, only adult wizards can learn it. Minors can learn apparition follower, which allows them to teleport following the apparition spell of adults. The crowd suddenly burst into cheers of victory, but Lu Sen turned around and entered the carriage. Ginny and the other 2 were still unconscious. With the full force of the free healing light, the 3 of them woke up at the same time. Ginny threw herself directly into Lu Sen's arms, but she didn't cry. Instead, she laughed out loud. "I knew you would come to save me. Was the Dementor killed?" The little girl was fearless and guessed Lu Sen's thoughts in one sentence. "Ah!" Lu Sen sighed, holding Ginny's hand and pretending to feel guilty, "I only killed 30 of them. It's not enough to make up for the trauma of your heart, right? These damn Dementors! I'll go out and collect their fragments, put them together and let you watch me kill them again with your own eyes." Ginny's smile widened, "Don't fight. That's disgusting. By the way, you are so awesome. You learned Expecto Patronus just by watching it once. You are really a little magic genius. I saw you resist the Dementors." Lu Sen praised. "That little mouth looks like it's covered with honey." Fred interrupted and teased. "We both have mastered it, okay? Otherwise, who do you think is in the lead?" George said, pretending to show off. "We figured it out by ourselves after watching little Ginny's half-baked spell." Fred, "Yeah, we are worthy of being the brothers of little genius. George's eyes lit up. Huh? It's better to say that he is worthy of being the brother-in-law of the great genius. Ah ha ha ha. High 5x2. The Weasley twins stopped joking and felt sorry for not being able to see the scene of Lu Sen killing the Dementor. When they heard that their classmates had recorded the video, they couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to check the campus forum. After finding the video uploaded by their classmates, they watched it with relish. Lu Sen took out chocolates from his backpack and distributed them to everyone, and took out his new pet Little Blueberry. Petting a cute pet can help regulate your mood. Blueberry is a very well-behaved niffler. Although he loves money, he is not interested in all shiny things like other nifflers. The little guy is very principled and only likes real gold and gems. For Lu Sen, this was too easy. It was just gold. He could have as much as he wanted. Hermione also got a new pet this year, an ugly cat named Crookshanks, which made Ron very worried. He complained about it all the way and worried that his fat mouse would be eaten. After the young wizards arrived at Hogwarts and attended the opening ceremony, Dumbledore officially announced the personnel changes in the teaching staff to everyone. One is Remus Lupin, who will be the defense against the dark arts professor this year. The young wizards have already met him on the train and they recognize and respect him very much. Not only did Lupin argue with the officials on the radio and stand firmly on the side of the young wizard, but he also used the Patronus to expel the greedy Dementors from the carriage during the Dementors gathering. Not many students saw this scene, but it was posted on the school forum, allowing the students to get to know the new teacher in advance. There was no complaint about the sharp contrast between Lupin expelling only a few Dementors and Lu Sen chopping all of them into pieces. After all, Lu Sen had brought them too many shocks, so this kind of operation was very Lu Sen. Another new teacher is the tall and strong Hagrid. When the previous professor of care of magical creatures, Ketleben, retired at the end of the last school year, he was the first person that came to his mind and recommended Hagrid to take over his class. Professor Ketleben and Hagrid have almost identical personalities, both passionate about magical creatures and occasionally careless. But unfortunately, not everyone has Hagrid's strong physique and the super high magic and poison resistance brought by the half-giant. Since Professor Ketleben took over, there have been many teaching accidents, and there have been 62 detentions for observation alone. This record has not been broken so far, and it is unlikely to be broken in the future. And because he was just an ordinary man with thin arms and legs, those serious accidents were often accompanied by terrible consequences. Before retirement, poor Professor Ketleben was left with only one arm and half a leg. Headmaster Dumbledore therefore gave him a complete set of magical wooden prosthetic limbs, but this gift may not last long, because Professor Ketleben plans to visit the Dragon Sanctuary after retirement. After the banquet, the principal called Lu Sen to his office and listened to his heroic deeds with his hands covering his forehead. Lu Sen said indifferently, "I was acting in self-defense. I was so scared at the time." Just when Dumbledore was wondering what to say to Lu Sen, a delivery owl suddenly flew in from the window. When the headmaster took the letter and looked at it, his face suddenly changed. This was a letter summoning Lu Sen, signed by the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, A.N.D. The Seal of the Wizengamot, Supreme Wizarding Court. Chapter 166. Overnight emergency summons are normally only used for criminals who have violated serious laws. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lu Sen's actions show that he is on the side of justice. Even if he is really guilty, he should be treated with caution. After all, he is just a third-grade underage wizard. Dumbledore frowned. Cornelius Fudge had changed and didn't even give him face. He read the notice carefully again and found that there was less than half an hour left before the court session. Under normal circumstances, this would be too late. That's outrageous. What are they trying to do? Lu Sen also showed displeasure after hearing this. Are you trying to prevent me from having a court hearing and just treat me as a non-cooperative person? After saying that, Lu Sen quickly took out his mobile phone and asked Xylee to notify Lupin and the Galaxy Group's legal department. Are we going to sue? We are really not afraid. It took Lupin only 3 minutes to rush to the office, and then under the magical power of the Phoenix Fox, the three of them disappeared in a flash of fire, and in the blink of an eye they had arrived at the lobby of the British Ministry of Magic. It is very spacious here, somewhat similar to the airport waiting halls of later generations, but with a somewhat peculiar style. The walls and beams were covered with neatly laid black tiles, the ground was covered with brown wooden floors, and dozens of fireplaces with gold trim stood on both sides of the long and narrow passage. which were used by the Ministry of Magic staff for commuting to and from get-off work. Going further ahead are several vertical passenger elevators, connected to the telephone booths on the Muggle streets above. If it is not convenient to use flow powder, you only need to find the correct telephone booth, enter the password and register to enter the Ministry of Magic below. The password is, which is magic in the Jugaga input method. Near the end you can see a huge fountain with a group of sculptures inside. At the highest point was a wizard holding up his wand, while the witches, centaurs, goblins, and house elves below him looked up at him with eyes of infinite admiration. The idea conveyed by this statue is very feudal. Very magical. Lu Sen complained in his heart. There were many silver sickles and copper nuts in the pool under the fountain, and a dirty little sign next to it read, "All proceeds from the Magical Brotherhood fountain are donated to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." Lu Sen wanted to observe it more carefully, but was awakened by Lupin's cough. He and Dumbledore had already walked away. After following the two people's footsteps, they passed through the golden door at the end of the hall and entered the service hall inside. There was a safety check sign next to a table on the left side of the door, and the night shift staff in charge of the check looked a little listless. Seeing Dumbledore and the other man coming, the man woke up suddenly and got up in a hurry. "Principal Dumbledore! What are you doing? Come to the hearing. This is the person involved, Lu Sen, and this is the eyewitness, Remus Lupin." The security wizard nodded and held up a long, thin metal rod like a car's antenna. Routine inspection. He didn't dare to offend Dumbledore, but he swept Lupin and Lu Sen back and forth twice with the metal rod. "What is this?" he asked, pointing at the armor on Lu Sen. "Quidditch protective suit. It's normal for a little wizard like me to like playing ball, right?" Lu Sen said with a smile. The security wizard didn't think much about it and continued with the next check. Wand. Lupin handed over the wand with ease, and was placed on a strange brass instrument that looked a bit like a scale with only one tray. The instrument vibrated slightly and then spit out a piece of paper. The security wizard picked it up and read, "Cypress wood, 10¼ inches, the core is unicorn hair, used for 34 years, right?" "Yes." Lupin nodded. The security wizard returned the wand to Lupin, stuck the note into a brass nail on the table, and then reached out to Lu Sen. "Wand. Give." The security wizard was stunned for a second, then said angrily, "Are you kidding me? This is a rolling pin. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm talking about a magic wand." Lu Sen blinked for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course I'm kidding. Ha ha ha, wait a moment." After pulling out a mass-produced magic wand from the interlayer of the armor and handing it over, the security wizard took it with some displeasure and put it on the instrument for testing. "Willow wood, 11 inches, unicorn tail hair as the core, used for 6 months." The security wizard asked in confusion, "Your new wand?" That's right." Lu Sen said truthfully, "I use things a lot. Especially the magic wand." Dumbledore and Lupin held back their laughter and said nothing. Lu Sen's wand was extremely useless. The security wizard was about to say something when a familiar voice interrupted him, "Looks like I'm here at the right time." It was Mr. Arthur Weasley. "I think the check is almost done." "Thank you, Eric." Mr. Weasley nodded to the security wizard, then decisively grabbed Lu Sen's shoulder and took him away from the security counter, and led a few people towards the elevator. "Principal Dumbledore, we are going to the second floor, right? The Department of Magical Law Enforcement." "Yes, that's what the summons letter said." But just as the elevator door was about to close, Lu Sen suddenly received a message on his phone. He only took a quick look before quickly reaching out to reopen the elevator door. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lu Sen frowned and said, "Lucius said that the interrogation address has been changed to courtroom 10, and the time is in minutes." Arthur was surprised and said, "What? How is it possible? Why did they change the time and place? Did Lucius make a mistake?" Lu Sen and Dumbledore both felt that Lucius would not pass on false information at this time, so they immediately decided to rush to the new address. Courtroom 10 is rarely used. In the past, it was used to try the most heinous Death Eaters. It is located on the bottom floor of the Ministry of Magic. Even the elevator cannot reach it, and it can only be reached by walking down the stairs. Several people hurried all the way and finally entered the 10th courtroom in time. This is a huge circular room without even any magic windows. It looks very depressing and eerie. The jury box was already full of people, almost all of them were wizards in red clothes, they were members of the Wiesengamot. The farthest row was the gallery, where Lucius and several members of pure-blood families sat. Seeing that Lu Sen and others arrived safely, Lucius nodded to Lu Sen calmly. Sitting at the podium in the middle of the courtroom, Cornelius Fudge showed a look of surprise and disappointment. He had never expected that the other party could still show up for trial on time under such a tight schedule. When everyone saw Dumbledore, they all sat up straight unconsciously. After all, the titles of the greatest wizard of the modern era and chief wizard of the Wiesengamot were not given for nothing. The door was opened again, and this time the members of the Galaxy Group's lawyer team came in, which made Lu Sen even more confident. Especially the leader, Rodri Syanger, who was a famous gold medal lawyer before joining the Galaxy Group and had almost no defeats in his career. Fudge was helpless and had to announce the official start of the trial with a sullen face. He first introduced himself and several main jurors, and then began to state the crimes committed by Lu Sen. Illegal possession of magical weapons of mass destruction, deliberate killing of 30 Azkaban guards, obstructing the Ministry of Magic from enforcing the law, letting the wanted criminal Sirius Black go. After reading out a long list of charges, Fudge asked coldly, "Mr. Lu Sen, do you plead guilty?" Lu Sen smiled and said fearlessly, "I don't admit it. What you just said is a complete slander against me." After looking down at the defense draft lawyer Luo gave him, he continued, "First, I was on the Hogwarts Express on my way to school when I was suddenly attacked by Dementors. My life and the lives of several classmates were seriously threatened. According to Article 51 of the Underage Wizard Protection Act, underage wizards have the right to take necessary measures to save themselves when they encounter an emergency. Professor Remus Lupin and all the Hogwarts students who were traveling with me can testify for me. The video and photo files are here. Please watch, Mr. Presiding Judge and the jury." As he spoke, Lu Sen took out his mobile phone and asked Xylee to project the sorted videos and photos into the air. The panic and crisis at that time were fully displayed, and the jury immediately began to talk. After a moment, Lu Sen put away his phone and continued, "At the same time, on behalf of all the teachers and students of Hogwarts, I lodge a solemn protest to the Ministry of Magic. The officials leading the Ministry of Magic enforced the law violently, failed to show a search warrant in accordance with the law enforcement process, failed to identify themselves in advance, ignored the personal safety of underage wizards, and commanded the Dementors to launch a fatal attack on our teachers and students. Please ask the Ministry of Magic to severely punish those who violate the law and discipline, and pay the injured medical expenses, nutrition expenses, mental damages, compensation for damage to personal belongings, maintenance fees for Hogwarts trains, etc., a total of 1,185 gold galleons." Bang! Fudge was so frightened that he fell off the judgment stand. "How much more? We still have to pay compensation." Chapter 167. You are a criminal. How dare you say such nonsense? Fudge said angrily, "Did you kill 30 guards in Azkaban?" "Yes, but those Dementors attacked me and my classmates first. I was acting in self-defense. What crime have I committed?" "Aha! Then you admit that you illegally possess magical weapons of mass destruction. Is that correct?" Fudge said viciously. "I used the Patronus and Illumination spells. Are these two spells illegal?" "You are talking nonsense. You are a criminal. You are a criminal. Everything you said before is no longer true." "Haha." Lu Sen gave him a joking look, then turned to the jury and said, "I apply to demonstrate in public." The jury was immediately in discussion, and one of the witches, Bones, asked, "You conjured a fully mature Patronus? And defeated 30 Dementors with the illuminating spell?" "Yes, ma'am." The Wiesengamot members suddenly fell silent. It was almost unheard of for a third-year wizard to perform a complete Patronus. Moreover, using a basic magic like the illumination charm to defeat the most dangerous thing in the wizarding world. Lie! This is impossible. Many Wiesengamot members began to re-examine what Lu Sen said to him, and seemed to think that the kid was not quite honest. But Dumbledore spoke up for Lu Sen, "Lu Sen, show it and let everyone see it." The scene instantly became quiet. If Dumbledore supported this child, maybe he really had some special abilities. Lu Sen thought about it and took out his spare wand. After preparing for a while, he shouted loudly, "Expecto Patronus!" A small group of pale blue butterflies flew out in response, fluttering their crystal-clear wings and dancing around the sky above the interrogation room. The beautiful Patronus butterfly impressed the wizards on the jury, the patroness spell was cast perfectly. Next, Lu Sen used his modified lighting spell. Lu Sen's understanding of the lighting spell has reached perfection. Silent and instantaneous casting are basic operations, but in order to prove his innocence, he still clearly recited the standard spell, luminescent flash. Ordinary magic wands cannot have thunder effects, and their power is greatly reduced. In order to better demonstrate the effect, Lu Sen did not compress the energy density of the lightsaber, but let it release light and heat as much as possible. A lightsaber more than 1 meter long instantly illuminated the entire interrogation room, and the terrifying high temperature lingering above it made everyone feel terrified. As Lu Sen adjusted his magic output, the length of the lightsaber suddenly increased and directly spanned the entire interrogation room. Merlin! How did you do that? Is this an illumination spell? This kid is a genius. He used a simple illumination spell to produce an effect similar to ancient magic. Amazing! Amazing! This will definitely kill Dementors. It's horrible. What a clever use of magic. You are worthy of being a student chosen by Dumbledore. Soon, Lu Sen quietly extinguished the lightsaber, feeling that the ordinary magic wand was too fragile and could not withstand a larger scale of magic output. If the power continued to increase, this mass-produced magic wand would probably burn on the spot. We can make some improvements when we get back, so that the self-destruction can be more spectacular, right? Retracting his scattered thoughts, Lu Sen said calmly, Mr. Minister, the 2 spells just now can prove that I didn't use any magic weapons of mass destruction, right? Fudge nodded woodenly, looking at Lu Sen with a hint of regret. If he had known that this kid was so strong, he should not have provoked him. This kid is ridiculously strong. Then he thought, this child is so special, so the prophecy he made before couldn't be true? If Sirius was acquitted in the future, wouldn't everything he did during this period become a joke? Wouldn't his political achievements be affected? Lu Sen didn't know what Fudge was thinking, so he continued, since I have proven my innocence, shouldn't we talk about compensation? As soon as he finished speaking, Lupin and Mr. Weasley spoke up, confirming Lu Sen's statement. At the same time, many pure-blood wizards in the back row protested under the leadership of Lucius. Their children were also on the train. The Ministry of Magic must give an explanation. In the end, Fudge was defeated and announced that Lu Sen was not guilty, and then the Ministry of Magic officials who were ineffective in command at the time were thrown into prison. However, when faced with an astronomical figure for compensation, Fudge insisted that the number needed to be re-verified, and proposed that Lu Sen compensate 30 Dementors to offset part of the medical expenses. The legal team directly took out the detailed terms and rejected this unreasonable request. After the trial, poor Fudge gave in and went to Lu Sen in a private capacity. Oh my, you are really promising at a young age. The magic world has an outstanding young man like you, and the future is promising. The future is promising. Then he put on a kind face to smooth things over for himself. Just now, it was just a formality. I don't agree with this interrogation at all. Even if I really convict you, the most I can give you is a verbal warning in the end. Lu Sen smiled but said nothing, thinking, I don't believe you. If I don't defend myself, I will definitely be expelled from school, sent to Huaxia, and fined a huge amount. Maybe they will accuse the Galaxy Group of being involved in organized crime and swallow up dozens of shares. When Fudge saw that Lu Sen was smiling and not saying anything, he thought the little wizard believed it. He smiled secretly and took out a prepared cage, which was filled with broken limbs and feet emitting black smoke. Even if the Ministry of Magic was negligent and at fault, you were in absolute control and chopped the powerless Dementors into irreparable pieces. Azkaban has lost 30 guards since then. This has had a serious impact on the Ministry of Magic and the entire British wizarding community. Your lightsaber restrained the Dementor's self-healing ability. I hope you can put the overall situation first and assist the Ministry of Magic in repairing the Dementors. Otherwise, I will not be able to explain to the Ministry of Magic. If you successfully repair them, I can come forward to award you a Medal of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. What do you think? The lawyers laughed disdainfully. A small medal is enough to win people's hearts? They were about to speak angrily, but Lu Sen suddenly said, let me take a look at that thing first. The fragments in the cage exuded an evil and gloomy aura, and each piece was slowly squirming. A black smoke spread out from the meat, connecting the fragments to each other, as if trying to merge the body back together, but the extremely strong and masculine magic power remained at the broken ends, preventing them from recovering. It was the remaining magic power of the Thunder Flame Lightning Sword. Seeing these excellent experimental materials that were still struggling tenaciously after being chopped into pieces, Lu Sen felt a little regretful. He was so angry that he turned around and left after chopping the dementors. It would have been better if he had left some behind. But he is not so easy to fool. Just a small medal and some words of righteousness will make him forget all grudges and work for you for free? What do you want? Well, if dementors really have such a strong self-healing ability, I can try to repair it, but... Fudge's eyes lit up. It was really easy to fool children. But what? Just tell me. Lu Sen smiled kindly and said, it is my duty to maintain the stability of the magical world, but repairing the dementors requires precious magical materials. Fudge patted his chest and said, just make a list. The Ministry of Magic can find anything. Really? Okay, okay. Then I will do my best. Fudge was overjoyed and took the opportunity to act nice, saying, now that we've talked, and you're so understanding, as an elder, I can't be stingy. He leaned close to Lu Sen's ear and whispered, if you need anything, just write it down in the repair materials. What do you think? Lu Sen blinked. This old guy has a good plan. You were the one who plotted against me, and now that you can't win, you want to be a good person just by giving me such a small benefit? Ahem. Actually, Galaxy Media has already prepared an exclusive interview. I will report my experience here in detail later. Fudge broke out in a cold sweat and said in panic, this. The Ministry of Magic has always enforced the law impartially and clearly distinguished right from wrong. It was all a misunderstanding just now. And hasn't the culprit been dealt with? You think, don't broadcast this. Okay, you settle the compensation. I wanted you to pay for the repairs, but I'll waive that. Wait. That's over 10 million gold galleons. How can the Ministry of Magic get that much money? You apply for it. You are such a high-ranking leader, how can you not come up with this little money? This little money? Do you know how much the Ministry of Magic earns in a year? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Ministry of Magic can't come up with this much money even if it doesn't eat or drink for 10 years. You guys are so poor. Fudge. Then I'd better go for the interview. Don't. We can talk it over. After a lot of bargaining, he only got 10 in cash compensation, not even a fraction of million. However, Lu Sen did not expect the Ministry of Magic to pay so much at the beginning. The lion asked for a high price just to intimidate them. Of course, Lu Sen did not lose out. Not only did he secure a small sum of money for his classmates, he also got Fudge's promise that he would give the greatest convenience to the policies of the Galaxy Group and Hogwarts in the future. This was originally an empty promise, but unfortunately, Lu Sen actually had some ideas and directly confused Fudge. From small things like replacing new cars at Hogwarts to big things like increasing the scale of the Triwizard Tournament next year, from nearby visits to the Department of Mysteries to far-reaching things like increasing research and exchanges with Muggles, and also relaxing the import and export restrictions on the Galaxy Group's magical products and lifting some restrictions on magical patents. In total, Lu Sen directly mentioned more than a dozen items. Fudge, did I agree to the wrong thing? Chapter 168. It was already early in the morning when the trial ended. Lu Sen had to put aside his plan to visit the Department of Mysteries and followed Dumbledore and Lupin back to school. Dumbledore sighed repeatedly and was very disappointed with Fudge's character. He never expected that the once polite and kind-hearted man who never hesitated to ask questions from others had now turned into a shameless politician. However, Lu Sen didn't feel anything about this. The more such people there are, the easier it is to use them. And there is no psychological burden in using them. Such people don't need to be close friends, just use them as tools. As Lu Sen walked towards the dormitory yawning, he suddenly felt something and turned into the corridor in the opposite direction. Even in a completely dark environment, Lu Sen can still clearly lock onto the target with his perception, because there are fluctuations of the object-finding spell he personally cast. Squeak. Squeak. Hey. Ban. Are you lost? You are lucky to meet me. Otherwise you would be lost again. Ron would be so worried that he would cry. Lu Sen said with a smile while holding the fat rat in both hands. But Lu Sen's harmless smile looked as scary as a devil to Ban. Ignoring Ban's struggle, Lu Sen muttered quietly, how strange, you seem to be always anxious recently. Could it be that spring has come and everything is revived, and it's the season for animals to do that? But look at yourself, you've become fat as a ball. How are you going to find a female mouse? Let me help you recover. Banban's eyes suddenly widened and he struggled violently. At this moment he recalled the fear of being dominated by the stainless steel rat cage. Squeak! Squeak! Lu Sen directly took out the thunder wand and knocked it on the opponent's head. With a dull thud, the whole world became quiet, a physical coma spell. You're so heavy. I don't know how Ron managed to fit you into his pocket. Wingardium Leviosa. When traveling, Lu Sen wanted to put a self-destructing collar on Scabbers, also known as Peter Pettigrew, but he found that he was too fat now. The collar couldn't hold his neck at all. But it doesn't matter, Lu Sen has already remade a new style. After returning to the dormitory quietly, Lu Sen took out the prepared equipment directly from his backpack and installed it on the dishonest Banban. Soon, a mini bracelet appeared on Banban's claw that was missing a finger. It was made of titanium alloy and had 18 reinforcement runes. The quality was excellent. The most important thing is that in addition to the positioning magic, there are also electric shock and explosion symbols. No matter how far they run, Lu Sen can make them die of ecstasy or be crushed to pieces with just a snap of his fingers. Ever since Sirius Black escaped from prison, Scabbers has been in a trance. After all, he betrayed his friends and sold them out for fame, and finally cut off his own finger to escape. If he is caught by Sirius again, he will be dead. So this guy wants to escape whenever he has the chance. If Lu Sen remembered correctly, the other party even left a strand of cat hair on Ron's pillow to frame Hermione's ugly cat. After locking Banban into the long dusty stainless steel luxury convalescent cage, Lu Sen nodded with satisfaction and went back to bed to catch up on some sleep. In the morning, Harry, Ron, and Neville, 3 roommates, nervously surrounded Lu Sen and asked about what happened last night. In fact, none of them slept at first, until Mr. Weasley told them the news of their victory. Only then did they feel relieved and fall into a deep sleep, including Ginny of course. Lu Sen told the news of his victory to other friends who knew about it at the dinner table. Malfoy, Pansy, and several Slytherins also came over to say hello. Their elders had attended the hearing last night and stood on Lu Sen's side. Later, more and more little wizards gathered around Lu Sen, and finally all the little wizards in the school knew what happened last night. They warmly celebrated Lu Sen's victory, and the cheers shook the dust off the ceiling. After the crowd dispersed, Harry asked if he could learn the Patroness, because yesterday on the train, as soon as Lu Sen left their compartment to rescue Ginny, another exorcist came and sucked them. Harry himself almost fainted, and in a trance he heard a woman's scream. But that voice was not Ginny's, but that of an adult woman. Harry felt it was familiar yet strange, and spent the whole night wondering if he was hallucinating because of the shock. That voice actually belonged to Harry's mother, Lily Potter. That was the most terrifying fragment in little Harry's memory. Lu Sen knew all this, but did not explain it directly. He just nodded silently. The Patroness charm is also called the Patroness charm. This magic is quite practical. Although it can only fight against Dementors and a dark creature called Voldemort under normal circumstances, this magic can also play a role in inspiring people and protecting their souls. After mastering it, you can even use the Patroness to transmit sound remotely. The development potential is still quite high. Hearing that Harry wanted to learn the Patroness charm, the friends around him counted on their shoulders. Ginny, Ron, Hermione, the Weasley twins, Neville and Malfoy and Pansy at the next table all clamored to learn it together. Lu Sen was immediately overwhelmed, but then he thought, my CEO, no, my beloved Professor Lupin is the best at teaching. Just leave it to him. He. The moon-faced boy sitting in the classroom suddenly sneezed, as if someone was talking to him. It should be a kind remembrance, right? Harry was a little frustrated, wondering if he was weaker than others deep down. Why was it that he almost fainted when others were fine? Ginny had fought the Dementors head-on and still lasted that long. Fred comforted him, it's nothing. Soul monsters are just so scary. We both fainted. Only a little genius like Lu Sen can chop those things like vegetables. George also said, my father went to Azkaban once. When he came back, he was trembling all over and told us that it was the most terrifying place he had ever been to. The Dementors sucked away all the happiness. Many prisoners were crazy. Fred, hey, speaking of Azkaban, our new care of magical creatures teacher, Hagrid, has made a great name for himself there. Haha. The twins and Lu Sen smiled at each other happily. They had all participated in the tattoo plan throughout the whole process and were happy that Hagrid had not suffered terrible harm. This time it was Hagrid's turn to sneeze. The big guy sneezed and the plate in front of him flew out. Everyone burst into laughter. He also smiled heartily, but in his heart he was thinking, what happened? Did he catch a cold? I should go back and do 2 sets of 500 kilograms barbell squats. His physique is still weak. He needs more exercise. By the time breakfast was over, the class schedule for the new semester was finally distributed. The happiest person was Hermione, but the sharp-eyed Ron exclaimed, "That's not right, Hermione. Did they write your timetable wrong? You have 10 classes a day. And many of them conflict with each other. I'll find a way. I've already talked to Professor McGonagall." Ron laughed. "But look. Divination at 9 this morning. Muggle studies at 9 next morning. You need Muggle studies? And then, another 9 o'clock. Arithmancy. You have 3 classes at the same time in the morning alone? How is that possible? Don't worry about it. I've made an agreement with Professor McGonagall. And don't be stupid, no one can have 3 classes at the same time." She changed the subject and said, "Lucen, Hagrid will have his first class this afternoon. Do you know what he is going to talk about?" Lucen nodded. "He plans to let everyone ride a hippogriff." Ron's attention was instantly drawn to it. "What? He's serious?" Hermione was also shocked. "Why didn't you stop him? It's a very dangerous creature." "Don't worry," Lucen said with a smile, "the course has been changed at my suggestion. Ensure safety. It's just a bit of a waste of gold." Lucen added in his mind. "But it's just gold, so can't we have as much as we want?" Chapter 169. Starting from the 3rd grade, the curriculum of the young wizards changed. In addition to the cancellation of the flying class, the biggest change was the addition of several elective courses. Young wizards can choose 2 of the 5 subjects: divination, Muggle studies, arithmetic divination, rune analysis, and care of magical creatures. However, there are exceptions, such as Hermione. The average student chooses 2, but know-it-all says she wants them all. So Hermione's timetable was not wrong. She needed to take several classes at the same time and be in different classrooms at the same time. This was possible because Hermione applied to the school for a magical item that could be called a miracle weapon, the Time Turner. Lucen couldn't remember what the thing looked like, but he knew that the Ministry of Magic had very strict control over the Time Turner. Professor McGonagall had to write at least a dozen applications to get approval from the Ministry of Magic. The Time Turner allows people to go back a few hours, so Hermione can keep going back to the past and achieve the effect of taking different classes at the same time. Regarding the mysterious field of time, Lucen really wanted to borrow it to study, but he estimated that Hermione might not agree, even if Harry or Ron begged for mercy. After all, traveling through time is a very dangerous thing. Whether it is a time paradox or a butterfly effect, they are both very scary. The former can cause causal confusion, while the latter will stir up the timeline and cause a huge deviation in the future. Even a small change in the past will cause unexpected consequences. While Lucen was in a daze, Harry and others had already started packing up. "Ron, I wish divination was as easy as Fred and George said." "Harry, yeah, if all we had to do in class was to say those omens were scary things and get credits. That would be so easy." Hermione rolled her eyes. "By the way, where is the divination classroom?" Harry asked. "Let me see if it says so on the schedule." Lucen hadn't opened his schedule before, because he filled out the application together during the holidays. "Hey? Wait. My schedule is wrong." Lucen blinked and looked at his name on the schedule again. It was Forest Lou. That was right. But there was no divination class on his schedule. Instead, there was Muggle Studies. Lucen was a little confused. "I didn't choose this." Hermione took it and looked through it, and found a message on the back. She smiled and read, "Dear Lucen, since you already have a deep talent for prophecy, the divination class may not be suitable for you. Professor Carrie de Beaubagi happened to be very interested in your travels during the holidays, so I took the initiative to help you choose her Muggle Studies class. I hope you can share your insights with everyone." Hermione returned the schedule to Lucen and playfully asked everyone, "Guess who wrote this?" Lucen only took a glance and recognized who the long, thin, circular font belonged to. Dumbledore. Lucen smiled helplessly. When he looked at the teacher's seat, the other party sensed something and winked at him. Lu Sen, oh, it doesn't matter. Muggle Studies is also a course for getting credits anyway. But Hermione didn't think so. This is a very important subject. It can help you understand Muggles from a wizard's perspective. And if you want to work in a Muggle-related profession in the future, then you must get at least an excellent grade in Muggle Studies in the Owl's Wizard level exam in the future. Ron couldn't laugh anymore after hearing this. So, my dad also studied this subject. Is it too late to change it now? We've been traveling in Muggle society during the holidays. So this course shouldn't be difficult for me. But Hermione didn't waste any more time talking to the other party. Instead, she hurriedly called Harry and the others to go to the divination classroom. It takes at least 10 minutes to get from the auditorium to the top of the North Tower. Hurry! We're going to be late. Before leaving, Hermione gave Lu Sen a meaningful look. Most of the friends chose divination, after all, they had heard that it was a very easy course. Lu Sen sighed and prepared to look for the Muggle Studies classroom alone, but he unexpectedly discovered that Draco and Pansy had actually chosen this course on their own initiative. Brother Lu! I knew you would choose Muggle Studies. After all, you know Muggles so well. Ah, yes. I understand. Lu Sen replied helplessly. What can he say? The unscrupulous white-bearded principal manipulated the students behind the scenes, forced them to do, no, violated the students' wishes and arbitrarily modified the curriculum. Forget it, just go ahead. Soon they arrived at the Muggle Studies classroom, and as soon as they opened the door, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. If he didn't know what classroom this was, Lu Sen would have thought he had accidentally walked into the wrong set. Because the decoration style has deviated from Hogwarts, it is simply cyberpunk and wasteland apocalypse. The main problem is that the furnishings here are really messy, with walls full of neon lights, mechanical parts, bicycles, billboards, movie posters, and empty snack packaging. There are also a large number of strange toys and various Muggle supplies in the corners of the classroom, which is even more messy than Mr. Weasley's former warehouse. What astonished Lu Sen the most were the books on the bookshelf, including 100,000 Watts, Shakespeare, Postpartum Care of Sows, Mechanical Engineering, A Brief History of China, Anatomy, and even A Brief History of Time. So many subjects. Muggle Studies involve so much knowledge. The girl next to her said eagerly, her tone full of anticipation. Yeah, I didn't expect that. It seems that Professor Carrie D. Burbaggy has done in-depth research on Muggles. Lu Sen nodded in agreement but was startled when he turned around. Hermione! When did you come? The person next to him turned out to be Hermione. The classroom was empty just now, only Draco and a few others came in with him, and there was no sign of Hermione along the way. Lu Sen took a deep breath and already had the answer in his mind. Was divination class fun? Did you have a quarrel with Professor Trelawney? Lu Sen approached Hermione and said with a smile. Hermione's pupil shrank, she took a step back, and asked in surprise, How do you know? It shouldn't have happened by now, right? Lu Sen showed a look of seeing through everything. Sure enough, this Hermione had traveled back from the future. This meant that the Hermione in front of him had already taken divination lessons with Harry and the others. At this moment, there is another Hermione in the divination classroom. And there is a third Hermione in the arithmetic divination classroom on the other side. They are all the real Hermione, but they traveled back to the present time from a few hours later. Seeing Lu Sen's deep and playful eyes, Hermione was surprised. After listening to Trelawney's class, she had lost interest and confidence in divination. But after meeting Lu Sen, the real prophet, she felt that divination was not a deceptive subject. Chapter 170. Lu Sen vaguely remembered that Hermione would quarrel with the teacher in the divination class, and said something like it is nonsense to interpret the omens brought by tea leaves by blind guessing. Compared with arithmetic divination class is rubbish. So Hermione must have gone to the divination classroom after taking the arithmetic divination class. Lu Sen just saw that she looked a little tired, so he guessed that she had traveled back from the future, and he guessed right. Hermione subconsciously pulled up her collar, not knowing that Lu Sen knew the existence of the time converter, which would expose her hiding place instead. Lu Sen coughed twice, then changed the subject. Class is about to start, find a place to sit. By the way, how do you carry so many textbooks with you? Hermione found a seat in the front row and sat down, then placed a large backpack on the table. Of course I'll use this, but... She gently pulled the textbook out of her bag and placed it on the table with a dull thump. I processed the inside a little bit. Lu Sen nodded. He had been studying space expansion recently and was very familiar with this phenomenon. The solidifying weight-reducing spell is a good use of it. This way the school bag won't be so heavy. Hermione's eyes lit up. I'm teaching myself the traceless extension charm. After I learn it thoroughly, I plan to make a new one with a smaller size and a larger capacity. Now I can only expand the space by one time and reduce the weight to 1/10, but it can only last for a few hours. Maybe if I study the ancient rune analysis class for a while, I can do better. Lu Sen took it and looked through it. Sure enough, the space inside the bag was much larger than the outside. It could hold more than a dozen extra large books. It was only as heavy as a book when lifted. However, it was still far from the mature space expansion technology. Very good. You are indeed a know-it-all. I have also been learning about space expansion recently. Do you have time to study it together? Hermione agreed without hesitation. Isn't it just time? What she lacks the least now is time. 48 hours a day can be easily achieved. As long as you are not afraid of getting tired, it's just a matter of flipping the time converter a few times. Soon, it was time for class. More young wizards who had chosen to take the Muggle Studies class had already taken their seats, and a middle-aged female professor slowly walked up to the podium. Kids! Nice to meet you. I'm Carrie D. Boobaji, and I'll explore Muggle-related areas with you. Professor Bubbage gives people a very easygoing feeling, and dresses more like an ordinary Muggle than a wizard. Then let's do a little test first. Test everyone's understanding of the Muggle world. Lu Sen and Hermione smiled confidently. Testing on Muggle-related knowledge? That's too easy. But when they saw the questions, they were dumbfounded, not because of the difficulty, but because the range of these questions was outrageous. 1. What did the Wright brothers invent? A. Car. B. Ship. C. Airplane. D. Rocket. 2. Where is the highest mountain in the world? A. Mount Everest. B. Ben Nevis. C. Mount Whitney. D. Mont Blanc. 3. What are the commonly used antibiotics in the Muggle world? A. Fecal stone. B. Ginseng. C. Penicillin. D. Cocaine. 4. Muggles often use mercury thermometers to measure body temperature. What is mercury called? A. Silver. B. Mercury. C. Lead. D. Aluminum. 5. Muggle scientists discovered why ice floats on water. A. The ice is cast with a levitation spell. B. The density of ice is smaller. C. The water is under a levitation spell. D. The water has a lower density. 6. Electricity is an indispensable part of modern Muggle life. Do you know where their electricity comes from? Multiple choice. A. Collected during thunderstorms. B. Use water to generate electricity. C. Use the sun to generate electricity. D. Use fire to generate electricity. 7. Pencil is one of the writing tools commonly used by Muggles. What is the main material of pencil lead? A. Charcoal. B. Graphite. C. Hair. D. Soil. 8. Who is the Chinese Muggle poet known as the Poet Immortal? A. Li Bai. B. Du Fu. C. Du Mu. D. Li Shangyan. 9. Which of the following options is the work of Muggle musician Beethoven? A. The Blue Danube. B. Overture to the Marriage of Figaro. C. Moonlight Sonata. D. Pathetic Symphony. 10. In Muggle biology, what kind of animal is the acromantula? A. Amphibians. B. Mollusks. C. Mammals. D. Arthropods. 11. Which of the following are not usually included in the snacks that Muggles can eat? Multiple choice. A. Fire stick. B. Mint hard candy. C. Super bubble gum. D. Lemon snow. 12. The quill in the water cup looks like it is broken. What is the Muggle explanation for this phenomenon? A. Muggles have poor eyesight. B. Forces are mutual. C. Refraction of light. D. Magic is cast on it. 13. With reference to the Weird Sisters, what position do you think is not usually found in Muggle rock bands? A. Tuner. B. Bassist. C. Guitarist. D. Drummer. 14. Coke is one of the favorite drinks of Muggles. Do you know what is added to Coke to make it fizzy? A. Carbon monoxide. B. Super bubble gum. C. Carbon dioxide. D. Chocolate frog. Not to mention that these questions are given to 13-year-old wizards. Even if you ask 13-year-old British Muggle children, they won't be able to answer all of them correctly. It covers a wide range of fields including history, biology, physics, chemistry, common sense, etc. It's not bad to let Chinese kids answer it. Lu Sen didn't have to put in much effort. Hermione was only unsure about 1 or 2 questions. Apart from them, all the little wizards in the classroom looked confused. What were they asking? Why can I understand individual words clearly, but can't recognize them when they are put together? Even the young wizards of Muggle origin had many questions they could not answer. After all, they left modern society at the age of 11 and had not learned any advanced things from Muggles. Draco and Pansy stared at each other in surprise. They had thought that after traveling around, Muggles would no longer have any secrets for them. However, they found out that they were too naive. Muggles' knowledge was so profound. After the test papers were collected, Professor Bubbage was surprised to find Lu Sen and Hermione's full score papers, and gave Gryffindor 20 extra points. It was not until Professor Bubaji started her lecture that Lu Sen understood why the questions she asked covered so many areas. Professor Bubbage began by making a simple comparison between Muggles and Wizards, and then began to talk about their respective developments from a historical perspective. Later, he began to teach everyone how to hide their identities in the Muggle world, what the things they saw on the Muggle streets were used for, and the stories and rough principles behind those things, etc. Some of them were completely correct, while others were just his personal guesses. Except for Lu Sen, almost all the young wizards were confused, and often one sentence contained 3 or 4 knowledge points. Even Hermione had to write quickly to keep up with the teacher's train of thought. By the time the get-out of class was over, the enthusiasm of more than half of the young wizards had been dampened. What they had thought was an interesting course turned out to be a hodgepodge of knowledge points, which was in some ways even more boring than the history of magic. Professor Bubaji stopped Lu Sen and Hermione, who were packing their bags. This is the first time I've seen a perfect score on a test paper in all my years of teaching. That's great. You must be as fascinated by the Muggle world as I am, right? Her face was filled with an eager smile, as if she had found a like-minded partner. It's a pity that many children only like Muggles on the surface, but are never willing to delve into their wisdom and culture. Hermione gave an awkward but polite smile and quietly stepped back, feeling that this teacher seemed a little too fascinated by Muggles. Lu Sen also wanted to retreat, but Hermione pushed him forward. Damn! You'd rather die than let your friend die, right? Lu Sen complained in his heart. Professor Bubbage, I think the students might be very interested in Muggles, but if you teach them too much knowledge, they might not be able to remember it all at once. Professor Bubbage sighed. I know this too, but the knowledge of Muggles is so subtle and vast. I just hope that everyone can learn as much as possible, otherwise the gap between us and Muggles will only get bigger and bigger. Ah! Professor, what do you think is the significance of the Muggle Studies class? Lu Sen couldn't help but ask. Well, guide wizards to pay more attention to Muggles and learn knowledge from them. Lu Sen asked tentatively, Professor, do you think the teaching objectives have been achieved? Professor Bubaji blinked and said with some frustration, not so good. Students just cope with the exams but never study in depth. They forget everything after graduation. Look at the development of the wizarding world over the years. Of course, you and the Galaxy Group have done it. Novel buildings. Convenient mobile phones. Fun games. And magical express lockers. It's okay. Muggle science and technology really inspire us a lot. Lu Sen said embarrassedly. That's right. They don't have magic, so they use science and wisdom to make up for their shortcomings. How amazing! I really hope every student has your awareness. In fact, I think we should stimulate everyone's interest in learning, let them find the areas they are interested in and learn Muggle knowledge in a targeted way. After all, knowledge is endless, and learning too much will make it impossible to master it. It's like wizards. After graduation, some of us become Aurors, and some play Quidditch, It's easier to achieve results if we focus on one field. Professor Bubbage's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he had found the key to the lukewarm Muggle studies class. But soon she sighed again. I also know that I should stimulate students' interests and let them find the direction they like to study. But the teaching facilities I have collected are limited. I can only list the issues involved and talk to you. She pointed to the messy Muggle items placed around the classroom. In fact, I also hope to take students to the Muggle streets for a walk. Just like your vacation trip. Lu Sen understood. It turned out that this was the reason why Professor Burbaggy and Professor Dumbledore secretly changed his classes. That's easy. I'll have the Galaxy Group set up a travel company right away. But, the Ministry of Magic won't agree, they'll bring up the Statute of Secrecy. Hey, I think Minister Fudge would agree. Lu Sen smiled brightly, and found a new direction for the Muggle Studies class while chatting and laughing. In the eyes of Professor Bubbage, he was simply a model student, but Hermione was very familiar with this smile. Good luck to a certain minister.